Hey, Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs pregame show presented by PointsBet, and we have something special for you this time around. This is not only a pregame show, fellas. This is also a watch-along show. Luke Stuckmeyer, Jared Willis, Ryan Herrera, Cody Del Mendo. Luckily, Herrera made it. He's out late last night. You'll notice his voice is a little gravelly.
He's got the Powerade going.
Yeah.
No, it's just the blue sports drink. No free ads.
Listen to that. Can you hear the hangover in that voice? Can you hear it?
Generic blue sports drink.
Just
unlike the three of us here, Ryan's still young, so he's
forever young.
He's got a few more years of prime left.
Luca had like one beer yesterday and wouldn't have made it. He would have been out.
You're right. You're right about that. Now, if you haven't noticed, the beauty of this whole thing is that we all wore the same shirt to work today.
Somehow.
Just for our first ever CHGO watch along.
I walked in and then I saw Cody was standing up with a shirt. I'm like, oh no. And then I made it more inside, and then I saw Jared. I'm like, oh no. And then I see Luke with it. I'm like, are you kidding me? How did this happen?
Did not totally unplanned. We just all were on the same.
Yeah.
We're synced up. It's a vibe.
Great minds.
It worked out that perfectly.
I love the chat already. Everyone is asking, is Joey here? I have confirmed in the chat that Joey is here. He is our producer.
Show
today.
Joey.
Yeah, he has no mic.
He says hi.
He has no mic. He has
We took his
camera.
mic away.
Confirm.
Yeah. He'll be roaming around over here doing Joey things, I'm sure. But
Well, we took his microphone away. He had that hot graphic that went out of all the numbers.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it, go to our Twitter page.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like the best athlete in Chicago to ever wear number 1, number 2, all the way through 99. It blew up and went, as the kids say, viral.
yeah.
And I only had a couple problems with it that I would have changed a few numbers, but otherwise it was awesome. And Joey helped put it together along with Kevin K. Duck. And
Jeremiah said that he heard I dropped $1,000 at the club yesterday.
what?
No chance I'm dropping $1,000.
Did you club?
No.
Were
Do
you at the
people
club?
do people actually club? Is that a thing?
I haven't clubbed in a while.
That was a college thing, man.
Clubbing
was a college thing. Like, if you club after college, then I think you got a serious
But now
problem.
wait
Do I
a
even
minute.
have $1,000 to my name to drop at a club?
Are there clubs in Macomb? Isn't that where
There's
your
no clubs in
school
Macomb.
was?
Are you saying that I went to Western Illinois University?
Oh, no,
That
no,
is-
you went
that is
you went
slap
to
in the
Eastern.
face.
Sorry.
Eastern.
That is a slap in the face.
It's a good thing you guys are on opposite
So
sides.
did you guys have clubs? Because
Yeah,
there are no clubs in
in-
Valpo,
in-
Indiana. I'll tell you that right now.
In Charleston, Illinois, there was, you can call it a club. It was called Stews.
That's not a club. It can't be named Stews.
Stews. That sounds
Listen,
like
That's
my
a town
club.
bar. That's the town tavern.
I promise you, it is not a
sounds
town
like
tavern. Like, if there's
Wisconsin
any
dinner
EIU
club.
alums
That's-
in the chat, like, and you graduate anytime between 2015 and 2020, I feel like you would know what I'm saying. It's the closest thing to a club in Charleston, Illinois. But yeah,
I mean, we had one bar at Valpo. It was called Jackson's. Oh, look at my volume's up on my computer here now. Hold on.
Jackson's?
Yeah, Jackson's Bar. Nobody really went to it. It was right across from the nudist colony, right on, what was that, Highway 30 that goes through? It's been a long time since it was Valpo. Yeah, there was a nudist colony. They had brick walls. We used to try and
But would you want to see what?
that's what, I just spoke about this with my wife. She's like, do you think it was really what you guys thought was in there? I'm
Right.
like, no. I've seen some of those HBO specials. It was like 80-year-old people walking around.
Now, how does one handle in Valpo, Indiana, the winters?
That would be a little chilly.
I have some questions about
Yeah, a little
in
chilly.
a nudist colony. I get it if you live in like Malibu or something, but Indiana nudist colony?
Probably not a good idea.
Sounds like you guys didn't go to SEC schools. Just means more.
I don't
Yeah.
need to hear that.
Well, it wasn't
Just
an
means
SEC
more.
school when I was
Joey,
around.
sorry. Horns down, though, buddy.
So the deal today, we've got some special deals with PointsBet, right? We're going to be here placing bets and then watching the game. If you place a $50 bet now in pregame with PointsBet or live during the game with PointsBet, get a free mug. Joey's got a little graphic he's going to show you of a nice beer mug that you get. And then, of course, we also sell our swag and all that stuff at CHGO. But the free mug is what we're promoting today. So $50 bet today in pregame or while we're going to just sit here and watch the game live with you guys. And the game on Peacock today, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit different. And that's the promotion we're trying to get out there. See if you can get one of these free. The first one is free. If you get 4 of them, the first one's free. The next 3 you purchase. But then you got a collection of them. You want just one, then you get a free one.
Okay.
PointsBet. Make sure you use the code, Cody.
CHGO Cubs.
CHGO Cubs. That is the key to your life today.
I will say that I don't think there could be anything better than watching the Cubs, then after the Cubs, and this is future person watching, nothing better than watching the Cubs or whoever you're watching in Chicago, and then watching whatever team's post game while chugging a beer or sipping on a beer with that pint glass, because this glass bangs. This glass is sick. I have already told Jake that, like, y'all better be bringing some to the office for us to, just have, right? Like,
We might need them during this game.
right,
today.
right. That's what I'm saying. I love this glass. So, definitely take up this opportunity. It's a rare one. So,
So the Cubs won the first 2 games of the series, right? 15-2. Then they went in extras last night.
they actually won an extra innings game.
Yeah, how about
They
that?
actually scored an extra inning.
Yeah.
And
They actually
we
scored.
did
Isn't
our,
that crazy?
we revisited our preseason predictions earlier in the week, and we didn't do very well. And I said, hey, guys, don't give up hope now, because if they win 22 straight coming out of the break, we're right back to the 500 mark.
20 more to go.
And they
2
might,
down,
20 more to go.
20 to go.
What if they win all of the games now, right up? What if they go on a winning streak all the way up to the trade deadline? Does Jed have to adjust his thinking because they're on like a 9-game winning streak? How many games are left before the break? Let's see.
9?
Yeah, like 9, right about.
Well, there's 6 only, actually.
But they already have 2 wins, so it's 8 total, right?
8 total before the break, yeah.
So what if they go on an 8-game winning streak? Last year it was the 10-game loser.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Still selling. Still selling.
I think the whole
still think they're
they
selling.
dug too deep.
You got to
Yeah.
admit that would look bad, though, if they.
Right, you're in the middle of a hot streak and then start
Sorry.
trading everybody.
I will say this, though, this weekend, I know Ian Happ had a really good Friday. Everyone had a good Friday, right? But, like, I think this weekend's been good for Velazquez, and Morel's continued to, play well, and we've just seen a lot of good from the young guys these first 2 games. So, you can take some solace in that and feel good about that going into the second half, which is like basically all I asked for the rest of the year, was just to see some good from the young guys.
And the starting pitching was good. That's been the whole thing. And we
Stroman
talked-
was great last night.
Stroman was great last night. Yes, Friday, Steele gave the home run to Schwarber right away, and then cruised the rest of the game. Like, the whole year has been really, the rotation just hasn't been healthy. And even when they were healthy, weren't performing where they should be. And I think that's just been the whole reason why. I mean, that's where everything starts, right? If you don't have good starting pitching, you can't be a good team, right? That's just how baseball works. These last 2 games, Steele, Stroman, really good outings, and you see them, get 2 wins against the Phillies. Like, that's where everything starts. Is just the starting pitching. And as much as you want to see these young guys in general be really good in the second half, you also need to see Justin Steele, Stroman, Keegan Thompson, all these guys be good, good, throw out quality starts every time. Like that should be the goal, is to just be as close to a quality start as you can every single time. They're not going to win every game, but hey, like, as long as they're competitive in the second half, that's what they're supposed to be all season. But whatever. But as long as they're in these games, starting pitching them is giving them a chance. That's what you need to see in the second half. That's what biggest that's what I'm interested in seeing, is where can the starting pitching take this team in the second half, even though they're not going to the playoffs? Can the starting pitching be good enough to have them in every game?
And I think that's really probably the difference between, if you look at where our predictions were going into the season, maybe they were a little overly optimistic. Yes. But if you think about, if Wade Miley's been healthy, if Stroman's been able to be healthy and pitch the whole time, they might right now be a lot closer to some of those win-loss records that we talked about. And then maybe an 8-game winning streak coming out of the All-Star break isn't so outlandish, that it's going to change the future of the franchise. Because I do think they expected to be a little more competitive this year than it's turned out to be, and it does for me, a lot of it just comes down to starting pitching hasn't been what they thought they were going to get.
Right. One thing we haven't mentioned, the farm was insane last night, like all across the board. It was like, I think Brian Smith, he does his like 5 stars of the farm. He had to do 10 guys last night.
PCA
PCA
homered,
went yard. Bryce
for the
Ball
second
went
game in a
yard.
row, right?
Yeah,
PCA
second game in a row for PCA. Who else? Canario went yard.
And some good pitching.
And Sean Newcomb, a guy who's came over in that Jesse Chavez trade. I thought the Cubs DFA'd him.
Yeah, he got outrighted to Iowa.
Did he get outrighted at Iowa? Okay, so
A little while back.
But it's a good sign. He went 4 clean innings yesterday for them. I know he's definitely like one of the Cubs' mini projects of trying to get back to what he used to be. Who knows? Maybe if he continues it a little bit, maybe we'll see him sometime in the second half. Maybe he's something for next year. I don't know, but
didn't the whole organization? Isn't the organization sweep yesterday? Like,
I think so.
Like every
I think
level
it
won yesterday.
was,
I'm pretty sure.
They were like all the entire farm last night was great. Like there were so many highlights I was seeing on the timeline of
Amaya.
guys hitting. Oh yeah, Maya hit a home run last night.
I think Crook did too.
Yeah,
Crook, Narciso Crook.
And I think I saw that Killian pitched well.
Oh yeah, Killian. Yes,
Killian was good, yeah.
8
So
strikeouts, only
speaking
1
of-
walk.
Yeah, some starting pitching in the second half. Maybe he comes back to Chicago. We get to see a little bit more of him in August and September. Lots of good things. And I mentioned Amaya really quickly, but he's just recently been reactivated, coming back from his injury. He's been out for a long time. He was just reactivated, I think, like a week ago. One of those things that, Ryan, you called our attention to it, but dropped like during the All-Star break. Oh, by the way, Amaya's been activated in Double-A Tennessee. And not that you want to get too ahead of yourself, but if you're thinking about Contreras getting traded, Amaya's not necessarily going to be ready to jump to Chicago right after that, but he may not be too far behind it. Is a September call-up out of the question? I don't think so. So that's a guy to keep an eye on, I think, in the minor leagues over the next couple of weeks is what does Miguel Amaya bring you?
At the very least, next year. Because, I mean, let's be real. For the last 3-4 months, year, we're like, when is this guy going to be able to even play? And the fact that he is in Double-A right now is actually kind of incredible to me. I did not expect to see him play at all. Given that he had Tommy John. I know he's not a pitcher, but still, it's
a long recovery no matter what.
Yeah. So it's encouraging, and at the very least, like if he can't even be a catcher immediately for the Cubs, like maybe like DH him or something. I don't know. Like, that's what the Angels did with Ohtani whenever he had to go through that, right? He still hit. So I don't know. Like I don't know what that process is, and that's kind of the thing is like the Cubs have been kind of, at least from what I've seen, they haven't been very upfront with like his progression on being ready to do everything and go full force.
Speaking of Ohtani, teams have been checking in to see if he's available, huh? And also,
I said that the other day.
I'm watching the Peacock pregame as we're getting ready for the game to start. Get out there, make your bets on PointsBet right now. Fastest sportsbook, easiest sign up, all those things. Again, $50 or more pregame or in-game live bet today. You get one of our free CHGO Stein mugs. Stein mug, is that what you call it? Tumbler? Do you call it a tumbler? The glass?
Pint
Pint
glass.
glass?
Yeah.
Pint
Yeah.
glass.
Pint glass.
My apologies. Pint glass. It's early. And I'm watching, they've got Nick Swisher in an extra tight polo, and then they went to Ryan Sweeney in a seersucker suit. Listen, Peacock's got to get it together. Look at us.
Yeah.
All
get
in one
synced up.
uniform,
All
baby.
one uniform.
We all wore the same outfit.
And the guy who's standing next to Nick
I'm
Nick
not
Swisher,
sure.
he's not even wearing a polo.
Yeah, he's a broadcast. No, it's sort of like a cycling shirt,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is not the NBC shirt he should be going with.
Super tight. Definitely can
Yeah.
see,
There.
their
There's
entire
Nick
cuffs.
Swisher.
Look at that lettuce back there.
Nothing
those are
says
some
big game
glamour
like
shots,
Nick
yeah.
Swisher on the pregame.
Nick Swisher, yeah.
I
They're
forgot
they
that
didn't
Ryan
get the,
Sweeney played for the Sox.
they're
They're
messing
synced up like we are.
they're messing
No.
around with Luke's name in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Matt says Stuke Evemeyer, and then Jack has Steve Lukemeyer.
Steve
That's
Lukemire.
pretty.
Keep them coming, but just
Keep 'em
like
coming.
So when I
messing
worked
around with his
when I
name.
worked, like, being called Steve is not the worst thing I've been called, obviously, with a last name that's Stuckmeyer. I've had lots of Skywalkers, but when I was in Lincoln, Nebraska, working there in like late 90s, I got this email from this old man somewhere in Nebraska that wrote this big thing like, "Oh, love your shows, blah, blah, blah." It went on for, it was a really nice letter from a viewer, which you never get. Although he thought my name was Stu Luckmeyer. And so for the entire time that I worked in Lincoln, Nebraska, everybody called me Stu Luckmeyer. He went on and on like, "Loved this show when you did this, and then when you did this. Good luck to you, Stu Luckmeyer."
Yeah.
Signed Bob from
That sounds
Grand
like
Island, Nebraska.
That sounds like a character name out of an SNL skit. Stu Luckmeyer Sports.
Yeah. So Steve is not the worst thing somebody's mistaken my name for.
man.
I love the chat.
chat's
We have
pretty busy.
60 people in here right
love it.
now.
Let's go.
This early on a Sunday for this Cubs
good
team?
stuff.
Now, what do I
63
say here,
watches,
Cody?
only 14 likes though.
I'm
Yeah,
not
don't
usually
like
in the
that like
chat.
button.
I'm usually not live in the chat. I'm in a rundown for the show. I've ignored that today. What do I say? Pound the like button?
Pound the like
Pound it.
button.
Or mash that like button. Is that
Mash. Pound it.
There.
Hammer it.
Pound. Hammer.
Hammer the like
Everyone,
button.
everyone's asking what we're betting today.
Yeah, give us what you did it before we even got here.
Yeah, you know me. I
He woke
roll.
up, yeah.
I wake up. I roll over to my bedside and I grab my phone. First thing I do is look at PointsBet. It's my favorite app, guys. I don't just say it for the sake of the ad. It really is my favorite app.
Responsibly, your favorite app.
Responsibly. And so today I'm taking the over, which when I took it was at 9.5. It's moved up to 10. People are on the over. But if you take, it's at 10 now. I think last I checked on PointsBet is at plus 100. If you like that plus money odds, me and my guy Sean Anderson love plus money. If you watch CHGO Bets Daily, Smyly versus Falter, I think his
Falter,
name,
yeah.
Bailey Falter. Was looking at, obviously Smyly, since he came back from the IL, hasn't been electric. He's a guy who he's known to give up some homers. He's known to give up some hits. And then Falter, he's only gone four innings the last two outings. He's gone out there, not giving up a lot of runs, but again, this Cubs team's played well this weekend. I don't know. I feel like it's, they can continue it. It's not like this guy is insane. It's not like he's Zach Wheeler, like what they saw last night, right? But so yeah, I'm taking the over. I'm taking Kyle Schwarber 2+ total bases. He's batting well over 400 against Drew Smyly in his career. Only 7 at bats, but he's got a homer against him. So yeah, I like that. I also like Nick Castellanos. He's batting almost 400 against Drew Smyly as well. So I like both those guys on those 2 bets. And then Bailey Falter under 4.5 strikeouts. He's gone over it, that number or that line the last 2 outings, but again, only 4 innings each. So my thinking is maybe another short outing. Maybe he doesn't have enough time to even get 5 strikeouts. So yeah, that's what I'm riding with today.
Nice.
What about you guys?
Well, I'm having old guy problems today.
You still can't get into your account?
Well, here's what happened. So I've had the PointsBet account running, right? I made a couple wagers. Then, like true old guy, I forgot my password. So I said, I'm going to activate it. I'm going to get active. I'm going to make bets all game long. The problem was that when I came in, I guess my Google or something on the computer needed a new login to be re-logged into, and I couldn't remember that password either. So I went through the whole process of resetting the whole Google password thing, which is just mind-numbing, like 17 authentication process things, sending it to different emails and pinging my phone. I finally got that reset. The only problem is that now it's jacked up my email. And so when I go to PointsBet and I go to log into PointsBet and I say, I don't remember my password, and they go to send me the password, it's going to an email account that I can't get into because I changed my Google stuff. So here I am, trying to do a show, trying to log in, trying to get into my email, trying to get into another email. It might be the 6th or 7th inning, or it might not happen. We might have to live vicariously through these young fellas.
Yeah. right now I'm picturing that moment in Parks and Recreation when Ron Swanson just takes his whole computer and just throws it in the dumpster.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
There's nothing
that's
worse
you.
than life than passwords. And the older you
completely
get, the more you have, and the harder it is to remember.
I don't remember a single one of them. Anytime I log into something for the first time in a while, I have to go through the same process. I was able to get into PointsBet today.
Good for you.
So
You're already doing better than Stucky.
So yeah,
Matt says Stu's on the landline with Google. No, I got the Google fixed. I got the Google part
wait,
fixed.
what, you got your rotary phone out.
But I think that's the problem. I'm not getting any emails all of a sudden, and I think it's because
You changed your stuff.
I had to change the password
Oh, yeah.
for some reason to get into the Google today.
Wait, Stu, did you ever have the big brick cell phone, like the Stone Age one that just like?
My first cell phone was a T-Mobile flip phone that was about like this big.
Okay.
A little silver guy. I still have it somewhere. And then my second cell phone ever was the Moto Razr when it came out, which was
that was big.
That
time.
was-
it was
that was
badass.
big.
Let's be honest with
the
you.
Razr.
I remember,
I
as
remember the
like a early teenager, I was like,
I was in
"Oh,
elementary
big deal."
school when the Razor came out.
I can
Wow.
remember my
Wow.
buddy's dad. I can remember going
So
to
was
Soldier
Joey. Joey
Field
might
and
not
he
have even
had-
been in school yet.
He had like console, like the big. It was a cell phone in his car, but it was like
Yeah.
the size of your mug,
Right.
And it set down in a handset. That was the first like wireless phone. I was like, "What? You could talk on the phone with that thing?" And there's no.
It's not hooked up to anything.
It's not hooked
That
up to
was-
anything.
Yeah.
The Moto
damn.
Razr was great though because if you were mad at somebody, or even if you wanted to have a little attitude,
Yes.
you snapped it shut.
What's the movie with the movie with Danny Glover and I can't remember who else is in it? It's like the action series.
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon. There you go.
Oh my.
Well, I just couldn't remember the name. I've seen it, but I just couldn't remember the name.
Griggs
I
and
remem-
Murtaugh.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I remember seeing the first one, and it was like what the landline looks like, but like cellular. It was like a cellular landline. Look at that cellular landline phone. And I'm like,
Yeah.
how did like that was a thing back then? Like you took it out, he like put it on the hood of the car or something, and like called someone on it. I'm
There,
like,
well, yeah, you used to have the
holy
like
crap.
there were car phones at
Yeah.
first that worked in your car, but it still looked kind of like a traditional phone.
Yeah.
Right. That's what
I'm
my
like-
buddy's
that
dad
was-
had, and it
yeah.
was
Like,
like he had some spaceship in the car.
I was like,
Yeah.
whoa. So this is what they had to do back in the 80s.
That is.
Tough times. Tough
Yeah.
times.
Lucky
That's
to be-
all we could do. So again, $50 bet pregame now on the Cubs game or live in game using the code CHGO Cubs, and you get the pint glass from CHGO. Can we show that, Joey? Do you have the pint glass graphic if you're watching? It's up. So it's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
No, the new merch has been coming out. Pint glass. Got these shirts are out. There's the CHGO shirt that has
The skyline.
the skyline. That's probably my favorite one so far. The Hey Chicago, What Do You Say Cubs one. Then there's the
a
one
good
with the
shirt.
bear with the bat. CHGO. I also have the CHGO flag that's just gray on the front, and it's just like the flag in gray. Then there's the one that's this, but in a small logo, right?
Yeah, like
that.
up on the chest.
Right.
think.
And then there's the Sox, the
Well,
Blackhawks, and the Bulls. But
Not
Shit.
only do these shirts look good, they also, I have to say, are very comfortable.
they are.
Oh, yeah.
They're soft. You know, it's
yeah.
not. Again, not to be the old guy, but I am. Back in my day, when you got a T-shirt, it rubbed your nipples raw by the time you were done with the day. You know, it was like 20% cotton, and then the rest was just like wood and like polyester. Like they were, and then they would shrink in like all these strange shapes. Like if you
Oh,
put it
yeah.
in the dryer, it would like shrink down to a shirt like this, but then be really wide, or it'd be really long.
Uh-oh.
You guys
Calm
can't
down,
hear or
Joey.
see
Calm
Joey, but he
down.
just dropped his
Fumble.
phone. We're worried about him.
Oh no.
Now these shirts, pretty much most of the shirts, and these are one of them, you can get really comfortable.
The nipples are safe.
Nipples are, you don't have
My
to
nipples-
tape your nipples.
My nipples
Yeah.
feel good right now.
Yeah, you could
my
run a
nipples feel
marathon in this and probably be
And
okay.
you'd be
Should we
fine,
go over who
yeah.
you got? Real
Yeah,
quick,
you want to do who you got?
before the game starts?
Let's do it. Who you got? Trying to think who I took. Oh, I took Nico Horner because he's been. By the way, the play of the game last night was the steal of third.
Yeah.
He
in the
steals
10th
30.
inning,
If he doesn't
yeah.
steal 30, he doesn't score.
Yeah.
He had a home run, and he's been hitting great, and he should have been an all-star. I'll take Nico Horner.
Eco Horner. I like that pick. I went with Christopher Morel. I like him at the top of the order. I've got a feeling he's going to be the table setter today. So, Morel.
Chris Morrell. I took Ian Happ. All-star Ian Happ. Maybe possibly soon to be White Sox Ian Happ.
Oh, don't stop saying that.
But he's going to give you a few last good games in the Cubs uniform. We're starting with
For
tonight.
everything that you're right, I hope you're wrong about that.
I could be
Emphatically.
completely wrong. I'm just like just when we did our predictions on Thursday or whatever day it was, like I said Ian Happ to the White Sox. I have no idea if that's going to come true, but we'll see. But
Yeah.
Ian Happ is my pick
Rumors
today.
say him and Wilson going to San Diego.
Saw the Padres rumors. That's interesting.
that too.
So I'm taking Velasquez because he is hot this weekend. 2 homers on Friday. Let's just pretend that the second one wasn't off a position player pitching, and then a couple RBIs in the 10th inning yesterday, right? So, we're riding the hot hand. I like
Jack
it.
pointing out
Like
again,
that pick.
best shortstop in Chicago. Nico, that's why I took him.
That's
why I took him.
It's like every show he puts that in there.
Yeah, I would. What do you think the over/under is that I'll be able to figure out my passwords before the game is
Before
over?
the game is over.
Get
Talking
everything.
about innings.
Yeah, let's say the line at like
Yeah,
six
like
and a
what
half.
inning do you think? If you had to put the over/under
this.
on, this is not something you can actually bet on at PointsBet. You can bet on a lot of things at PointsBet, live in-game betting. They probably do not have odds on what inning I'll be able to figure out my logins for the Google and the other stuff. But like, I'm not sure it's going to happen. To be honest with you,
If
I'm
we
working on it.
I'll
You guys are going to have to take over for a while.
Cody, you're the expert here. What inning do you set it at?
I'll put it at 5.5.
So halfway through the 5th inning.
Yeah.
So a couple hours.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
going into the bottom.
going into the bottom of 5th inning. If you're taking the over, if you think
Oh,
it's
just
going
like
to take
halfway through the game.
Yeah,
at least?
if you
Okay.
think it,
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think we can give. It's Sunday. It's early. We can give Stuckey a little bit of break here, and not call him old for this one.
Yeah, because really everybody here could have picked up Do Right Donuts today, and nobody did.
I could have.
Nobody, especially Ryan, last one here.
Yeah, Ryan could.
You would think the hangover would. That's a good hangover
great.
cure.
That
Some
is.
Do Right Donuts.
Did they deliver? We could just get them delivered right
Find
here.
out.
Jake, if you're watching, if you could send Do Right Donuts to.
I was always like, whenever Cody would order Jimmy John's, like when we first, started and everyone was in the office all the time, and
Yeah.
Cody would order Jimmy John's, and for the longest time, the Jimmy John's delivery person just kept coming up to the door, and I'm like, how the hell are they getting in here?
I think if we ordered Jimmy John's, he would actually walk onto the set and bring you the
That's
sandwich.
what I'm
Last
saying.
time
We
I
need to
ordered
do
it, they come into
I
the
think
door.
we need to do it.
They
Bring
come in
them
the
on
door
show.
and
We
literally just drop
raised
it
a
off,
huge
and I'm like,
security
Yeah.
problem on live on
I'm like,
YouTube. That's-
we need this.
I'm double taking because I'm like,
What are you doing?
do they have a key? Like,
How
do
did you
they
get in?
give Jimmy John's a key just to bring
Oh, Jason
delivery in
Benetti
there?
doing the game.
Oh, it's hype.
Oh, I'm
Is
sure
that,
he's super
John
excited
Kruk, I
about doing
think.
that.
John
game.
Kruk is.
John Kruk looks like Mike North
Holy
a little
shit.
bit there.
He looks
does.
old.
He
I'm
looks
sorry.
like he looks like Mike North.
This is the last time I saw him on TV. That is, he looks so different. now.
John Kruk is one of the great. We just had the All-Star game. He's like
One of the best
maybe the
All-Star
greatest
moments ever.
All-Star game moment there
Yeah.
was. When it was Randy Johnson, right?
Randy
The big
Johnson
unit
was
throws
pitching.
over and he just like, I'm good.
He bailed out like
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody bail out of the batter's box. Because didn't he, if I remember right, Randy Johnson threw like 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but it went behind him or something, and then John Kruk was just like, I'm out, I'm done, I'm not doing this. That I think I still would say one of the best All-Star game moments of all time. If you've never seen it, look it up on YouTube. After all this, of course, game is over, post game is over, then go find that John Kruk All-Star game clip.
You mentioned Randy Johnson. It's a question I've talked to other people about, and it's kind of a fun thought exercise. If you had to pick one pitcher to go out there, Game 7 of the World Series, one starting pitcher, who would you take? Like, who would be your starting pitcher for
My
Game 7 of the
starting
World?
pitcher
Any
for
pitcher
game
ever.
one in history.
Any pitcher
In
of
history.
all time.
If you're in Game 7, you get your pick of one pitcher.
Well, I
in
know
history of
mine.
Baseball. I say Randy Johnson. I would go Randy Johnson.
Oh, I would take peak Jake Arrieta because nobody's ever been better than Jake that one year.
Chris Sale apparently was better according to Twitter.
What about Anthony Rizzo?
Interesting.
Oh, he's a he's a reliever though. He's a reliever.
Yeah.
Maybe as the
that's true.
closer, but not.
Jack R says Kyle Hendricks. It
Kyle
did work
Hendricks,
out.
it did
It
work.
did work
Yeah,
out.
Kyle Hendricks would be a really good. I mean, I'm trying to think of like just
Oh,
Like
Nolan
Madison
Ryan.
Bumgarner would be a good
That's the guy
choice.
that,
That
like,
guy's
Nolan
a
Ryan,
playoff,
Roger
like,
Clemens.
I thought
Cy
Nolan
Young.
Ryan right away.
I just think I'm just trying to, like I said, yeah,
Pedro
guys
Jordan.
who
I mean,
really
well, if you-
excelled.
let's talk about guys in our
Yeah.
lifetime. Like I've seen Nolan Ryan pitch, Roger Clemens. I haven't seen Cy Young.
Yeah.
I didn't see Sandy Koufax. Like there's some all-time
Or,
greats
like,
that I can't say.
Bob Gibson, maybe.
Yeah.
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 Well, if you put Fergie Jenkins in there, he'd go 17 innings if he needed to.
Yeah,
Well, that's why I like
You know, I
Nolan
mean,
Ryan. Is he?
You don't need a reliever.
Yeah, he could probably pitch games 5, 6, and 7 just right in a row. So
No, I think I go Randy Johnson. I think that's like,
I like that.
him
one.
and
He's
Kurt
awesome.
Schilling in that 2001
oh man,
World Series.
Well,
That was like, I mean, 98 is when I became a Cubs fan. 2001 is when I became a baseball fan.
Yeah.
Watching that World Series, the Yankees and Diamondbacks, Luis Gonzalez walk-off single to win the game in Game 7 off Mariano Rivera. But throughout that series watching, even the child version of me knew when Randy Johnson or Kurt Schilling were out there, the Diamondbacks weren't losing those games, and they didn't.
No.
Like, they were that great
was
in the
nasty.
postseason. Yeah,
The fact that a Mariners team with Randy Johnson, A-Rod, and Griffey
Ichiro
didn't win
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
is embarrassing. That's almost like having Mike Trout and not winning, like even getting to the playoffs.
And
it's
Mike Trout
worse. It's
and
worse.
Ohtani.
And Ohtani now,
Imagine.
yeah. By the way, Jedi of Chicago, that's a good point. Some funny Cardinals news. Arenado and Goldschmidt not traveling with St. Louis to Toronto because of vaccine status.
And I saw there.
I'm
Well,
interested.
I hope the Cardinals get to the World Series and have to play the Blue Jays.
I'm interested to see how many guys the Cubs are left behind when the Cubs go to Toronto at the end of August.
Well, the thing is, it won't
Interested
matter.
to see that. Well,
I mean, like this matters for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
yeah, it
Right,
really
these
does. They're
games,
right there
yeah.
in the middle of the playoff chase.
And I saw one of their other players had an expired passport as well and can't go, which I mean to me is, I don't know, is that worse? Like,
That's lazy.
yeah, like,
That's just
Expired
come on, man.
passport?
Yeah, expired passport. Like, dude, you had to have seen this on the calendar. You had some time.
Yeah.
And
Right.
can't you put
Or
somebody on
it's
that?
lazy on him, and it's also lazy on the organization for not like checking.
Check in on that. Like, hey, everybody's got their passports up to date, right? You know,
Right.
this is another country in Toronto, so
Right.
you need it, but guess not.
Oh, that's hilarious. Someone has said Verlander in here.
Yeah,
That's a
I
good
did.
choice.
I wondered about Verlander because I did see last night he was hitting 99 into what was it, the 7th inning,
Yeah.
which is amazing given how long he's been around, everything he's been through injury-wise in the last few years. Yeah, I like the Verlander pick, which brings me to another example of a team that had a great roster and great pitching staff 10 years ago or so, and the Detroit Tigers, and just never.
They had Scherzer and Verlander on
Scherzer,
that team.
Verlander, Cabrera Miguel Cabrera when he was still like in his
When he was a Triple Crown winner.
right. So
Oh, there's our guy, Nick
Nick
Castellanos.
Big Stick Mick.
They already had the graphic up about Schwarber hitting 30 home runs, and
Castellanos surprisingly having like a little bit of a down season, but still would take him on my team. Definitely would. And that's like, you want to talk about screw ups from this organization the last 4 years, like just letting him go to the Reds is like unexcusably bad.
when it seemed pretty clear that he wanted to stay in
Yes,
Chicago, he
absolutely.
was vocal about that. This is where he wanted to be, and you just let him go.
It's not even that. Sometimes it's not even like the Cubs making a move that's the mistake. It's just not acting on a potential move. And
Yeah.
the contract that he even got from the Reds too wasn't like, it was very. It would have been Cubs fans and the organization. They would have looked at that as like a steal. This organization would be in such a different place, I think, if they had brought him back
Absolutely.
and added him to the core. And sure, going into 2020, we had the pandemic year, whatever. But even last year, he was great.
we're missing Castellanos mic'd up.
Oh. There's
Oh, he's
Morel.
mic'd up.
Morel
Yeah.
first pitch.
Oh, the game started.
The
Wow.
game has started.
We're underway.
We're
Morel
underway.
popped out in the first pitch.
Well, that's good for no run first inning. You
That's
took that, right?
I did. That was one of my bets. I never did say what my bets
that's
were. I took the
You
no
guys
run
carry
first
on.
inning.
I'm going to work on the internet.
Stu's going to try to get logged in. It was Stu Luckmeyer? Is that
Stu
right?
Luckmeyer,
I don't
yeah.
remember that.
So Jared needs 5 more outs.
5 outs
So
to
we're
go.
sweating over here right now.
I know.
5 more outs with no runs.
Yeah.
But I also I
Steve
want
Luckmeyer.
Morel to get at least 1 hit because that was another one of my bets.
Okay.
But if that comes later in the game,
Yeah.
that's
Right,
all good.
right.
Oh, he's gonna have at least 3 at bats.
Yeah.
3 plate appearances.
For
Should be
sure.
fine.
I think
should be
I'm
fine.
Here's
There's
our
Nico.
our guy Nico, who he really was kind of like the MVP of last night's game, right? Like the stolen base that Luke brought up, the homer,
I feel like Nico's
getting
kind of
closer
been
to
like
that over under on the 10.5.
I feel like if you had to give out an MVP for the season, like Nico's a sneaky pick as like a dark horse pick as like the MVP of the Cubs this year.
Oh, for sure.
Because he's hitting what, like 305 right now, something like that. He's hitting over 300. He's played great defense at shortstop. He's looked like a good major league shortstop, which we were like,
which was kind of a question going into
coming into the year.
season.
We're like, can he be a major league shortstop? We knew he could be a Gold Glove elite defender at second base. The whole question mark was, can he be that same player at shortstop? And he's looked really good. Can the Cubs still go out this offseason and pick up a Carlos Correa or a Xander Bogaerts or trade like someone to, someone that's a proven all-star caliber shortstop? Sure, they can, but I'm like, if they don't, you're definitely not. He's also hitting 303, by the way. You're not like, what am I trying to say? They're not in a bad place with Nico at shortstop if they don't get one of those other guys going into next year. I think Nico is still has shown he's a good shortstop at this level.
Anyone you mentioned Xander Bogaerts? Anyone here actually think they might actually sell at the deadline with the way they're falling apart, like the Red Sox? I think that they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna sell because I think they're gonna go pick up an arm from the Cubs. But they're really like when they've really been trending down since even right around when they played the Cubs. They had a really good June, but they're really falling apart here in July. Like
I just got 252 emails.
He's over here muttering this. But
Went through. Now I got 252 emails.
Like it would just be interesting if they sold out and like they could sell they could sell Bogaerts knowing that like he probably gonna opt out.
And there might, who knows? Maybe there's one factor might be they look at their division and say, we're in the toughest division in baseball. This is a really hard spot to compete with. The Yankees have just been otherworldly this year. Blue Jays are good. The Rays have done well. Maybe a bit of a skid leading up to the deadline, and the Red Sox reconsider, let's do a soft rebuild or a semi-rebuild and trade some of these guys and then look ahead to next year, the year after. That's something the Red Sox have done well ever since ending their home or their World Series drought. However many years ago, they've done a nice job of never being more than a few years out from being a playoff team, being a World Series team. So it's possible.
Oh, nice play.
Also,
It is good play.
Heck's Joey doing back
Well,
behind
there you
me?
go. 4 outs to go, Jared.
4 more outs.
I also meant to bring this up, on the pregame show, but whatever. Since we discussed like our trade deadline draft thing, Michael King with the Yankees hurt, the relief pitcher.
Ah, yes.
There's that opens up a window of potential reunion with David Robertson, maybe
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
Yankees. Yankees need a relief. I mean, even like Chris Martin. Someone said Chris Martin to the Yankees. I think you might have said Chris Martin to the Yankees in that prediction.
I said Braves, but
Oh, someone said Chris Martin to the Yankees, I think, or maybe it was Givens. But there's
I thought it was Givens. Someone said Givens.
that's
Go
like
back
a
and listen
new
to that.
like they're gonna need another reliever, and they're all in. Yankees are all in, best team in the majors right now. Could use one of those. If you're looking at spots where Cubs could trade one of these relief guys that they have, Yankees seem like a fit.
Yeah. We got 80 people in the chat right now. Let's go. Look at that. Love to see that. Yeah, no, I'm just very interested about what the Red Sox are really going to do, and it does affect the Cubs in a way. I mean, if the Cubs are right now are in discussions with San Diego to send Happ and Contreras there to take one of their bad contracts, or two, I mean, Blake Snell is a guy that everyone thinks is on his way out too. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's been years since he was good.
Yeah.
Like he's
2 years,
yeah,
not even.
right. Like I don't know. I feel like the Cubs, like if they're not gonna go get a Juan Soto at the trade deadline, which they're not.
They're not going to. Still think they should, but they're not going to.
They're not going to. Like, I wouldn't be upset if they were found a way to go get Bogarts, and if they can work on an extension with him right away. You know what I mean? Now, if they can't, then it's like, why would you do that? Because he probably will opt out. But it's like weird stuff like that I think about, because we never know what's going to happen at the deadline.
And I do think it's interesting with this Padres rumor, because it's really, I think, the first time I've seen the idea of Happ and Contreras going together.
Yeah.
Because when you think about what the potential return for that could be, that gets pretty interesting to me. Yes, you may take on some bad contracts of theirs. Blake Snell. I've seen like Eric Hosmer's name has come up. Cubs don't really have a first baseman that I'm in love with at this point, so he could at least fill in for the time being. But beyond that, if you're trading those two guys together, you're getting I think a legit return prospects wise, whatever that looks like. So that's an intriguing rumor. Of course, to package those guys together, it's probably that's a sizable deal. It's probably gonna take some time to figure out, but one to keep an eye on for sure.
As far as what they're gonna get back from the Padres, like, I'm just interested in as far as what level in the minor league system they'll be able to get.
Because we saw when they did the Yu Darvish, Victor Caratini trade, yeah, you got Zach Davies, but then it was also, I think, like 3 17-year-olds. So,
yeah. And right now, Owen Casey looks like the best of those.
Yeah.
Right.
Preciado is, he's got a high ceiling, and then the other two, I know they have high ceilings too, but they're not nearly as touted as Casey or Preciado. So
Can't get over Stu Lukemeyer.
Stu Luckmeyer.
Stu Luckmeyer.
Luckmeyer?
I think I might be in, guys.
Oh, man. So that fifth inning.
Ooh.
Damn.
So if you took the under,
Yeah.
Smack that under.
and the first inning, Stucky, look at this.
It's impressive. First half of the first inning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you making
Speaking of which,
you gonna make a
that's all
live
I
bet
got.
over there?
Three-
Give me a second.
3 outs
Give me
to
a
go.
second. Go to your room.
3 Phillies outs away from me winning my first bet of the day.
Yeah, 3 outs away. For Jared. Interesting. You got that plus money, didn't you, on PointsBet?
Yes,
Yeah.
Plus
Indeed.
115 or something like that.
indeed.
Yeah, I should have rode. I was afraid.
Report-
Scared money don't make money.
Reports out of Philadelphia. This is from Megan Montemurro. Kyle Hendricks will be re-examined when Cubs return to Chicago to see how his shoulder is progressing. He said he's not fully asymptomatic, still some sharpness in shoulder, but it's better, and he started a strength program. He's absolutely optimistic he'll pitch again this season.
All right, so that you know what that is. Hey, teams, we swear he's not hurt. He'll give you 2 good games that could win you the pennant.
He's done it before.
I'm in, guys. What should I do here?
Well, it's
By
live.
the way, if that isn't the easiest login there is, I just did it. We didn't get through a half an inning.
Yeah.
And you guys always
That
say, if I can do it, you can do it. I just proved live on YouTube
Live.
that I could reset multiple passwords, log back in. Let me see if I have any money
Yeah, what-
left in my account. I do. $49.09 left.
Money to
It would have been even faster had you
spend.
not had to reset the email.
Oh, yeah, it was the Google thing, and then I had to actually reset the Google one again.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I had to reset the Google one twice.
Google was the problem here, not PointsBet.
That's right.
That's what we're yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's the over under at right now? Live.
You're going to have to tell me where I see that.
I mean, I might have to log in myself and.
Well, I see the spread is plus 1.5,
Oh, what a catch by Schwindel.
minus 155. Oh, everything says suspended now.
Yeah, it does that whenever it's live.
Oh, I just need to go to live, right?
Can Frank get there? Oh.
Frank, nice catch.
Yeah.
So there's
I
2
was
outs to
watching it
go.
on that TV over there. The
Yeah,
TV,
this one's
the
ahead a
TV
little
on the pole is a little bit faster than what we got in front of us.
Can we turn that one like sideways? Does that TV turn this way? That actually also reminds me of like The Office. You guys ever seen The Office? When
Yeah.
Michael Scott has like the flat screen TV on the wall. He's like,
And he
he's like,
brings
watch
more
this.
for the dinner party.
like,
Yeah,
watch
right.
this. Like
The
2
dinner-
inches
dinner
in. He's
party.
like, Goes right into the wall. It's like 2
His
inches.
plasma
That's one of my
screen, as he
favorite
calls
scenes
it.
of
The
The
dinner
Office.
party episode.
Yeah.
Oh my
It is.
God.
It's arguably the best one.
That was that. Just watch this.
Isn't that where he
Goes right into the
woos
wall.
Jan? Does he woo Jan there?
Well,
They're
there,
already together in that
Schwarber.
episode.
They break up.
Oh,
that's
Schwarber.
the beginning of the end.
Just missed.
That's the beginning of the end.
Oh man, that was.
So she
Schwarber
breaks
just
his
came
TV
so
in that
close on
episode.
that
Yeah,
one.
she throws his.
Yeah.
He throws his.
Because Dundee.
His Dundee at the.
I'm in the
TV.
live betting. I'm looking for the Cubs. Scrolling.
The over/under is at 8.5. I got it 9.5. I saw it 10 when it
Dang it,
closed.
I
Yeah.
need to get
After
under.
one inning, it's gone down.
I told you to take the under. Where are the
well, then
Cubs
take
at,
the
though?
under. You can get at minus
I'm just
105.
trying to
One
find
more
the
out.
Cubs.
One more
more
out.
out.
Jared.
One more
go.
out, and Jared gets no run first inning,
Oh,
guys.
this is Reese Hoskins.
Yeah, it came really close to losing though. Schwarber.
Schwarber made me a little nervous there.
Yeah.
Schwarbs.
Shouldn't the Cubs be in live?
Speaking of Schwarber, did you guys see
I
that
don't know
on
what
Twitter?
you're talking about. Stu.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Just
I
go
got
to
it.
MLB, and it's
I did.
right there.
I went to live.
Did you guys see pregame on Friday? Like there was like a tweet floating around that Justin Steele was like, was like second time all time, like most four seamers in a season,
Without
like not
giving
throwing a
up a
home
home
run.
run,
yeah.
But it was like first pitch, I think. That
Yeah,
Kyle
it was
Schwarber-
like first pitch to
First four
Schwarber.
seam he throws,
Yeah.
hits a home run, and I'm like, man, that's not a jinx. I don't know.
Justin
what to tell
Steele
you.
needs to find
Huge
whoever
jinx.
put together that stat
Yeah.
and have some words.
That guy actually quote tweeted his own tweet or whatever later that night and was like, "I apologize to the city of Chicago, Chicago Cubs fans,
sorry,
and the
Justin."
Chicago Cubs," or
Yeah.
something like that.
Robbie, the game is on Peacock if you have it.
On Peacock.
Yeah, it is on Robbie's World of Sports asked, where can I find the game? It is on Peacock.
And you should be able to watch it for free. Just download the Peacock app. And if you have an Xfinity account at least, you
Yes.
should be able to log in and watch.
Yeah, I think Xfinity has like automatic Peacock
yes, you get
accounts.
Peacock automatically with it. And this is, I think, the whole streaming thing that they've been playing around with.
yeah.
There
There
you
we
go.
go.
No run first inning for
Whoa.
Jared.
All right,
Hey, someone's winning something today, baby.
Right.
Here's a
beat
bet on
Vegas.
here. You ready? It says Chicago Cubs total. Bailey Falter versus Drew Smyly. Over 3.5 is minus 125. Under 3.5 is minus 105. So that means I have to bet. I want to go under.
Under would get you more value on a win.
Over? Are you talking? Is this
I
runs?
think he's total runs. I think.
Total runs?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I backed out of it.
I don't know what tab you're in, Stucky.
I'm going back. I'm going
He's
back.
like, I accidentally logged out of PointsBet somehow.
Now we should have changed it to how long will it take for us for Luke to make a
well,
bet?
the over is 8.5 minus 110.
Yes.
But I wanted to go under.
Okay, then you click the under point or the under 8.5. at
Where do
minus
I
one.
see that? Where do you
It's
see
right
that?
below it.
This is a live look at Luke discovering how to work.
Oh, I
PointsBet.
see it. I see it. It's 121.
It's a
Yes,
live
yes,
look.
that's
Okay.
it.
And
So
I'm
you
going to
click
wager
it.
$10.
This is how easy it is. You are
Is that a
watching
big bet?
live.
No.
I better go just $5.
You're watching live as Luke discovers how to work
And-
PointsBet.
well, and to
That's
be-
how easy it is. It is. When we say it's so easy, Luke can do it. So can you. Like we are watching it live in person.
To be fair
Payout
to
would be
Luke,
$9.17.
There you
To be fair to
go.
Luke here, the exact same thing happened, except with me, it was just before we went on camera. I was holding up my phone, showing it to Ryan and Cody, like, all right, which button do I push over here? So it
Oh,
is.
I am
even as a
excited.
non-sports gambler, it's easy to use.
I am excited that Luke has now
I just did it.
made a bet.
I just did it. We're under 8.5. I got the wager in.
At first,
Sucky out.
the first rule of gambling with your buddies is you don't ride against one another. And
Yeah.
Stucky just broke that rule.
But he bet.
true.
what'd
He
you-
bet the
took the
under,
under.
after I sat here and said that I was taking the over.
Take the under. All these guys played last night. They all want to get the hell out of Philadelphia. It's 100 degrees.
Look at this guy fanning himself in the stands.
You got to take the under. It's 100 degrees out there. They played last night extra innings. Every guy in the Cubs roster wants to get on a plane and get the hell out of Philadelphia. Everybody in Philadelphia wants to go home. I'll be right back.
I watched on the stream like Luke is like, just hopping back in.
He's out.
Yeah.
I do love that he did bring his own personal sign. So
Yeah, I'm gonna use that later.
Yeah. Borrow that. All right. So
I haven't eaten yet.
Seiya Suzuki.
Stuke Stuckmeyer is what Jack is riding with.
Jack, Jack he had to write down like 50 of these.
Yeah.
What about ping pong?
Yeah, we're going to have a ping pong camera.
Oh, hell yeah.
What
Yeah.
can we
I
get?
was 4-1 on the All-Star day. On the day of the All-Star game, I went 4-1. here in
Ryan,
the
I'm not
office.
undefeated
Nice.
anymore. I played Cody left-handed, and I got 11 points.
He actually was
against him.
pretty impressive left-handed. I won't lie.
It's a little too big to write on.
Yeah, everything's
Nobody
suspended
took
on
Saya,
PointsBet
did they?
right now.
For who you got.
Not
Surprising because
No.
he's had a good weekend too.
Who did you pick?
Velasquez.
Okay.
So, again, I made a $5 live in-game bet on PointsBet just now. But the deal today is a $50 bet live now in-game using the code CHGO Cubs, and you get one of our cool pint glasses.
Right. When you sign up.
When you sign up.
Yeah. If you haven't signed up, use code CHGO Cubs.
CHGO Cubs.
Deposit $50. Make a bet, and you get a pint glass. I believe that is how it's working. Yep.
One of 4 collectible pint glasses.
Yeah.
That's
You get
right.
The first one free
Right.
and start a set.
Ooh, say
I'm trying to get them to make a pint glass that just says "Not Steve" on it.
Not Steve.
Steve.
Not Steve.
Special
Or obvious
edition.
shirts, like if they want to get in on it, you know,
If they-
like
oh,
join
I
the-
like that,
We
yeah.
could do like a partnership shirt, not Steve.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
I like
Ferris says this is the hottest live show on YouTube right now. That's what I like to hear.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
All of us wearing the same shirts, you know.
Totally unplanned.
Me, like I'm showing off the legs right now.
See now,
You
and
know?
somebody just
Stucky
said,
made a bet. Man,
somebody
we are
just
hot.
said Stuke Stuckmeyer. The other one
Jack
before
did.
it was Stu Luckmeyer. Stu Luckmeyer took off. That was like I had that for 3.5 years.
In Nebraska?
Yeah, I was called only Stu. And when we were not on the air, I was Stu to everybody in Nebraska. I had a kid in high school call me Puke Stuck on My Tire. And that caught on for a while, too.
Puke
Man.
stuck on my tire?
Yeah,
Pukes.
he wasn't very smart.
No. I bet he thought that was super clever, too.
He did. Yeah, he was better at geometry than I was, though, I'll admit that.
I like this camera view of Morel.
So right now,
Oh,
Ooh.
oh.
Happy got under it.
can
That
of
is
corn,
a-
he wants out of there, singing,
Yeah.
hacking away.
Hey, that's good for us if it just they all just come up hacking first pitch.
Well,
Yeah.
it's good for me because I took Falter under 4.5 strikeouts. He has 1. He did get wisdom, as we all might have expected. But under
made-
4. We need under 4.
Benefit from all these pop-ups and
Yeah,
fly
yeah.
balls.
If there's any pro to this for me, it's that no one's striking out.
Oh, there's my first yawn. It was a mini one, but it's coming.
Justin says, Cubs or Philly, who y'all got? Anyone actually bet on the actual game?
I didn't.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I didn't bet.
Did not bet
results.
on
Yeah.
winners.
We did not
you?
bet on winners. No, I did not. No, I got.
Okay, but if you were to bet on a team today, who would you have put your money on?
I probably would have bet on the Cubs just because of plus money. And
that.
because, like, I don't know, this Phillies team's just, they're fraudulent in my eyes, man. Like, they have the offense, and they have decent pitching. Good pitching, actually. Like, Wheeler's really good. Noah's really good. Their bullpen, like, they brought guys out there last night that were throwing triple digits. Like, they got guys, but their defense is just not good. And it showed in game 1. It showed again last night. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, and I would think differently if they were, like, in the AL Central or, hell, maybe even the NL Central. But, like, that NL East is so good. I don't think they're even going to get that one of those 3 wild card spots.
I'll see you in the 4th inning.
Not
Hey,
Steve.
David Allen Scully asks if any of us have been to the Galloping Ghost, largest arcade in the world. Never heard of it. Galloping Ghost?
I've never been there.
Say, sorry, David, none of us have been, but Galloping Ghost. Where's it at? Oh, it's in Brookfield.
Oh.
Maybe I'll have to
Largest
take a
arcade in the world.
CHGO field trip out there.
CHGO field trip to the zoo and to the Galloping Ghost.
Get me and Stucky play a little NBA Jam. That'd be some.
For sure.
Who's
That'd
ready?
be some content right there.
Joey said, "Who's ready for the CHGO ping pong cam?"
Ooh. Jake beat me the
on
other night.
Wednesday or Thursday, whenever we were here.
Whatever day the All-Star game was.
Oh,
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Jake was the one who beat me.
When was the last time we were here? It was Wednesday, right? Thursday?
Thursday. Thursday was the last
Thursday?
day. we were here. Feels
Yeah.
like it's been a week, but
I
it
know,
was just
right?
Thursday. Totally worth the trip, huh?
Yeah, Shy says Galloping Ghost is amazing. Man,
Okay.
maybe we could take a CHGO field trip out there.
All right.
Galloping Ghost.
You ever been there, Stucky?
Never heard of it.
Even though
I do like the arcades. Like, what's the one? Headquarters in River North, like the barcade.
Oh yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I've heard
Emporium
of it.
is Wicker Park. On Milwaukee, there's an arcade
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
bar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do like those barcades.
Arcades.
They've
are
got
fun.
I don't know if it survived COVID or not, but Wicker Park also in Milwaukee has a indoor miniature golf bar.
Miniature golf bar.
Yeah.
It's the best of both worlds right there. I've heard of some place. I don't know where it is. And it might not even be like I might have heard about it when I was at school still. But there's like a miniature golf, like a golf course, but like mini golf, like structured like an actual golf
A
course.
full size golf course
I don't know
that's
if it's a
miniature
full
golf.
size golf course. It's like
Wouldn't that
like,
just be golf?
But it's with like it's like putt.
But you can only use your putter.
Yeah, it's
Be
like
there
putt.
all day.
I'm like that's kind of cool. It's not a full size golf
But
course.
like an
Right.
extra large miniature golf course.
It's like designed like a golf course. What I've heard, I have no idea where this place is, but it's like
know if I
there's
fully-
no obstacles or any of that dumb crap that
Well, that's-
Yeah.
miniature golf has.
So you're
it's
just
like
putting on turf.
pretty much. I'm like I think I would enjoy that. Like those stupid fans that are always going around those things, and I
Yes.
hit it every single time I try to get it through a little hole. Sucks.
Meanwhile, Drew Smyly, man, 4 outs, 4 quick outs for him today.
Good
so
thing I
far.
took the under.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what he looks like the second time through the order.
Mm-hmm.
But
Just trying to
like
up the
we
trade
talked
value,
about
baby.
it, I was going to say we talked about him as a trade candidate on Thursday, and you have some impressive outings like this against a team with a good offense.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about while I was signing up and logging into everything? Did you talk about the fact that Marcus Stroman might be traded? Why not?
I just don't see it happening.
I mean, because you think the Cubs value having that starter for the next 2 seasons, or because there's no market? Because I think the way he's pitched the last couple times, there absolutely would be a pretty good market for him. And now they can't trade Hendricks.
I think it comes down to how quickly they think they can be competitive again.
Right.
And I think that they signed him in December because they think that maybe in that third year of that contract that they're going to be a competitive team and they're going to need him. That's why I don't think they trade him, just because I believe that they picked him up with that in mind. That probably not 2023 necessarily. Maybe 2023 is the year to try to get back to 500 and then shoot 2024. Then you're talking about competing in the division again, and you still have Stroman there. By then, Justin Steele, Keegan Thompson have had another full season of coming along. That's the main reason I don't think of Stroman as a trade candidate at all.
Castellanos. Grab some bench, as Hawk would
Sure
say.
did.
Yeah.
He was reaching down and away for that
That's why I
think,
took the under.
Stroman's interesting because, like, a lot of people think that the Cubs just did that as a way to potentially move him anyway. But, like how did they get him to sign outside of money? Like, money talks. I get that, but, like,
Money talks. He wanted to pitch at Wrigley Field. He
Yeah.
thought that was kind of cool.
And
yeah,
and
but
he
did you
also-
think like a lot of guys want to pitch at Wrigley Field? You think that they actually would have, like, if the Cubs were upfront and said that this team probably is going to be 500 at best, that he wanted to come here, like,
Well, and just
at this point in his career, I feel
Right.
like he would want to be on a real true contender, and that's why it's surprising to
Yeah.
me that he would consider signing with the Cubs if they were
Unless
if they told him straight up that, you know, we are only going to be 500.
And given, too, the way he was, now it didn't work out, but you remember he was all in on trying to get Correa to come to the Cubs as well.
That's true.
He struck me at the time and still does as the kind of guy who came here believing he was joining a team that was going to be competitive soon, and was on board with, I can pitch in 2022 on a team that's not going to be that great, but I believe that during my time here, I am going to get a chance to pitch in the playoffs.
It all depends on what his other offers were. Like
True.
if the other offers were way less, then he just took the money and was like, whatever. If they're going to trade me, they're going to trade me to a contender. And by the All-Star break, just after the All-Star break, I'll be on a contender for a couple years anyway. Plus, I'll have my cash.
Yeah.
So it's win-win in that situation. And if it wasn't and it was less, then he actually does believe in what the Cubs are doing. You know, when they first signed him, we thought, well, that signing looks to me like they think they're going to be in the playoffs at least in 2 years, this year or next year. We know it's not happening this year. But why would you, unless you're going to trade the guy, why would you sign? I don't believe it was just to put fans in the stands, because Marcus Stroman being on the team does nothing for putting fans in the stands at Wrigley Field. They're going to be there because it's Wrigley Field and it's sunny and there's ivy and there's the bleachers and there's beer and there's the bars.
They're the one organization
not nearly as like a Correa would, right?
Right. I mean, a pitcher that throws you might see him pitch.
Right.
And the Cubs are one organization in baseball, one of maybe two that don't need to play that game of let's sign so-and-so in order to get some people to buy tickets. Good or bad, people come to Wrigley no matter what. So Cubs don't need to do that. I don't. That's a game they've never needed to play because they know that the place is going to be full or mostly full pretty much 81 times a season no matter what. Again, I really believe that Stroman came here thinking they were going to be competitive soon, wanted to be a part of that, expected that there would be other additions to the roster, whether it's Correa or somebody else, so he sort of maybe, I would expect, saw himself as, I'm the first domino in this next team that's going to be competitive.
Yeah, I feel the same way, especially considering he signed like not a 1 year contract. Just for the money. Like it was a 3 year contract. Yeah. So I feel the same as like that Stroman. I think that's kind of how the Cubs looked at it too. Like obviously Suzuki as well, but like those are guys that were like, okay, like if we're trying to be competitive, these are two good guys, especially Stroman. Like the early, we're trying to be competitive this year. That's Stroman's a guy to add to that rotation, proven track record, like good pitcher. We know that. And then I mean obviously things just didn't work. He's been unhealthy for a lot this year. But I think you mentioned the domino. Like I think that is like the first move to be like, if the Cubs are going to be, they ended up not being competitive this year, but if they're going to be competitive at all in the next 2-3 years, like Stroman was that first guy. Be like, okay, like this is a good veteran, solid rotation piece, not an ace, but a guy has a proven good track record. That if we are competitive in the next couple of years, like this is going to be the guy. He's going to be one of the guys that is going to help us be. Yeah, I think that's how the Cubs looked at it. Didn't work out that way this year, but I still think Stroman is a guy that they want to have, that they could have in a competitive rotation.
Well, we've talked about like, okay, Contreras is going to be a sign, not really going to be a sign of anything. Like how long is the rebuild going to take? Because we think they had every
gone. Holy out of here. That's good for the over.
Look at that.
Well, what was Luke's line? Gomi, my homie, something like that.
Yeah. Contreras doesn't tell me anything about when they're going to try to compete again. Now, if they trade Happ as well, now you're starting to say, okay, this is more than just 1 year, 2 year. This is multiple. Yeah. And if they trade Happ, Contreras, and Stroman somehow,
right?
Then you're looking at a couple more
buckle
years.
Up, folks. Yourself. It's going to be a long time. They're waiting for PCA and all those guys to get here before they compete.
And that's why I know I've said it before, but I think Happ is the guy to watch at this trade deadline. Because if he's still in a Cubs uniform on August 3rd, then they believe they're going to be competitive again and soon. If he is traded, like Luke said, that's when we may have to adjust expectations. Maybe 2024 isn't the year if he's packaged in with Contreras or just traded at all. So he's, again, I've said it a lot, but Ian Happ's the guy to watch at the trade deadline for me.
Ooh, also Rachel's hopped in. Rachel's
Rachel's up.
from London.
Oh, she is.
OG
Love
CHGO
it.
friend
OG, yeah. She was
Yes.
here day one.
on day one.
From London, that's dedication too,
Yeah.
because this is
Wonder, what time
this
is it
your
in London
evening.
right now?
What are we
6 hours ahead, right?
6 hours ahead.
Hours ahead. So it'd be like
So it's dinner
5:30 in
time.
the evening.
5:30.
Yeah, something like that.
it's dinner,
I mean,
time for you guys.
Rachel, I hope-
Ryan's still got a few cocktails in him, and Rachel could have some soon.
That's
There
right.
you go.
She's
Sun-
in, I,
Sunday fun day.
I
Yeah,
hope
Sunday
Rachel that
fun
you're at a pub right now. Just you
Watching.
got the YouTube on your phone. maybe,
Rachel. Rachel's coming to Chicago in August.
Really?
She is.
She gonna
yes.
be at a game?
Yeah, she says she's going to Wrigley.
There you go.
And I remember her. I think it was either her or I know she runs the UK Cubs fan Twitter account or
Twitter account,
whatever. They asked like they sent a tweet asking like, where should we go in Chicago?
Right.
I said Murphy's. I'm pretty sure I said that.
You didn't tell them Sluggers?
It was either that
Trader.
or Sluggers. One
Trader.
of the two.
Nobody says Cubby Bear anymore.
No. But
I've actually never been to the Cubby Bear.
Ever?
I've been there.
I've been there. It's been like
yeah.
5
It's a
years.
big place.
since
They've
last
had
time
some
I was
good.
there.
I mean, Foo Fighters played there.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
It's
right.
just
It's
a different place. It's a bigger place
big.
than Murphy's.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh, did you guys just see that?
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, he totally went, and he's
big time. Is he arguing it?
Well, yeah, he sold.
damn it, Bodie, you're not
Oh.
helping my
He,
strike.
he
out.
tried to sell that for sure. Well, watch,
Anyway,
it. Watch
I
how
appreciate
far he
the
goes.
effort, but you're way out there
Look
in
at
front of
that.
yourself.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, he
past your
totally
shoe.
went.
He was
in
definitely
front.
trying to sell
Yeah.
it. He was definitely trying to sell it.
Anyway, what I was gonna say though is, I told her that if they have the time, they're welcome to come by the office.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Rachel says she's in town August 17th for the entire Brewers series.
There you go.
So
That'd be cool.
Nice.
we got Velasquez at the plate now. So Cody, this
Ooh.
is your guy, right?
Also,
Yeah.
didn't Rachel go to that home run derby X thing?
Yeah, I think I
London?
saw that on her
Who-
Instagram.
Who
account.
won? Nick Swisher was in it, wasn't he?
I thought
On
he
the Yankee
was.
side?
And then
wonder
the
who
Cubs
won.
had Giovanni Soto.
I want to see. I want to see. Yeah, they had Giovanni Soto. Who did the Dodgers have? I'm gonna look it up.
Adrian Gonzalez.
Was it Adrian Gonzalez?
Yeah.
And the Red Sox had someone that I don't remember.
Yeah. I don't know.
I gotta see it.
Maybe it was like. Oh, it was. Wasn't it Johnny Gomes?
Was it?
Maybe. I don't know.
Apparently, London was treated to an epic finish in the debut of Home Run Derby X.
You guys want donuts?
I'll take donuts.
I could go for a
I'll eat a
donut.
donut.
Joey, if I give you cash, will you order on one of the apps some do-rights?
Luke's trying to like.
I
deposit
don't
the
have one.
money
Of,
into
I don't
his
have
phone
one.
straight
I don't
up.
have one of the pay
Like,
apps.
how do I get the money in there?
I don't have the Venmo or the Chase app. I don't have any of those.
Yeah, he didn't go.
Tell us, go to the order and let us know when we can order them. I got to have one of those Varhona chocolates. Probably
Yeah,
a blueberry if they're
held there, huh?
available.
Yeah.
Again, you're watching
Katie
the game
says
on
never
Peacock.
say no to donuts.
No, that's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's wise.
Instead of ice cream social, it's a donut sundae.
Even though we
Donut
still have
Sunday.
plenty of ice cream in the freezer.
Well, nobody says you can't make an ice cream sandwich out of the donuts.
that's true. That's true.
Some of those
It's like
places
that,
do that. They cut the donut in half, put ice cream.
Yeah.
This will be the
I went to a
diabetes
place like
episode.
that.
Well, what do I look like? Do I look like Rockefeller over here? Buying the Sox guys donuts? A dozen. Oh, now Joey's treating to make me feel bad.
Oh.
No.
Show Joey.
Show
That's a
Joey.
walk. I'll take that. As in what that.
What's that? No. No.
Oh, I like the maple bacon.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. No pistachio. Who wants a pistachio
I'm not
donut?
interested in that.
Even
but-
I'm sorry, Do-Right. I love Do-Right, but who the hell wants a pistachio donut?
What are these things that
Yeah,
the fans
that's
have?
fair.
Not this. That's a fan.
I saw
Yeah,
that,
I got
like,
one of those in the car.
This next one. Wow. What?
I mean,
is that fan?
that's
is that
good.
A fan?
What do we
That's
got?
fine with
5
me.
of us?
Yeah.
What is it? Is that a fan?
That's one donut each.
Did you guys see that?
We'll do a dozen. I'll
I saw people like wearing it around their neck.
I did
because
see-
I want
Yeah,
at
what it
least
is.
2
I saw
the
donuts.
one
I'm
guy
gonna do
has it
donuts.
like under his hat.
Is it a
Ah,
fan?
Burrell.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
let's
There
go.
we go.
Run.
That's my guy.
Schwarber. Stop.
Oh,
the
he's
way
already
around,
standing
all
on
the way
there
second
you
on that
go,
monitor.
Velasquez.
Oh,
Why is
Oh, he
this? Why
scores
is this one
standing
so
up.
slow?
Yeah, this one's behind.
This one's on. They're both on apps, but
So, my guy so far, it's early, but
my guy scored a run.
He's winning.
yours scored a run, RBI double from my guy, and that means I won my second bet of the day.
What was your second bet?
Oh, Morel to get a hit.
Morel to get a hit.
Well, there you
That's
go.
kind of an easy one.
Well, I don't like. We're already at 2 runs. I don't.
And I also bet the over.
How do I take my bet back?
It might be a cash out.
can cash
I also
out.
took
Cash
the
out,
over
Luke.
today. So that's
Oh.
all right.
That's what happens when you bet against the group.
Yeah.
Joey, does it let us pick what kind of donuts
That's like
we
a
want?
gambling no-no. Just riding against the boys. Come on,
Cubs
man.
You see
money
what
line
happened?
is
We
at-
start-
Cubs
What's
money line
that?
is minus 281 right
It doesn't.
now.
They just
Live
pick
bet.
your
It
own
was plus
donuts.
money like last inning. It was plus 100.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh my God! What a mess. Yes. I want a blueberry crumble or a blueberry one.
I want that vanilla, the vanilla with the sprinkles.
Oh yeah, the sprinkles. And I want a Valrhona chocolate. VALRHONA chocolate. Valrhona? I think it's called. VALRHONA chocolate. It's one of the best cake donuts you'll ever have. Yeah. He wants sprinkles. And then I said a blueberry one.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's going on with? Oh,
there we
okay.
go.
Never
We're
mind.
back.
What was
Those-
that?
Peacock
those are
just
the
like
best
went
ones.
full away
Peacock
there.
just spazzed out on us.
Yeah.
No, I like Peacock. Peacock, I have it like just the streaming service.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's-
has The Office on it.
It's like
There's
Hulu. Like
lo-
it reminds me a lot of Hulu.
If you're interested in watching all 22 or 23 seasons of Law and Order SVU, that's also on there. I did that one summer. Oh man, it took me the entire summer to watch Law and Order SVU.
That's, wow.
It was because
That's
it's
quite the
like
summer.
it's like 20 something episodes. They're all like 42 minutes long, and there's like at the time it was like 20 seasons. Like it took me a long time to get through them.
Dedication. I feel like you should have done like a podcast, as you're watching.
recapping
Right,
each
recapping
on
all
this-
these episodes.
Man, I
It's
could
quite an
have.
undertaking.
I could have, but yeah, that is a good show. I like it a lot. Oh, Nico Horner just got hit on the foot.
So, okay.
This is very good
Got
for
some
my
things-
bets
things
in terms
developing.
of the over and the fact that this pitcher is falling apart.
You could
Maybe
say
he comes
he's
out of this game early.
faltering.
He's faltering. Yes, yes, yes.
You know, NBC owns a piece of everything. Obviously, they own Peacock, but they also own like 35% of Hulu.
That explains why they
That's
look
why
similar.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
what?
Hulu was their streaming idea early on. And then they split it with like ABC, and then when they were like, "This is crazy. Let's just do one on our own." Then they launched
really?
Peacock, but they were part of Hulu. Then they stopped giving their shows to Hulu, even though they still own a lot of Hulu.
Also on
It's all
Peacock.
messy, right? Like those companies, like what?
Yeah. Well, Peacock also
Makes
brought
sense.
in like the WWE Network. So if you're a wrestling fan, all the WWE stuff
Ooh.
is on there.
Right.
Which like I don't watch wrestling anymore. But when I was like through me like 14 or 15, that was like religion for me. So I'll go back and like watch stuff from like the early 2000s or the 90s, and it's pretty good,
okay.
man. It's pretty good. I will say.
Again, $50 bet.
But no free ads.
$50 bet on PointsBet right now with the code CHGO Cubs. You get our pint glass for free.
Hey,
But you got to make it during the game right now. How did Nico just get on? My guy's on.
He got hit
got hit by a
by a
pitch.
pitch.
He's on base. That's all that matters.
And
My
this
guy
might
actually
be-
walked though.
If you're going to make that bet, this might be a good time to bet the over because Cubs got a little something going this inning. Maybe some
I'm
runs.
an against. I'm an against the
runs
grain
on your
guy.
Twitter, like read the top one, like the line break on the third line. It like repeats the words for some reason. Like a break from.
I got to tell you, I'm a little disappointed. that, like,
Yeah.
Like the tweet. The tweet.
it took us, Joey, to
The tweet
get
is
this
fine,
done.
but,
It took
like,
us to get this
the
done. I
notification
thought we
does,
might
like,
have
like
some
a
sort of like scrambled egg buffet.
Really?
You know, like you go to a Holiday Inn or whatever. Yeah,
Continental
you stay at one of those.
breakfast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
continental breakfast.
continental
You know, you get
breakfast.
the little waffle. We could have had a waffle machine over here. I thought they were going to hook us up.
There was talk
Pre-game
of
show 10:30. I thought we'd at least have scrambled eggs in the waffle machine.
there was
in here.
talk of mimosas.
Yeah.
The other day.
That's right.
There was talk about mimosas.
A Bloody Mary or two.
I just assumed Law Dog was going to be here and bring do-rights.
Right. There's a
Law
lot
dog?
of assuming. A lot of
All
assuming.
notes that
I
we
will
need to make
say
for next
I
time.
do enjoy the screen grab that Casey, our social media director, made, and it's just when Steve left the set and it says "Be right back," and the caption is, "If you bet Luke Stuckmeyer to be the first CHGO Cubs member to take a break from today's live show, collect your winnings."
White Sox Sean is checking in to see if there's food in the office. See, he's thinking the same thing I did.
A dozen.
Sean, we just ordered do-right. Should I follow up with? But there are none for you.
We're eating them all.
I'm just going to say, but I can't guarantee that
Yes.
Steve won't eat them all.
Steve or Stu. We'll get to them first.
Greg Boyson jumping on. Extended
Greg?
live broadcasting. Man, the Blackhawks
see you,
guys,
Greg.
they were on for an eternity during that draft.
They sure were.
I kept looking over here, and I was like,
How are they doing this?
Dedication from those guys.
You could say once again, Jared, that he's faltering
He is.
as he walks another guy here.
Bases are loaded.
this is bad
Bases
news for me.
jacked.
Philly's got to get out of this for me. I'm willing to sacrifice the Cubs for my $9 profit. Right?
Oh,
if the Cubs are willing to sacrifice an entire season, maybe 3 or 4, then I'm willing to sacrifice this game to win $9.
One game.
I better make another bet on PointsBet, of course. I forgot my login, no joke.
The love in this chat for Joey is just unmatched. I think everyone
Yeah,
just loves Joey.
Are these,
more than
are these
here.
like his fraternity brothers? Niran, are you a fraternity brother of Joey's?
Or are these a bunch of Joey's like other accounts that he's
Me and Ryan were both Greek. None of our friends are in this freaking chat. Ooh, say a 91 down the middle. How do you miss that?
come on.
What's the number? What do we have in the chat? How many people?
62.
Where do you see that?
It
64
shows-
now.
look,
Oh, I see. Yeah,
that's how many you're
64.
watching right now.
Only 33 likes. Would you guys please pound the like button?
Please.
I don't do the live chat very often.
Suzuki strikes out. That's not a pitch you can take in this situation.
That's his
I think
third strikeout, I
Dude, you got to
think.
protect the zone a little better, and
It's a second or third.
don't like that one.
Yeah, right there.
Don't stand there and look at it.
It was a strike, too.
It sure was.
That's brutal. Bailey falter. Is he faltering? We'll see here.
Yeah, let's see if he gets out of this jam.
We got Ian Happ here
Ian
at the
Happ,
plate.
bases
Increase the
loaded.
trade
Oh,
value.
hold on. This is big.
Really
This
good
is a big
against
spot.
It's big
really
for my
good
who you
as a
got.
right-hand-
You
or as
picked-
a right-handed
Yeah,
hitter.
big
right?
for my who
Okay.
you got right now. Righty Ian Happ too. A season ago, a righty Ian Happ. Maybe not this
Yeah,
year.
but this year,
Righty Ian Happ is partly wise and all-star.
oh, and he grounds out.
Oh, I was watching this TV.
Ian
Yeah, we
Happ,
got the
that's a negative
clicker up
point
here.
right there.
Well,
Negative
It's tough.
point.
That's tough.
yeah, into the hole.
Yep.
We should have ordered some egg sandwiches too.
What was the expected batting average on that
I
one?
could get down with some
Probably
egg
not.
sandwiches.
Be honest, I had to get
Probably
one on the
like
way here from
150.
Starbucks.
It was
I had to get one of
130.
those
Oh, okay.
egg white cheddars. Had to have something. Wasn't going to make it through the pregame. So again, $50 bet in game on PointsBet today, special only during the game. You bet $50 with the code CHGO Cubs, and you get our free pint glass. The first pint glass is free.
And you can be one of the first people to get these pint
That's right.
glasses. Nobody else has them right now. This
That's
is a
right. And
special opportunity.
And then you can also just go on to allchgo.com and check out the sick merch, sick drip,
Sick
sweet
drip.
swag. It's all there. Look, we all woke up this morning. We're like, what am I going to wear to work that's going to be impressive to everybody out there? We all went and grabbed the CHGO merch.
Because I thought to myself, on a day where I'm going to be sitting here watching this game, I want to be comfortable. I want to look good.
Me too.
So no other shirt but this one.
And the crazy part is, honestly, we did not plan it.
Really did not.
I did think in my head, what shirt would everybody have?
Yeah.
And then I put this one on. Because I thought, listen, I know somebody's going to wear it. I knew one of the three of you would definitely wear it. I thought there was a chance that maybe three of us would wear it. But once I walked in and saw Cody, and I was like, we got a shot at this. Then Jared walked in, and
Did we
you were
just get a
doing the
shot of
time
Joey?
lapse.
I think we
and then
did
we
just get a
waited
shot
for
of Joey.
Hangover Joe over here to come in.
What?
What was? By
I'm
the
not
way, what
that
was?
hungover.
He's
What was the?
almost
What was the
halfway
drink
through
of
his-
choice?
I mean,
last
it
night?
was just like Michelob Ultras actually at this place.
How many?
See, I bought 5 tickets. Wait, so that's the thing is like you had to get so there's like a stand, right? As at Rotary Fest, if anyone knows Rotary Fest in Elk Grove Village. So it's like on the right you have to go get a wristband.
Makers wanted.
Makers wanted the Makers wanted what's the bowl, like Hawaiian Bowl or something like that. Like Elk Grove sponsors a bowl game, a college football
Yeah,
bowl
it's
game.
Makers wanted.
Makers wanted like Alabama Bowl or something like that. And so on the right side, you have to go get a wristband. Like, you have to go show your ID, get a wristband. Then you walk over to the next tent, and you got $6 a ticket. Like, and then one ticket gets you a beer. And so you have to go and like buy your tickets there. Then you have to go over to the beer tent. I'm like, why can't I do it all in one and I can just walk up to the beer thing?
Because
show
it's
my
Elk
ID and
Grove, Ryan.
but it's a whole assembly line. It's a whole assembly line.
Sorry, Elk Grove. I take it all back.
Well, you went to
Mid-Suburban
Prospect.
League.
You went to Prospect.
That's
Like,
right.
of
I
course you're
can't
gonna
believe
talk
the old
crap.
Elk Grove Bowl is going to be torn down.
What?
Elk Grove Bowl.
it is.
It's going to be torn down.
They lost. Texas.
Mizzou.
Whatever, man.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
wait. Who was the coach? Who was it? It was
Joey,
um,
we can't hear you. You don't have a
who
microphone.
was Texas?
Joey's talking trash.
What was
about
Texas's
college
coach's
football.
name at the
We can't
time?
even hear the guy, but he did order
Who
the
was
donuts.
Texas's coach at the time? Yeah, that guy. He's a jerk. He's like mocking Drew Lock. After I think he threw like a pick or something, and he's like doing like Drew Lock's signature dance, like mocking. I'm like, dude, you're a grown man. This Drew Lock is like 21 years old in college. Like, how about you be classy coach? Like, he got fired for good reason. He get out of my face with that because like, how are you gonna sit there and like start mocking a college football player,
This
man?
is
Be
the
a,
most anger I've
be
seen
a damn
Ryan.
man.
is-
Be a
ooh,
freaking man.
wow.
And
Be a
and
freaking
he's
man.
2-0 through
Be
3.
be a man.
All I got against Mizzou is they took all of Illinois' recruits back in the day.
Yep.
But it didn't really work out for them that well.
No, it didn't.
No.
It's like Tillman. Javon Pickett, though. Javon
Javon
Pickett's a
Pickett,
bragging
yeah.
rights
Right
superstar.
now, the under
Yep,
they're
yep.
still averaging an under here
Right.
Mark Smith.
because it's
That-
8.5, right?
You took it at 8.5.
You took it at
I took it
eight.
at 9.5.
I think
But
it
if
was
it's
9.5 when I
8
took it.
runs, I know I should have got in it right out of the gate, which was I tried to. You saw it.
Yeah.
Like, can you vouch for me to PointsBet? Like, if it happens,
Call the people at
We have
PointsBet.
Drew Odom in the chat says, "Go Cubs all the way from Alabama." That's one thing I've wondered. Like some of those southern states, like Alabama, Mississippi, like they don't have major league teams. Like who do they root for?
Well, probably a lot of them all
And
grew up
it's
watching
some of it-
WGN.
Or like
I was gonna say-
up in the like the northwest, like Idaho
and the
and Montana.
people in
and stuff.
Florida aren't rooting for the Marlins
And
anyway.
it might have depended
But I'm
too on
like-
like when you grew up and what age
Yeah.
you were when you were first getting into baseball. Because if it was
Ooh,
still
is that good for the over?
Didn't go out.
no,
I think that's a foul ball.
if it was still during the WGN Superstation days, you could be in Alabama watching Cubs games.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting question. If you live in one of those places where there's
Yeah.
not a team, how do you decide to?
Yeah.
How do you end up rooting for somebody?
Like I know, like David Ross talks about how cause he's from Tallahassee and like the like Atlanta's close.
Yeah.
to Tallahassee. So
I think a
probably
lot of those people are
Braves
Braves
fans.
And
the
they
Southern
also,
States
Yeah.
Braves fans, a lot
Especially
of
because
them.
when did the Marlins? When did they expand to? When did the MLB expand and give them like 93 or something like that?
90
in the 90s,
92?
90.
Yeah.
Well, let me think.
Oh, here's Naked Man. He's
I
coming
went
out.
to the
Naked Man.
naked
coming
man.
out.
Oh, because he has pants on. I really
got
didn't think he had
scared
pants
for a
on.
second.
Half naked man.
He was standing behind that
Everyone
grill.
probably
Sharon,
thinks
I
we
was
actually
like-
see a naked man.
Yeah,
He
my
is
heart
half
stopped.
naked.
That
He
was-
comes out, smokes a cig
was
every
scary.
time. The amount of heaters this guy does every day.
Do you think he has any idea that we talk about him?
No,
What if-
he has
What
no
if-
idea.
What if he tunes into like the CHGO show one time and all of a sudden he like we're
You
talking
want me
about
to yell
naked
out,
man?
you
on
want me to
the
yell
boat?
out the
open the
door?
door.
Hey, do you watch CHGO? What?
Tune in right now.
Yeah. Right now, if you make a $50 bet on the app with the code CHGO Naked Man,
He is very
you get
zen.
I can tell you right now, he likes a pint glass.
Oh, for
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
That
this
guy
guy would-
What
that
time
guy
is
a
it?
pint
He's
glass
waking
guy.
up right now. This is his first smoke of the day.
Oh
He
yeah.
just woke
It's
up.
noon. He's out on the deck with his shirt off because he never wears a shirt.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see what happens in the wintertime if naked guy's out there shirtless. Probably.
Drew said a ton of people cheer for Atlanta teams, but yes, I grew up watching WGN and the Cubs. That was one of the things,
So
right?
he's
It's like back
talking to
before, like
himself.
everyone had broadcasting and
Well, and
stuff
back
like
then
that.
too, the Braves were on national TV a lot because of
Yeah,
TBS, so
TNT,
you could watch TBS. You
Brown
could
ball
watch
into
a
the
lot of
hole.
and the Cubs at WGN.
Braves games. Yeah,
That was I know, like that's the reason why a lot of people out in Denver are like either Braves or Cubs fans because obviously before the Rockies, but then like we grow up.
those are the
and-
teams that were on TV.
Yeah.
yeah.
Shay,
Shy,
Shay.
SHAI.
Is that a? I don't know if that's a male or female, but they love our shirts.
Shy.
She loves our shirts. He loves our shirts. I can't tell in her picture.
They.
And Shy loves the shirts.
Yeah,
Shy loves the shirts.
Shay Shy?
Shy should be our ambassador. She can just wear all our shirts and tell people to buy our shirts.
Mike Dove says that the guy probably shirtless year round. He's the S in Go Bears at the Bears games.
Yeah.
He went back
definitely looks
inside.
like
He's
someone
back
like that.
inside.
He has one lounge chair, like
Yeah.
yard lounge
Yeah.
chair on his deck.
Okay.
A little tiny grill with a propane tank, and he just comes out in his shorts every day, hanging out there.
Vibing.
And he was just
Vibes.
talking to himself. It's either he's
Vibes.
either has a heater going, or he's got like a pint glass.
No shoes, no shirt.
No,
Just vibes.
never.
Just vibes, baby.
No shirt, no shoes, just vibes.
Smyly is doing. And he's been like, going to that knuckle curve a lot today.
Shy says male.
Oh, as I say that.
right into it.
Oh, but right
Whoa.
at Seiya Suzuki.
All
And
right.
Shy, by the way,
Hey,
we're not saying like everybody's welcome here.
Three clean innings for Drew Smyly. One might say he's back. One might say trade value stock.
Well, one might say he's got a no hitter.
skyrocketing to the moon, baby.
Did I jinx it on YouTube? He's got a no hitter going. Trade him right.
Oh, he does
right,
have a no hitter.
You know,
Trade him right now.
now.
you can place those bets on PointsBet live in game right now with a $50 bet, and you can get that CHGO Cubs code, and you get the free pint glass. But if they could trade Smyly like right now, as fast as PointsBet can take your bet,
Yeah.
Pull him into the
man, if
locker
I'm
room
Jed,
right now.
hey, Twins, what do you say? Hey, Braves, what do you say?
I can't believe we've made it this long without really talking about this, but because of what Stuckey just said, you can bet on who will trade for Juan Soto. And we had a fun
can.
conversation about that the other day. Yeah, you can bet on who
are the
will
favorites?
who will trade. The Mets and the Yankees are the favorites.
You bet Yankees, didn't you?
I did bet the Yankees, yes.
You really think they're going to trade? They're going to trade him before the deadline?
Yeah.
I think
do,
so.
yeah.
You do.
And if they
Also-
don't, if you place a bet and they don't trade him, then they'll void it out. You'll get your money back.
Also, I had the realization, or I saw it on Twitter or something, that like it's not like you're just trading Juan Soto or trading for Juan Soto and then he's a rental and then like you still have another 2 years. Whereas like if you do trade him now, you're gonna trade a lot of prospects, whatever, but then you decide to trade him next year. Like he's still got like there's still a possibility you could trade him in a year or next year and get a lot of prospects back in return. Like
Yeah, if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, you're kind of cashing in multiple ways.
yeah, so we had the whole discussion, so we don't even have to bring it up on the Juan Soto trade. I know me and Jared are say the Cubs should. You two are against it. But I'm like, that's like another reason where like if you wanted to trade him and then even if I could think about it in like a contender sense, like they would trade, deplete the farm or whatever you guys said for Juan Soto trying to go out. Like if the Yankees traded for him, say, they'd have to give up a bunch of prospects and a couple of major league ready players. But then it doesn't work out this year. But then next year they're like, you know what, we kind of want to get some of that farm back. They could just go right back and just flip him again at next year's trade deadline. Like that, I mean, that in a contending sense, like that also is.
Or if
worth it. Yeah, because you
Or-
can flip him and still get something back for him. Like,
Or
you're
if
not just
the
trading
team
from this
that's
year.
Really, wants to pay up and secure that guy for the long term, you can trade for him and then
I just think the
lock him
Yankees
down.
are the only team that's going to actually trade for him and then give like the most insane offer, like $500 million plus right away. If he were to sign that contract extension now, because I just don't like it. I think that Nationals are more like I think they'll trade him, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they don't and then would move him in the offseason because I do think more teams would be involved then. But the Yankees are the only team I think that would actually make that trade in season and then give the extension right away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see.
It's a small number of teams.
I don't see the Mets are the next lowest odds, and I just don't see the Nationals being dumb enough to trade that guy, a generational talent, in their division. I don't care how much money that Steve Cohen has. Like, that's like the Red Sox trading Babe Ruth to the Yankees.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that would be just an absolute just dumb move to have to face that guy 20 times a year.
Yeah.
Going forward. So
Jack
it's
R
just
says
like,
he's one of the worst fielders in baseball. Yeah, but with the DH, who cares?
yeah.
Remind me of the Flores trade. They were talking about it in the chat, the Wilmer Flores
There
almost
was-
trade, because it was like he
was
got
on the-
traded, right?
Well, he was
The
going to.
trade was like set, and
because
then
remember he was like in tears when he
in the-
found out.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I do remember that. And then yeah, and
And
then
he
what?
was supposed to go from Milwaukee to the Mets.
Yeah, but was it the other way around? No. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then, but then what happened?
Holy
Like,
shit.
It fell
what
through.
was the
and-
reasoning? I don't. It wasn't like a direct result of that.
Did Gomes just homer again?
Yeah, he just homered again.
You did. We saw it on the other team. Man, same spot.
Two
right.
two Gomers today.
I think I picked him.
Damn, none of us picked him. The chat picked him. We'll just say that the chat picked Gomes. Congratulations, chat. You win who you got.
I like this kid in the stands. He's just not having it.
He's not having it. Man, Cubs do this for 19 more games, guys, in a row, and we're right in the wild card, baby. 19 more to go.
Just a mere 19 game winning streak from here on out.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Right.
Yeah, that Gomes homer is right in the same spot as the first one.
Joey, I just saw your tweet. It's hilarious. Just gave it a nice retweet on CHGO_Cubs on Twitter. You should go see it. Follow us on Twitter if you don't already.
I tell you what, if Jan Gomes ruins my over-under bet,
He's only hitting solo shots though. Like you're still.
I'm just not going to be happy if it's Jan
What was your
Gomes.
line again? Was that 8?
8.5.
8.5. Jan Gomes might
So-
do it all by himself.
I would have taken the over at 8.5. I'm sorry.
Well, I know I want to be different.
Yeah, I know.
I wish I would have had the 9.5.
Again, you have to
I had
ride with the
technical
boys.
difficulties.
That's the rules of gambling.
Six
Is that
for
Velasquez?
Yes.
Who you got, baby?
Six
Who
career
you
mo-
got?
So I think
Woo!
I hate to say it, but I think that moves him ahead of my
Morale.
pick.
Yeah.
Nelson Velasquez has
think
had a hell of a series.
Yeah, man.
He sure
That's
has.
what, 4 home runs now?
Well, this game
Three.
sucks.
Nelly V.
But this is what if you
Did
know
he
you
hit one
want
yesterday?
No, that's one of the things you
Did he
want
hit
to
a
see,
home run
right?
I don't think he hit one
Forget the
homer
Jan Gomes
yesterday, but he had an
homers.
RBI.
That's what you
or
want.
something.
He had 2 on. He had
Yeah,
2 off
he
the
had-
bench on Friday.
you
Yeah.
want to see Nelson Velasquez
Yeah.
having a big series because come August, September, this is what we're watching
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
is what these young guys can do. So
Yep.
this is what you want to get excited for.
I mean, power surge, man.
We'll talk. I mean, we're going to do a post-game show, too. And we're going to be here all game long for the live in-game betting on PointsBet. But I was thinking about it last night after I saw, we've seen him hit homer now a couple times in this series. And I thought, can he do what Morel's doing? Can he be the second half of the season, can he do what Morel did in the first half of the season? And I think it's real possible. I think it's real possible that both of them could have not been on a ton of radars for Cubs fans, and like he's obviously they're going to make adjustments, just like Morel went through that and is going through that sometimes. But look at that, 281, 9 homers, 29 ribbies, 351 over.
Matt said, I hope this doesn't cut into Hayward's playing time.
Dude, I've been tweeting it since the moment this guy got recalled. Play Nelson Velasquez every day.
There's no reason not to.
You can DH the guy if you don't want to put him in the outfield, which the outfield's pretty full. So I get it if you can't play him in the outfield every day. But why would you not DH this guy at least every day?
Find him at bats. I agree.
Dude, Morel with another hit. Dude, this guy is on fire since the break. Are we bought in yet? Are we bought in on Chris Morel? I'm bought in.
I think so, just because
off the wall.
We're at the point where if he was really going to start to fade,
would have already happened.
We'd be seeing it.
Yeah. And I think you saw it a little bit. Like obviously the adjustments came, and he's not
right
setting the world on fire like he did. But he's putting together good at bats. Like I think his plate approach is really good, especially like the 2-strike approach. He like crouches a little more. Like I think he has a good approach at the plate. that doesn't go away.
Wow, that was a missile off the wall.
The way you approach an at bat doesn't go away. I think his is really good. And that's why he has.
Did he just not respect 90, or was it just hit hard enough?
The thing that I like,
he just hit it so hard, and then it bounced right to Schwarber.
It's like Ross talked about right before the break.
Boy,
that's not good.
He's out. Now I can't.
Ross talked about it before the break.
But I was going to say, David Ross talked before the break about the number of guys on the team who have not had the experience of playing a full season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you talk about Morel and whether or not are we bought in. One of the big determining factors to look at is how does a guy look across the stretch of a full season. But if you go back, he was called up on May 18th. That's only about a month in. So if he continues from here through the end of the year, it's not a full season, but it's really close.
Yeah.
Enough that I would say, I think we know what we have in this guy. This is a good thing. So I'm, except for getting caught stealing there, very, very much bought in on Morel.
And then the defensive versatility too. Like you got a guy that could play even above average defense at like multiple positions. At least was it 4, 5, 6, something like that. He can play every outfield position. He second, third, short. Like he can play all over the field, and that I think is the determining factor of why he can stick around. Because even if he struggles at the plate, he's a guy that you could put out there and trust to be able to defend multiple positions. And then in this day and age where guys, where load management is a thing in baseball, he's a guy that you could plug in around the field. You could plug him in at third to give Patrick Wisdom a break. You can plug him in at second, or you can plug him in at short. When Nico needs a break, you can put him out in center. Oh, so Seiya needs a day off, put him in right. Like, this is a guy that you can move all around the field, where even if he struggles, which he has, a little bit this year at certain times after that really hot start, even if the bat isn't there on any given day, he's still a guy you could put in the lineup because you trust him to play defense.
He's providing you value no matter what.
Yeah, that's it. And I think that's why he's stuck in the big leagues this whole season. That's why he hasn't. I think that's the main reason why he hasn't gone back down. And I think that's why he can stick with this team moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still see on Twitter and just social media in general, a lot of people still not fully bought in. I was on Danny Rockett's podcast, or I don't know if they put it up as a podcast, but just, he had like what do they call it, a live like round table? Yeah, they had a round table the other day. It was like Sarah Sanchez, our friend Dom Frederick was there, Evan Altman from Cubs Insider.
All the big dogs.
Yeah, Greg Huss,
Cody Del Mendo.
Friend of the show. Yeah, me. I'm not a big dog in my opinion.
Did you stretch out a little bit?
I had a nice beer while I was streaming from my computer at home. Yes.
Did you have the pink Jordans on?
They couldn't see, but yes.
Yeah, see, I knew it.
We were vibing.
Why? Because Cody wanted the vibe in his head. He's like,
yeah.
I'm here with the big dogs. I got the pink Jordans on.
Anyway, Danny's one of those who he's still not a believer yet. I think I cracked a joke with him about how he still compares Morel to Junior Lake.
Ooh.
And I in a way, I get it. I totally get it. But
did Junior Lake ever give this much of a season where he
No.
looked this consistent?
I don't know.
No, Junior Lake did have there was some love for Junior Lake, no
For sure.
question about it.
I like Junior Lake. I was one of those idiots who believed in him.
Junior Lake.
You know,
I liked him too.
I was right there with you.
Yeah,
I
like he looked like
yeah.
he looked like something, you know? He wasn't ever like, "Oh, this guy's going to be the leader of the next great team."
No.
But like
I'll give
I
you
thought he was at least a piece. And at this point, that's all I'm saying about Morel is like this guy looks like the Cubs finally found their own Chris Taylor, Ben Zobrist type.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, if they had found Chris Morel like 3 years ago, there would be no rebuild.
Cody, we just wanted Nico to be that guy.
Yeah, right.
To be honest with you, most people were saying if Nico could be Ben Zobrist Now, by the way, don't get me wrong, Ben Zobrist is a World Series MVP, had a great career. So, but I'll give you another guy, not Junior Lake. So is PJ Higgins the Jake Fox of this team?
What was that?
Who's the
Jake
Mike
Fox
Alt?
could hit home runs,
Is-
man. He would swing big.
Is Wisdom the Mike Alt? Or do we think Wisdom's
Yeah, no,
better?
he's better than Mike Holt,
Yeah, I
but
think
that's
it's
who he
better than
is.
Mike Holt.
Right?
Yeah,
he's
Mike
better
Alt had
than that.
all that power, but he struck out
Yeah,
so
which
much.
means he'll be playing for the White Sox soon, since Mike Holt played for both sides, and he was a first rounder of the Rangers, right?
Remember Josh Vitters?
Yeah,
do we
Josh
have to
Vitters.
talk about prospects who
Micah
didn't
Brett,
Hoffpower.
Brett Jackson.
Hoffpower.
Yeah.
Brett Jackson. Yeah, they were.
Here's a former prospect, Schwarber, who might. I was one. You think Aaron Judge will hit 60 or 61 this year? Schwarber's at 30.
Good.
Schwarber goes on a tear like he did even remotely like last year.
Oh,
He
like
could.
that May to
right.
June, like right
He
before
could
the
get.
injury.
He could hit 60.
Kyle Schwarber was insane for like a good 2 weeks there.
I think Schwarber hits 50,
He could get there.
and I know Judge hits 50.
What is Roger Maris's record is still the AL record, isn't it?
Yes.
Sammy, McGuire, and Bonds all did it in the NL. So
Yeah.
yeah,
On
so,
the National League, yeah.
So if Aaron Judge beats Maris, he would get the AL record.
Well,
it's kind
and
of crazy.
Aaron Judge, I heard on, I think it was Matt Spiegel was on the radio today saying he was questioning the same thing. Like, will he get to 61 and, be the first non-steroid guy? And I was like, well, maybe.
we
Like,
think
and
non-steroid.
I don't
Joey
know what
has
I'm
walked
saying
in with a
maybe to, but
box.
I'm just saying maybe.
Yeah.
Joey.
Joey, don't you let Steven get that first
Don't you
donut.
let
I
the
saw a
Sox
box of
guys
Don't you
get
let
the
Steven
donuts.
get that first donut. I will rip it out of his dead hand.
There he goes.
Sean,
there he
don't you
goes.
dare.
Oh, gosh.
Luke, I might need to borrow your sign over there for a minute.
Highest percentage of hits as Homer. Kyle Schwarber right there with Mark McGuire.
Someone asked Robbie asked, what do we think of the players we drafted, and who do you see making the majors in 2 to 3 years?
Ravi?
Robbie's
Oh,
Reds.
Robbie.
I don't know that I
Okay.
see anyone that just got drafted.
Be a donut missing out of there, Joey.
I don't know that I see anyone specifically coming up in the next couple years. Maybe Kate Horton, just because he's older.
Yeah.
Here, let me
But he
clear a
also
table
has
for
less
you.
college experience pitching. Like he didn't pitch that much in college.
Sure.
He actually only had the 1 year too, because he had
Yeah.
Tommy John, 21. So I'm curious. I mean, maybe Kate Horton, just because he's older.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Like,
Man, if there's any prospect that I had to, or like from the draft that I could
when we say
like
show your
get really
donuts,
up
we mean the
for,
donuts.
that's not named Cade Horton or
Just
Jackson
to
Ferris,
clarify.
it's Nazir Mule. Like
Nazir Mule.
Mule, whatever, however you say
Actually,
his
I
name.
think
And
it's because he has that accent on the end. I don't know
$50
if
bet
it's Mule,
on
Mule.
PointsBet right now. CHGO
One of
Cubs. You
those.
get a free pint glass, but the donuts are
I think
here.
it's Mule.
Is it Mule?
I think it's Mule.
Everyone, take a look at Stucky's butt. Look at that butt from Stucky. Everyone, let's get the
I just
thoughts.
see Luke shaking his ass on camera.
Oh, we have to clip that. That has to be a GIF.
Oh, that actually looks awesome. I'm gonna grab one. This is
It's
do right
donuts, brother. They look like donuts on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, true.
It's time.
Kurt says Horton is 20 years old. That's fair.
Yeah.
I just think of him as like, a college pitcher, whatever. But that's fair. Also, I was curious.
Close the box. Keep the Sox guys away from that.
Joel. Joel in the chat just added another nickname for you, Luke Thickmeyer.
With 2 C's.
2 C's.
There should be like 5 C's.
Oh, my God.
Luke Thick.
All right, guess it's time for me to have one.
Ryan, if you can't hold this down, don't do it.
Steve, I am more than capable of holding it down.
They just showed 2 fans in the stands, and it was like a boyfriend girlfriend. Oh, they just showed 2 fans in the
Don't
stands.
touch that blueberry one.
Look like boyfriend girlfriend. This guy just chilling, and then that girl just looks miserable. Like she's getting sunburned today, fellas. These 2 fans they just showed on the screen.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I spilled on myself somewhere. I felt it.
Joe Joey! No free ads, but do right donuts. We talk about Do Right Donuts so much on this show. Why have they not sponsored us?
That's right.
Nick G said we're making him jealous with the do-rights. Luke Thickmeyer. We're just enjoying donuts, man.
I'm just enjoying a donut. What's your favorite donut, Stucky? Not from just Do Right, but just in general.
That's the best donut.
Yeah?
At Glazed and Infused, when it was around in the city, it was real good too. They used to have a red velvet that was unbelievable. Do Right does need to get a really good red velvet. I don't think they have a red velvet.
Oh. Never mind.
I would say it's
Look
this
better off
Valrhona
that.
donut. And then a close second would be the blueberry one. What was the place that just closed?
Look at those
Dinkle's
things.
Bakery used to have a great
Are those fans?
donut. Cake
Wait,
donut.
they'll come up here.
Yeah.
Those are definitely fans.
I saw someone like wearing them over the neck on the Friday game, and I'm like, I thought maybe they were like headphones or something. Then I saw like a bunch of fans having them. Fans wearing fans. Yeah, those are fans. Okay.
I'm a little surprised Falter's still in here. You know how many strikeouts he has? I got the under 4.5.
I can look it
He
up.
struck out Suzuki.
Yeah, he struck
Wisdom.
out Wisdom.
Struck out
I
Wisdom.
thought he had at least 3.
What was it, 4.5?
I think he's got 2 or 3 right now.
Walter has 5.
Can we
No
count?
way.
Yeah.
5. Who I missed?
Where did I miss?
Base buried in this donut.
Bodie also.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
The Bodie strikeout.
God damn it, Bodie. You're dead to me.
Oh, man.
Trade him.
No, my fingers are all glazed.
They might.
I know. We all have sticky fingers now.
I'm gonna go get
All right, well, I'm already 0-1 today.
Hey, the Sox guys wore the same shirt too.
What's up, guys?
You guys are matching too.
Ryan didn't put the sign up.
He must have had to get out of here quick, huh? Told him not to eat that donut.
Joey!
Me, Ryan Herrera, Cubs insider here for
Y'all know
CHGO.
me.
Y'all know me.
Y'all know me. I'm Joey.
Megan Montemuro's biggest fan.
Wow. Joey coming in with the daggers early.
Chicken and waffles enthusiast in the press box. That's both of us, though.
He once ate like 16 pancakes of steak and shake or whatever it is.
Columns.
like
Don't forget the columns. I don't even know what that
Missouri alumni just can't
The
even say that
columns.
with a straight face. It was interesting to be over here. So actually, never get to
Ryan's-
sit in these seats.
Ryan's-
Talent only.
Ryan's his bio. It always what's it say?
let's
Well,
go
no,
to-
he changed it. Now it says he's seen The Dark Knight 300-ish times.
Dude, it's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
It's too
right?
many, but it's a good movie.
It is it's a great movie.
that's my
Is it an
favorite
all-
Movies that
all-timer?
you should
I
watch
think so.
300 times. That's,
Okay.
we need to talk
I
about this
honestly
when he gets
might have
back.
at least seen it 100 times. 'cause
Oh, come on.
When I was in
100 times?
when I was in
can't-
college, let me tell this story. All right, we're on a live stream. We're vibing with the.
The only
with
movie
the
I've seen
folks-
that many times is
Sorry, we're vibing with the folks in the chat.
Caddyshack.
You're Ryan. You could sit in my seat.
In college, I, in the summer of 2013, I lived with one of my buddies, and every time we got drunk, we'd
At
come
the
home
club.
from the bar, not the club. We'd come home from the
Charleston
bar,
Duck Club.
and for some reason,
Cent.
we would always
Club.
turn on The Dark Knight. Dark Knight was always the before bed, like after
phenomenal
hours
film.
movie. Yeah,
Phenomenal.
You
film.
can't do it.
yeah,
I'm the Batman.
Ease yourself into sleep. with the Dark
yeah.
All right, Ryan.
Justice.
There goes Joey.
Thanks everyone
You
for
know?
having me.
Some people like to meditate before, you know.
Dent has gone
Wow.
bad. I can't it's a toss up for me. I can't even say which Heath Ledger was great as the Joker. But I can't say like many people will say it's not even close. I can't say he was the best Joker 100%.
Really?
To me, Jack Nicholson when he did it first was
He
it was
was-
a totally different type of Joker.
Yeah.
Just like Phoenix was a totally different Joker. All three were good in their own way, but Jack Nicholson, like nobody had really done that. And when he came out as the Joker, it was unbelievable. He was so
great.
good.
He was great.
I'm talking about The Dark Knight because we were reading your bio on
Heath
Twitter.
Ledger versus
I've
Jack
watched
Nicholson.
it over 200 times, and I'm proud of it. Is that what I said?
You said 300.
So how do you have-
300-ish.
You have time
Yeah, there
to
you go.
watch all of Law and Order
Yep.
and
You've
The
watched
Dark Knight
all of Law and Order?
300 times.
Are you 73?
Law and Order SVU.
What?
Law and Order SVU.
Ryan secretly lives in a
What?
retirement home.
Are you living in Brookdale right now?
I had a lot of time on my hands back in the day.
Wow.
I didn't do anything,
I guess so.
especially during summer. I didn't go outside.
Joel says, I'm
Too hot.
probably the only one that still buys physical media, but The Dark Knight on 4K with the
think it's-
OLED TV and surround system is elite.
Elite.
Yeah, do people still buy
I haven't bought a Blu-ray or a
Blu-rays and
DVD.
stuff?
in
I remember when
forever.
Blu-ray came out. I'm old enough to remember when Blu-ray came out, and that was like.
Well, that's not that long ago. DVD
Well, that's
is
what I'm saying,
been a
it's
while.
like-
I
it was
still
like-
consider it new technology.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was
yeah.
like groundbreaking when Blu-ray came out. And
I
then now
remember
it's
when
like,
the VCR
Naked
came
Guy's
out.
back.
I don't remember when the VCR came out.
Naked Guy's back. He's now he's
Damn.
smoking a heater.
This is number
Let me get a-
2.
Should I
He's
get
got
a,
a
I
heater.
should get
Yeah,
a picture,
get a
but
picture
without
of
his
this guy.
consent. Because he's sitting down and you only see the bare legs and there's chair in the way.
You
it
kinda looks like he's
having a
fully
heater.
naked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's smoking a heater out there. It does look like he's buck naked.
David Elliott's calling you out, Joey. He says Joey rocking the obvious shirt instead of CHGO gear. We like obvious shirts up
Yeah.
here. We love
We do.
obvious. We love Joe.
We're pro,
We've been trying to get
pro
Joe Johnson
obvious
in here
shirts.
on this podcast, honestly. I need to stop by his shop so I can pick up my shirt.
Does Smyly still have the no-hitter going?
Um,
I believe it's still a no-hitter.
Oh my god.
And we haven't really been.
Hand me another donut. Is
I've
there
been
a
paying
no-hitter
attention.
going?
He's been rocking this
That's
knuckle
very
curve.
Harry Carey.
Yeah.
He's got 6 whiffs on 16 swings on the knuckle
And there's a
curve,
no-hitter.
4 whiffs on 14 swings on the sinker. Smiley's kind of dealing.
Do they have a hit though?
Trade value.
no hits?
No hits still.
No-hitter.
Damn.
No hits for.
What if we
Trade
what if
value.
we live podcasted a live watch?
If we live
the
podcasted
no-hitter.
a no hitter, that would be.
That's when we drop the mic. We take the mics and we drop them on the floor.
Now Castellanos is going to get a hit because we just
Yeah,
said that.
probably. But that's all right. Oh wait,
Wait,
whoa,
has he
whoa, whoa, whoa,
walked
whoa, whoa, whoa,
anyone?
whoa, 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 whoa! What's that?
Hold on, guys. Drew Smyly's not just throwing a no-hitter. He's throwing a perfect game right now.
No walks either.
He has not walked anyone.
Wow. Look at us.
Is that from Do Right?
Rachel says, Grandpa Ryan?
Law and Order.
Damn near.
You watch
What's wrong with Law and Order SVU?
Scarecrow and Mrs. King too? Or?
What's wrong with Law and Order SVU? It's a great show.
Damn, he just struck out Castellanos again. He got 4 Ks.
Law and Order SVU was a very good show. It
He got
still
59 pitches. Like, he could actually go the distance.
is. Except I will say SVU was better when it was Stabler, Olivia Benson, Munch, Ice-T, I forgot, Finn, Ice-T, and Captain Cragen. Like, that was peak SVU for, like, season, like, 2 through 10 or whatever it was.
Hey, by the way, Joey, one of the few knocks that I had on the jersey graph, it's not really a knock because it probably is Keith.
Oh, damn, there it goes.
Is that it?
I wanted
gone.
Norm Van Leer
So
at number
close.
2 to wear number 2.
So close.
Norm Van Leer.
We
That's
did
okay.
jinx
Bulls
it.
great.
Hey, we did. We did.
That's all right.
We said
And
we
you can
would.
make an argument. You can make an argument for Norm, the late great, and so he used to
He
do. I
almost
used to
had
do
it, though.
post game with him a lot.
I don't watch
Great
Judge
guy,
Judy.
but he would never watch the Bulls games.
Luke Sharp
And
asked if I'm
he
into
would watch
Judge Judy.
Law and Order on a television,
Is
like
Ryan
either at my
into
desk or
Judge
across
Judy
from it.
too?
And he would always know the outcomes because he'd seen every episode. And he'd always yell like, "Oh, he's guilty! He's guilty!" And he'd get all into it, like, "Norm, it's halftime. We have to go do a halftime show." It's just an all-time great. He literally partied with Mick Jagger when Mick Jagger would come into town.
So he was responsible for doing the show, but he didn't watch it.
He was Kendall Gill. He was the post-game analyst. And he was the post-game analyst back in the Jordan days, when they were doing post-game when the Bulls were actually good. Yeah, but he wouldn't watch the game. He'd be like, "So what happened in the first half?" You have to be like, "Well, Norm, so-and-so's got 20 points." He's like, "All right."
All right.
It was great.
I always just loved his classic 48 minutes of intensity.
Intensity.
He would
Then had-
emphasize the intensity.
do a Google search. He had another one about the mustard seed. He'd get mad at players that just like were mailing in. He's like, "If you take a mustard seed this tiny, but you give it water and you give it this, it grows into something beautiful." He had this whole speech, but 48 minutes was pretty much every game. He'd get ticked off if somebody wasn't given 48 minutes of intensity because he used to punch guys, elbow guys. The NBA was different. That was close, really close to a
That
catch.
Morel catch. That was.
And the
Oh,
no-hitter's
awesome.
gone.
Perfect game's gone too. Oh, and that might be the shutout.
Yeah,
There
that's
goes
that
the
is.
shot.
I
Oh,
mean,
he's got a
you
big
know what
arm.
I'd do right now? I'd get him out of there and
Velasquez.
trade him.
Should have traded him after the third inning, like we
Yeah, should
said.
have traded him after the third.
Can we talk about the Dark Knight more? I missed the whole.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about
conversation.
Dark Knight? I just said my only thing was
I just want to say that we're getting a lot of comments of people saying that we should do the watch along more often. So thank you for everyone. Again,
I'm
Dark
pleased
Knight,
to-
continue.
how many likes do we have?
We have 46 with
46.
64 watching.
That means
Come on.
18
Come
of you
on,
haven't
we
clicked
got to
it.
hit 50 at least.
What were you saying, Luke, about the Dark Knight?
I say great movie.
Best movie of all time.
Of all time?
All time.
It's
Come
my
on.
favorite
It
Batman
is not.
movie.
I have heard a lot of people hated Christian Bale as Batman just because of the voice.
The voice is weird.
He did do a little weird voice, but
was
man,
weird.
that movie,
It was a good movie.
you're underselling it. It is
Did you,
ranked.
did
agree.
you see that Batmobile and stuff when it was downtown?
No, I never saw, it, but I like.
Oh, I
Cool.
took pictures. They brought it outside work and stuff, and
Yeah.
you could go like stand next to it. It's really cool. But I don't know what I did with those. I was just saying that for the Joker, while Heath Ledger was outstanding as the
Yeah.
Joker in that, and I like it better than the Joker that was just Joaquin Phoenix, right?
I thought Joaquin Phoenix was really good as a Joker, though. But Heath
But I
Ledger is
can't
better.
say definitively in my mind that as great as Heath Ledger's Joker was, and he really made the movie, but the action scenes were good too. I can't say it was the best Joker because Jack Nicholson as the Joker was also so incredibly good, and he was the first to do it. And who was it? Tom? Is it Katie Holmes is the love interest, right?
Yeah,
In Dark Knight,
I think so.
Kim Basinger might have been
you
better
would
as a
know.
love interest.
No, Maggie Gyllenhaal, Dark Knight. Katie Holmes was in Batman Begins. Dark Knight was Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, okay.
I think that's her name.
I'm really bad at actor and actress names unless like they're J-Lo.
It was the same character, but the actresses changed.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't know which was which.
All I'm saying is you go look on like greatest movies all time rankings. Like Dark Knight's up there. I just looked up IMDb top 250 movies. Dark Knight's number 3.
Well, here's the reason. This
They left it in theaters for a really long time.
Because people my age don't go rate stuff on IMDb. That's why.
It's
Like, people my age aren't logging on to IMDb being like, "Yep, I love Casablanca." You know, like it's just, you know,
yeah.
it's just not happening.
true.
So of course it's going to be a fairly recent movie, and that's not even
We're
recent.
still
anymore.
trying to find.
That's
Cisco
like that's
Kid
a
on TV,
12-year movie.
Right, like, but to
14.
me, in my head, Dark Knight came out 5 years ago.
I thought it came out. You said 2008, right?
It's longer than
2008.
that, yeah.
Yeah. That was in high
Trust me,
school.
I know.
Yeah. I just put some respect on the Dark Knight. That's
Yeah,
all we're
all I'm
saying.
I just
is-
remember them, like, I remember working in that area where they filmed all the stuff, like, on Whacker. I remember working at night, and you could see them filming it when you'd get out of the office at, like, 1:30 in the morning. You would see all the trucks set up, or you would see the Batmobile go by. And they shot most of the movie at night because they were shutting down the streets of Chicago.
Right.
So you could go down and see stuff set up, like, a couple times a week you would see stuff. I remember that chase scene where he's on the motorcycle and it's going underneath Whacker there. I can remember hearing them filming that across the river. And Gene and Giorgetti's is where he crashes the Corvette. Isn't he driving a red Corvette or something like that?
I've
Yeah,
seen the movie.
Ryan, you've seen it
once,
100
so-
times.
Yeah.
He crashes it outside. Lamborghini. He crashes it on purpose right outside of Gene and Giorgetti's there. By the way, Gene and Giorgetti's not one of the great Chicago steakhouses.
Rachel
It's all right.
said.
They burn the steaks on person. They do the burnt crust thing.
All right.
Rachel said, my German teacher back at school was obsessed with that film. We used to watch half an hour of it once a week, every week, on repeat. I must have seen it a good few times because of that.
How-
That's
All right.
like that's
Wonder
how
how that played into
that's
the
how I
German
got into the
class.
office. When I was in high school, in my study hall, this our study hall, I guess, teacher or whatever, supervisor, she was very easygoing. She would just turn the office on. She had like a season of it. She would play the office
In school?
like in our study hall. She would play it while we were all like studying or whatever.
I mean, there are episodes of The Office that would not fly in today's
Oh, for
culture.
sure.
Oh, for
like
sure
just
not.
a few years later, like you would not be playing The Office in school.
You have to be a little more selective.
I was just saying, like, that's kind of how I got into the office in
Yeah.
general, was because of school, because it
you
was
go.
just on TV.
Maybe we
She
should
just
talk a
played
little
it.
more baseball.
Thickmeyer going for
We
another dollar.
can.
Thick,
Bucket
Bucket Boy.
I-
Want to say Bucket Boy's random trade proposal here?
Alec Boehm, 900 plus OPS versus lefties, bat 7. Can't field a baseball, though. Anyone from Cubs interested? Smyly and Ortega for Alec Boehm.
I don't think the Phillies would do that, but
I don't think so either. Smyly's been good today, regardless of the fact that we jinxed the perfect game.
yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at Savant. He's thrown sinker 28 times and knuckle curve 27 times, which his like splits on the season. Actually, he's thrown a lot more sinkers than he usually does. His sinker was only 28.9%. He threw a sinker only 28.9% of the time coming in. Right now, it's
Getting
leading
another
him.
donut there,
But
Stucky?
he's also got
If you didn't put your sign up.
7 whiffs on 19 swings right now with the knuckle curve, and the sinker's got 4 whiffs, 15 swings. He's pitching really well today. That hit. I mean, I was just kind of thinking about it. That play that Morel almost made to dive for that ball. I'm like, if he catches that one, like that's like the one play that every no hitter has, where
There's
someone on
always-
defense
Right.
made an incredible play to like lock it or to
That was
keep
the
it going.
one,
That would have been
probably.
it.
Yeah.
Like it's a tried and true. Like, there's always one play that you go back and like, man, that like saved the
That
no
was
hitter.
the-
There always is one great defensive play.
And I have to say, at risk of jinxing another thing about this game, the pace of play, if you're looking for a shorter game, we're hour and a half in, and
Yeah.
We're in the
In
top
the
of the
sixth
Yeah, I
season
mean,
already?
if you're live streaming
Why
you
would you
watching
say
a
that,
game,
Jared?
like this
Yeah.
is the game to do it.
Why
would you bring that up?
We
I
picked
just,
the right
I just messed
one.
it up. If I was in the press box right now,
Yes.
I'd be getting hate.
you would be.
I don't believe in the saying the no-hitter stuff, but I do believe in saying fast game, and you're going to ruin it for
It's
everybody.
it's that, or you start talking about the weather,
Yeah.
Yep.
it will come.
What a beautiful night.
Yep.
Don't
Yeah.
say it.
So now there's going to be an inning where there's like 5 walks
Yeah.
in it and
Now that I just called
couple
attention to it,
pitching
where-
changes.
So I will preemptively apologize when this game inevitably goes 4 hours.
Luke, Robbie asked if that's the blueberry you told everyone not to touch.
It is. It's the best one I've ever had.
Oh wow.
I've had them from there. This is the best one.
Listen to this. He's what's that called? Hyperbole? Yeah, he's using hyperbole to describe that donut. Yeah, he says the Dark Knight is good. Good. I'm just saying, watch
This
watch
is
the way
way
you
better than
put
the Dark
things.
Knight.
Watch the way you put things. Watch the way you talk about the Dark Knight. You can't just say it's good.
You can't just say it's good when you're in a room full of a millennial and like borderline Gen Z millennial as well.
I'm right at the end of millennial.
Okay.
That
You can't. You just
Yep.
like the sole audacity of you doing that is just kind of a like.
Exactly.
It's a
Well,
very bold
if
thing.
it's
of
the
you to
best
do.
movie of all time, what's number 2 then?
apparently Citizen Kane.
No.
So, it's like ranked number 1 on like every list.
It's hard to rank movies, man. I don't know.
I don't know. They're like,
I'm not even saying that The Dark Knight is the
Red
number 1
Bud.
movie all time. I'm just saying that it's a great movie. Shawshank, that's a good one. Yeah.
do we think Jan goes
3?
hits
He's
the
going for
trifecta?
3
Did he
right
hit
here,
3-peat right now? He's on him, man. Actually, it's a new pitcher, but
Oh, he's
Oh,
going
the
up the
3-2
middle.
count?
Ooh,
that was a
Oh,
sad
God, it's so
play.
slow.
that's quite a. Ugh.
Oh,
I love how we like have this one, but then we just keep watching that one.
yeah.
It's quite a bit ahead. This TV up here.
Quite a bit, yeah.
I'm gonna get my
This is
charger
like the
here soon.
replay screen.
Matthew on the chat says, obviously the Cubs need a true 1-2 in the rotation. If they go out and get them, I don't think they're that far off. You can't go out and get a 1 and a 2 in the offseason. I hear you, but that's like me saying, like,
Yeah.
hey, if I had 5 more numbers in the Mega Millions last night, I would have won. You know, like,
Well, Joe
Yeah.
Musgrove, you know, like he would have been he would have been a guy, but I've read that he's getting closer to that contract extension with the Padres. Like, I think they need one
That was a snazzy play by
top of the
Incredible
top
Warriors.
3 rotation arm, no doubt.
they don't have their Lester.
That's another thing. Like, I understand we need to see a full year from Thompson and Steele, but like, what else at this point too? Where you do we need to see of them not being like? How can you sit here and say that they don't belong in the rotation yet? Like,
I don't think you can make that argument anymore.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I still see a lot of people who disagree with that though, and like, I'm not saying they're going to be your number 1 and number 2 star in rotation, but they could be a solid 3-4 or 4-5 if you add Stroman with another guy or 2 on the free agent market, and then you add Killian, and if he can, get that command right, coming off the great start in Iowa last night, who knows? Like, I'm just like, to me, Steele and Thompson have earned every opportunity to be in the starting rotation the rest of this year and going into next year.
He's making sounds over
Just having
there.
a moment over here.
I'm ranting, and Luke's over here.
I think there's
eating.
something to be said too for we talk a lot about having the 1-2 starters, but when you have depth in your rotation, you can get away with maybe not having a clear-cut ace when you've got 4-3 starters, for instance.
Yeah.
And I think that's more like what the Cubs have now or are close to having. And so maybe if in the trade market or in free agency at some point in the near future, I don't think you need a 1 and a 2. I think if you just get one true top of the rotation guy, you've got the depth otherwise that's probably all you need.
Yeah.
I've been notified. Actually, I'll wait. I was gonna say I've been notified that we're quite close to 30,000 followers on the CHGO Cubs account on Twitter.
We're very close.
And I feel like we should make Luke
Today's the
do
day.
something.
Yeah.
Today's the day.
Like Grandpa Stuckey has to do something. Whatever we decide.
We're at 29,000.
30.
We're at 29,967 followers on Twitter.
And Luke, are you up for that? What's that? We're 33 followers away from 30,000 on Twitter on the CHGO Cubs account. If we get what would you do if we get 30,000? Like, to get people to follow the account, what are you willing? Would you jump in Lake Michigan?
Wait, I've got an idea.
Will you jump in the Chicago River?
If we get to 30,000, the next time Naked Guy comes out there, will you go on the patio and take your shirt off?
Yes.
Luke, that's what you.
He's just walking out. He doesn't want to hear any part of this. He's pretending he didn't hear it.
That'd be incredible.
And don't even acknowledge him. Just go out on the patio, take your shirt off, and just sit there for a minute while he's out there.
That's what you have to do.
Why do you guys think I'm doing it?
Because you're Grandpa Stucky.
Grandpa
That's right.
Stucky.
Not happening. Whoever got here last
Do
today is the
Luckmeyer.
one that has to go do it.
I disagree.
Man, what a couple of great
Based
donuts.
off what we were
Thanks,
just
Joey.
talking, Matthew says, why not make Thompson your Montgomery, though? He's talking about Mike Montgomery, like kind of like what he was coming in the season, right? And then he says long relief, possible flex. Again, I'm not upset. Okay, if the Cubs actually go out there and add significant depth on the rotation, that like enough to where it's like, okay, I'd rather have these guys in the rotation than Thompson or Steele, then sure. But like, I just don't see why the Cubs would invest all their money into pitching when they have pitching coming up and they need bats. Like they need they need position players.
I will say this, like,
Now, I'm not saying don't invest in pitching. I'm just saying, like, why would you invest that much money on arms with the pitching infrastructure that they have now? I feel like they should invest more on offense.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, and that's kind of why we talk about like getting a Carlos Correa in the offseason or not a Mookie Betts, sorry, Xander Bogaerts or whoever it is, because if they had the overhaul and the pitching infrastructure, if it's like as good as the Cubs believe it to be,
Yeah.
then and that's what we're talking about, like how much money they had to spend on pitching last time because they couldn't develop it. Right. And that's why, but if you can develop good pitchers like Justin Steele, Keegan Thompson, you got more good arms coming up, then you don't have to spend all that money on pitching. Then you can, like you said, you can use that to go out and get some bats and bolster the lineup.
Right. And then again, that's not to say to not spend any money on pitching at all.
Yeah.
I just like again, one or two. It's like, well, you got Stroman, you got you are we all the way out on Killian? I don't think so. Like I think Caleb Killian should be in your rotation in 2023 just to start the year, just to see what you got there.
And there was a reason he was a centerpiece of the Chris Bryant trade.
Like you have to see what you got there. Kyle Hendricks is going to be here. Like that is what it is. One more year of him, fine. Yeah. Go get a top end starter. Then okay, you can talk me into moving
Give me DeGrom.
one of Steele or Thompson back into the bullpen. But I don't
Give me
know.
DeGrom.
I just don't feel like you can. I just don't feel like it's. I feel like it's like yelling at a wall if you're like thinking that we should move Thompson or Steele back into the rotation.
I do think you could take Hendricks or Stroman. If you're trying to compare them to 2016, you could take Hendricks or Stroman and turn them into your John Lackey.
Did Bodie just drop that ball?
That's
I gotta rewatch it.
I mean, that's and if you're really competing for a World Series, that's the level of guy you need to be for John Lackey, and you need one of the young pitchers to turn into the next Kyle Hendricks.
Right.
Wow.
And I think that's
and then you
possible.
need to have your Lester. So that's why I'm saying like DeGrom.
Did
But could
not see
Keegan
it.
Thompson turn into
Smyly.
Kyle Hendricks?
Smiley's
Maybe.
like, you got to be fucking me.
be the next go round.
That's awful.
Maybe it's Killing. Maybe it's
they're
somebody
up
else
level.
down the line. I
The
don't know.
Jedi of Chicago, I think that's my Mizzou guy. He says, well, the Jedi of Chicago says, I mean, if Thompson and Steele are your 4-5, then you have a really good rotation set up. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Like those are two
and
guys.
he even mentions like Samson and Alzolay. Now we also need to see Alzolay come back. And Samson, like again, I do think he'd be a very nice bullpen, like long relief option with a spot start here and there because like he's proven that he can do that, and he's barely making any money. Like there's no reason that he can't be part of this team next year.
I'm really interested if Alzolay does end up pitching again this year, like just seeing how he does.
Did tweet out over the All-Star break,
charging
like,
up or something like that.
Yeah, the iPhone charger, like
I know.
it wasn't
he's-
fully charged, but it was up there.
I know obviously that progression's taking longer than I think we expected, but he's
For
like,
sure.
I think the Cubs are optimistic that he'll pitch this year. And I'm interested. I'm interested first to see how they use him. If he's just like a long relief guy for the year, then that's But interested to see because we know like his splits against righties and lefties have been like drastically different in comparison to each other. So I'm interested to see, especially against lefties, like how he does. Because if it's a thing where he just like lefties just keep hitting him, he could still be like a 2-inning something like that guy, long relief that goes one time through the order and then gets people out. Like I think that could be something that works for him if he doesn't end up sticking in the rotation.
Naked Man is out there tanning now.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, he's laying.
It
it
looks
down.
like
He's
he is buck
vibing.
naked. It's not even sunny out. It's cloudy.
It's very overcast out there today.
I looked and
it's a little humid, but
we're 35 people away from 30,000 on the CHGO Cubs account.
So
Right.
it could theoretically happen today, and then
Well, if we yell over to Naked Man, he'd be one more.
He could be one of them. And
hey
then
man, you on Twitter?
Luke
I
will
think
go
he's
out
high,
on the
to be
patio.
honest with you.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's high too.
Yeah.
It's Sunday fun day,
One.
baby.
Yeah.
He's out vibing. He's like, I live in.
By the way, Schwarber's
A
about
nice
to hit a
neighborhood.
2-run homer here. Make it 4-3.
I mean, for gambling purposes.
yeah,
I
if you can
could-
get online
I
right
could
now,
take
it's
it.
gonna be about to be 4-3.
And if somebody were to place a bet
Right
during
now,
the
would,
game,
with the way that this game is going, would anyone entertain live betting the Phillies?
Well,
Is
it's
a-
tough
is
because
a
the Cubs
comeback?
bullpen's
Yeah, it's a
pretty good.
comeback.
is it a
Yeah.
comeback? I
The
don't know.
top of the lineup right here.
Maybe I should do that.
I'm just entertaining it. You can do it on PointsBet.
Probably pretty good odds,
Get on
PointsBet.
PointsBet.
Probably.
Use that
I bet it's at
CHGO
least
Cubs
plus 500 or
code.
we've had the conversation before, but I disagree with betting against your own team.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying.
I disagree with it. I just like because you're what do you call it, hedging your emotion or something like that, emotionally hedging.
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
it is. But I just feel like I don't know. I like I'd never bet against the Bears. I have bet one time, and then they ended up winning that game anyway. It was last year against the Raiders too. And they somehow won against the Raiders, and the Raiders were like, I think they were hot at that point, and then sunk because they lost to the Bears. But then I'm like, see, it wasn't even worth it. Even if I would have won, like, wouldn't have it made me feel better seeing them lose? I don't know.
Yeah.
Our guy Jake Bunowski's not happy about this game being on Peacock.
Is he not?
By the way, not at all. It's like I paid $25 a month for MLB TV. I should be able to watch every game on the app, and he's not wrong.
He's not.
I don't see his comment, but
It was an hour ago.
oh, I got you. I was like, where's that?
I'm a little behind. But I did get logged in.
Oh, that's tough.
That's 2 errors. Oh yeah, I forgot that.
And this is the
You know what
kind of
happens
inning
now?
where
Here it comes.
if the Phillies do come back,
then you remember this.
because you remember things like Bodie losing the pop up in the sun, Jan Gomes, which is
You can get the.
it's not a gimme right here, but
Well, neither of those. Well, this doesn't even count as an error, right?
no,
Right. So
it won't
those
show
are-
up in the box
yeah,
score.
exactly, yeah.
but
those are two like
I would say
Yeah.
that's an
things
error.
So
that could
picking Philly
turn the
right now
tide.
is plus
I'm saying like it doesn't go
380,
down as an
Cody.
error.
Oh, okay.
Plus 380.
Plus 380.
So what's that mean?
Well,
Talk to me.
plus 380. What? $5. $5 wins you 19, Stucky. Well, yeah.
Oh, it just dropped to 370. Did
drop
Schwarber
into
hit a bomb?
370.
No, Shore moved him over to third.
Yeah, Schwarber move over to third. So you got 2 outs with the guy on third. 2-run
Whoa, wait,
homer
he got
makes
there
this
quick.
4-3.
I want to see this replay. He spun around. Sped around. What did I say? I say spud around.
Spud.
What the hell is that? I don't even know.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm picking the
not
Phillies.
even a word.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie.
Was there just no one standing on third? Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
just
they're
did it. I
way-
picked the Phillies.
You're taking the Phillies. All
I
right.
got the under and the Phillies.
All right. Well, okay. Well, that's not good. Stucky, you're going to lose both those. You're not going to win both of them because if they come back.
Well, the last time I placed a bet, you told me I had a stone cold lock on the Suns, and they lost.
True.
You're still
have a
holding
stone
that
cold
against
lock?
me.
Do
That
you
was
have a
literally
stone
like
cold lock
that
for
was
me?
literally like 4 months ago, Stucky. No, you took the under at 8.5. Now, if the Phillies come back, it's 4-1 currently. That means if the Phillies come back, they're going to have to score 5
Right,
runs.
I'm going to lose one of those. That's a good
You're
point.
gonna lose
Can
one.
How do I get that? Take that back.
You can try and cash out, but I doubt you're going to get any of that money. this is the best content you can get at CHGO Sports.
David Elliott said Luke's dial-up internet finally caught up. In about 15 minutes, he'll see the second Gomes home run.
Actually, what internet I have right
There's a
now
run.
is the CHGO internet, and it's a little slow, to be quite honest with you.
Well, it's 4-2 now, folks.
Should have traded Smyly earlier in the game.
Good thing I picked the Phillies.
Hey, your payout on betting the live betting the Phillies there will. I mean,
I did a $5 bet. It says I would make $24 or something like that.
Yeah.
Man, Jared, we were on a good pace until you started talking about the pace of the game.
You did.
said.
You
Oh,
did.
that's right.
This innings
I mean, that's really a rookie mistake.
I should
on
have
my
bet
part.
that Jared was screwing us. And
even if you're not in the press box.
No, anywhere.
Accept
You just
changes
don't
and
comment on
retry.
the pace of the game.
Oh, it said bet declined. Prices changed.
Yeah,
Oh, you got to try
'Cause
it
they
again.
they
I
just
bet,
scored.
I
You
bet the
gotta
odds
do
are
it again.
lower now.
The payout just
that
got
looks like one
smaller.
that Nico. I mean, it didn't look that far out of reach.
Well, that sucks.
Maybe it was a little further out of reach than it
It's a
looked.
bummer. Plus 245 now. Now it's not worth my money.
It's not.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta leave Smyly in here. He's an out away from.
What other live bet could I
qualifying for
make
quality
right now?
start. I think
Yeah.
you gotta leave him in there.
Yeah.
He's only at 82 pitches.
Let
too.
him try to get this
He is-
third out here.
If there was a guy in scoring position, then fine.
right. Guy in first
But
base, I'm not
isn't
worried.
Castellanos coming up? He struck him out twice today.
Oh crap! Never mind. Thought I turned my laptop off on accident.
Oh, popped him up. Popped him up.
They gotta
Please
catch
catch
that
it.
one.
There
Oh,
you
there
There we
go.
go.
That's how you get out of an inning.
Okay, so Drew Smyly gets a quality start.
Yeah.
That's a nice, if you're looking at his trade value, it's a nice
Trade
outing
value.
to .2.
Yeah,
Goes at least 6 innings, just 2 runs. And
and
you could argue that second run, technically, though, it's earned. It's one of those
Yeah.
that, that's
Not
not so
all
much on
his
him.
fault.
and you look at it, and then I think one of the other things is like, hey, like this guy just threw 6 innings. Still coming off the injury. I think this is his 3rd start back. Or
Yeah.
since he came back
To
so,
show
like,
that you can
looking
get
at-
into this.
yeah.
Yeah, you can go 6 innings. That's
Go 6. He can get guys out. He's healthy. He's not like the injuries behind him. Like that. Those are all good signs for the Cubs as the trade deadline approaches when it comes to Smyly.
I can't get over this GIF that
That
Casey made of Luke shaking his ass
Awesome.
at donuts.
little
I'm not even going to look.
his little jig.
If I didn't see it, it didn't
He's
happen.
definitely vibing out. If you want to know what Luke Stuckmeyer is when he's vibing, it's when he sees Do-Right Donuts.
I'm going to have to check the interwebs.
Oh man.
Jack R said he's live betting Philly too, Stucky.
I didn't. I changed my mind.
you-
Once I saw the odds go down, I said, no, not for me.
And then
I was doing it.
What's some of these other comments? I'm going to scroll up a little bit here. We got 74 watching, only 52 likes.
That's embarrassing.
Come on, guys. We got to hit 100 by the end of this live stream. That's the goal. Ideally.
What do we have? It's the
Downton
Twitter
Abbey. I've
account
never
is up to
watched
what?
Downton
Our
Abbey.
Twitter account's at what?
pretty good.
At CHGO underscore sport. Wait, which one? Yeah, underscore Cubs.
That's
At
one. where-
CHGO
At CHGO
underscore Cubs. Does everybody on the chat follow us on Twitter?
I hope so.
The better.
We're at
'Cause if you-
29,969.
Yeah,
nice.
if you don't, it'd be nice to get us over the hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right over the top. We're already over the hill. somewhere.
29,969. Now, if we don't hit that, I mean, I guess it'd be pretty nice to stay right there. But
We don't wanna
We'd
lose
also
any.
like to hit 30,000. So I'm willing to sacrifice the nice jokes.
I think we had 56 likes. Yeah, it keeps going. Somebody keeps taking one away from us.
Dang.
Got
We had
that all
52
about?
last I checked.
Now we're back
we're
to
56.
57.
Up to 57.
Ooh, 58. Look
He-
at everyone.
Rachel's saying she might
Shout out to
unfollow,
the people
see?
liking. Let's go. Send all your Cubs fans here, your Cubs fans friends.
You're
here.
running out of time to make that $50 bet in game
Yeah.
with the
You get
CHGO
that
Cubs
pint?
code and getting the free pint glass.
Yeah. Do you want a pint?
Joey,
glass
you
or
want to show
not?
that graphic again?
Show us the pint glass, please.
Do you want a pint glass or not?
Yeah. Isn't it great?
I got donuts all over this shirt.
This is what it's like watching a game with Stucky. There's always food involved.
I need a bib.
Always food.
Yeah, they're getting an inside glimpse of like what we do, like how we watch the game regularly.
As in barely watch the game.
That's what I'm saying,
Just
like,
talk about bullshit.
Yeah, that's literally how I feel like that's how everyone watches the game. Like,
It's true.
if you watch the game,
Well,
like,
I mean,
really,
it's not like we're watching playoff contending baseball.
Right. But shout out to PointsBet though, because the people love it. So if it weren't for PointsBet, we wouldn't be doing this.
Boy, it looks hot. Look at those guys in the background of Morel. It's like 98 degrees there.
and Morel is in long sleeves.
They're just lucky that there's grass there instead of like the old AstroTurf. Like when the Reds would play in Cincinnati back in the day, or St. Louis had it too, or the Royals had it. You used to see the heat.
Yeah, you
So
can
hot.
literally see the heat wave.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. We had Luke, you might know Olympic Park right there in Schaumburg.
What's it called?
Olympic Park. It's like a bunch of soccer and baseball.
Oh
fields and
yeah.
stuff. One of the big fields we used to play soccer on had like the turf,
Old turf.
and like this is like summer soccer, and you like we'd be playing games and you just kind of look over to the side and you could see the heat wave.
Yeah.
like literally coming out. I'm
You
like,
can
why
see
are
it
we
on
playing
field
this
turf, but you can't. You could really see it on the old AstroTurf. Was just like Soldier Field had, was just cement with like the crappy turf you can go buy at Home Depot.
Yeah.
Put over the top of it. Like how guys didn't just. You wonder why their bodies fell apart. They were tackling each other on cement.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it was also like why, like how, like you didn't want to fall onto the ground
Right.
because it would burn you. Like it was so hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If your cleats
Boy, there's
didn't melt
nobody
by
at
the end
this
of the
game in Philly, by the way.
No.
Look
Lightly
at that
intended.
crowd.
I mean, for Sunday, yeah, that's not pretty good.
No. That's
Too
terrible.
hot for them.
Ooh, Robbie said you should jump in Lake Michigan in the winter.
Hey, Robbie, you should go jump in Lake Michigan.
I'm just saying, if we get to 30K, shirt off, patio, with naked guy, but no words exchanged, no look, don't acknowledge it, just be out there and see if he notices.
It's 96, feels like 98.
Oof. Big oof.
What's the difference?
Little humidity.
Ferris says he needs a Stuckmeyer mug. Just would have Luke's like caricature on it, or just to be an actual picture?
Doing the donut dance.
Doing the donut dance.
Like one of those like a new age mug that you can put gifs on the mug or something like that. Like somehow figure out the technology for that.
Right.
This is Luke.
Here's my guy, by the way. Nico hits a homer here. I take the lead.
I would say yes, even though my guy has a homer today.
Right, but if this was a, right, 2-run homer, kind of extend the lead.
Well, at least Ian Happ has a hit.
My guy was hit.
That's always good. Velasquez 1 for 2 with a homer. He also
Nico's favorite players was Tejada and Eric Chavez. Must have. He's grew up an A's fan. Okay,
Oakland.
I get it. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I don't remember. I was gonna say I think you might still be winning because Velasquez has the home run. It's 1 for 2, and he has 2 runs also, and a walk.
I think at this point, it's Velasquez.
Even if Nico hits a home run here, I think it's still Velasquez. Sorry, Luke.
You tie? Yeah, they were up 4-2.
My guy's been on base.
We need 2 more runs, or no, we need 3 more runs for the over.
David, this is the kind of dedication we need.
Like he's
He's going to go create 30 more
accounts.
Twitter accounts to get the foul.
Hey, I think they ruled.
Shout out to David.
They ruled the Jan Gomes dropping that ball in error.
They did.
It hit his glove. I mean, I thought it was an error.
Okay.
I mean, I would say it was an error, but I thought like just because it's a foul ball, like I don't know if that would like consider it an error, but it is, which I agree with. So I guess that 1 run isn't earned, huh? Yeah, Smyly only 1 earned run today.
Stucky versus Joey
Quality
Chestnut.
start.
Donut eating contest. Says Ferris. Oh gosh. just saw what his name from the Sox broadcast. Why is he calling the Cubs game? Benetti?
Jason Benetti.
Yeah.
Because it's on Peacock.
Right. Does it feel like we stole him from the White Sox for a game?
No.
I do really like Jason Benetti.
I like Jason
Same.
Benetti a
the
lot.
thanks Cubs was a hurtful comment,
For sure.
but I don't hold it against. He's a great broadcaster.
He really is.
He
And
is.
this is a little bit of payback for taking Len Casper
True.
Yes.
over to the other side.
I think
of
he's
town.
an
And Steve
overall great broadcaster because I
Oh,
love
yeah, other
listening
sports,
to him
too.
on
He
college
does,
basketball.
Yeah, his college
It's
basketball
great.
stuff is great.
Him and Robbie Hummel doing college basketball is awesome.
What's this? Who? Morel?
Nah, that's Nico.
Oh, Nico's.
All right, I'm doing it. Patrick Wisdom, 4th appearance, exact result. What are we thinking here?
Where do you find this?
It's on PointsBet, right?
I think he strikes out again.
Oh.
Nice. How do you get all those?
That's because his bat is literally starting right now.
Where can I find those on here?
Get the blueberry one.
I don't know. Find them.
Live?
Is it the crumbly one? Oh, I don't know what the one on top is. The one in the bottom left is another blueberry.
Oh, no. Game props? No. It still says 4. Oh, it says 8th. inning.
Everyone cares about the donuts right now. I don't blame them. Patrick Wisdom's favorite players growing up, Pete Rose was one of them. He's probably someone who thinks he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Pete Rose?
Yeah.
I think he does.
Thanks. I agree.
Ooh. Look at Patrick Wisdom.
I'm
Speaking
also
of
in
Hall of
favor
Famers, or future Hall of Famers, John Heyman tweeted like his active players he believes that should be in the Hall of Fame, and I just maybe he was going off just based off their careers at this point, but he left off a lot of names. I was like, these guys look like they're on path for a Hall of Fame bid right now.
Wait, who was on it on the list?
I tweeted it the other night because I just thought it was dumb from my own account.
It was probably like where their careers stand now,
Right.
kind of thing.
And that's what I think it is too.
Oh, there's a ground out to third base. Joey, did you get it? Joey, it was a ground out to third base. Would you have bet that?
It was a ground out to third base.
Mm-hmm.
I think in play outs is.
Oh, is it the whole thing?
I'm finding it. I'm finding it.
I think
Hold on.
Smyly's out, so quality start from Drew Smyly.
Oh, here it is. He tweeted. Okay, so the MLB Network account, I tweeted, if every active player's career ended today, how many would be headed to the baseball hall?
Let me see if I can name off some of them.
And okay,
Pujols, obviously.
okay, that's one.
Miggy, Miguel
Yeah,
Cabrera.
yep. He listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Verlander,
9. He listed 9 guys. So that's
Verlander, Greinke.
3. Yep.
Altuve?
No.
No. I don't know. Help me out here, Jared. What do you think? 9 of them?
There's 9. You named
9,
4.
So I've gone with
He named-
Pujols, Cabrera,
These are active players.
active players who, like, as things
Yeah,
stand now,
Pujols,
would be Hall of
Cabrera,
Fame.
easy ones.
Verlander and Greinke were on there. Trying to
Yeah,
think.
I can agree with both of those.
Kershaw.
Yep.
I think Kershaw, yeah.
Yeah. It's 5.
I don't think. I would say there's probably not a
Okay,
Yankee
so
on there, right?
This might be a
Garrett
risky
Cole,
one
maybe?
for me to say, but
No Yankee.
is Yadier Molina on the list?
Unfortunately.
I
Unfortunately, this
hesitated to say it,
overrated
but-
motherfucker is on it. That's 6.
Max Scherzer. Somebody,
Scherzer.
Yep, Scherzer's
somebody,
7.
John,
Oh, yeah.
John in the comments said Scherzer, and
course. Yeah, I don't know how I
then
forgot about
Charlie
Scherzer.
asked about DeGrom.
No.
I didn't think so. Kimbrel. Craig
Nope.
Kimbrel's
Craig Kimbrell's not on there.
Not on.
active saves leaders, not on
Wow.
there. Interesting. Active players who are
Hall
going
of
to be
Fame.
Hall of
So we're at
Famers.
what? We're at 7.
We're at 7.
We're missing
John
I think
Heyman
so.
doesn't think so.
I think so.
I would say he would be.
Yeah, and he's the active.
Oh, Mike
saves
Trout.
leader, so
Mike Trout.
Mike Trout. How do we forget about Mike Trout? Best player in baseball.
So we're missing one.
Can't be Otani, can it? Is it?
Yeah, missing one.
It's not
Missing one.
Otani, is it?
It shouldn't be. I mean,
It's not Otani, is it?
No, not
okay.
Ohtani,
Okay.
No.
You got Pujols.
You
Yeah.
got Pujols.
Pujols. Can we get a geographical hint?
Midwest.
Okay.
A Brewer?
NL Central.
Oh,
Brewer?
Joey Votto.
Yeah.
Oh, Joey Votto. Okay, yeah. There you
You
go.
guys said Verlander, right?
I said
Yeah, we
Verlander.
did.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah, he had Kershaw, Cabrera, Trout, Verlander, Scherzer, Pujols, Votto, Molina, and Greinke. I just based off just having you guys guess, like, I feel like he left off some guys. Like Kimbrel,
I
I think
think
Kimbrel
Kimbrel's the
deserves to be
biggest
in the Hall of
surprise.
Fame one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see Kimbrel there because that, to me, is a pretty easy one given what he's career accomplishments.
Yeah. Right. I'm glad to be blocked by John Heyman, guys. Very happy to be.
Fam guy in the chat asked, "What's the question?" And the question was, John Heyman listed 9 active players who he thinks will be Hall of Famers.
As things stand, as their careers stand now.
Yeah.
Not like, oh, like Juan Soto will be in the Hall of Fame kind of thing. which
How
is
he
where they're
would
at now.
say Molina over Kimbrel just blows my mind.
Cody's not having it. I mean, if there's a 10th, it would have to be Craig Kimbrel. I would say.
Again, if their careers ended right now, I think Altuve has a play in it.
I think so too.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of consideration.
Isn't he up?
Altuve?
Isn't he up near the
Altuve?
top in like postseason home runs?
On his plaque, they're going to have a little trash can next to it.
Well, honestly, I mean, that might be
Cheater.
one of the things that hurts his case.
If you ask the Astros, Jose Altuve never used the trash can. That's what they said back.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
I think because he is
A-Rod
like
never used the cream.
I think he's creeping up on the all-time postseason home run leaders. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's RBI.
What about
one of the two?
I hate to even say this, but like even Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, I feel like have had.
Arenado's probably closer.
Yeah, he's got all the Gold Gloves.
Yeah, couple platinum gloves, I think too.
Yeah. I think they're more viable to be in the Hall of Fame than Yadier Molina.
What about Freeman?
Even right now in their
Yeah.
careers with still years to play
Over-
left.
yeah, okay.
That's how overrated I think that guy is.
Nieren's right. Harper's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Harper.
Bryce Harper. Yeah, and I saw Freddie Freeman in there. I don't know. It's a borderline one for me.
He still has
Rookie
a lot more productive
Yes.
years to prove it. Yeah, but he's on path. Like he's on trajectory. I said Arenado because at least he's won a Gold Glove like every year he's been in the league,
Right.
and he's been one of if not the best hitting third baseman
Oh wow.
in the National League over his career too. And you can say the same thing about Goldschmidt as well. Maybe not with the defense, but definitely as a hitter. What is the Philly Fanatic doing, dude?
Is he the best mascot? Philly Fanatic, the
Philly
number one
Fanatic.
mascot in
Probably
sports.
up there.
What about the
No, Benny the Bull number one. Come on.
Benny the Bull's number
Benny
one.
the Bull, yeah.
In sports.
Philly Fanatic.
I don't even think Philly Fanatic's the best one in Philly, man. What
Is he-
about
is
what
he-
about the Flyers guy? Gritty, yeah.
Gritty.
Riddick.
He hits the gritty.
Oh, nice double play by F. Ross there. There you go.
I'm still looking at this one.
San Diego
Bigger.
Chicken's the most famous of all time.
Philly Fanatic is working the ladies in the crowd right now, though.
Yeah.
When he does the bump thing, is pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like his signature move.
Harper came in the league at 19. He's what, 28 or 29, 30? So he's been in the league for almost 10 years. He's won the MVP multiple times. The only thing he doesn't have really in terms of if you want to add that as your Hall of Fame career is a World Series
Yeah.
or insignificant playoff,
Yeah,
some kind of
significant
playoff
right.
like success. But as just a regular season player, he's great. The thing about like a lot of people, you can argue that I think for like the NFL or NBA, I think that matters a lot more in those sports. But like, man, Mike Trout is one of the greatest players that we have ever seen, and has like one playoff series on in his career.
Right.
And I hate how so many people, like, as a way to put him down, the fact that he has no playoff experience. Well, in baseball, you need 9 guys in your lineup that are good, and you need a starting rotation that is good. And, like, for some reason, the Angels can't put that together. That's not Mike Trout's fault. He still goes out there and gives you and plays better than almost not even almost, but better than every player in the league year in and year out.
Well, and that's one of those things where
his teammate Ohtani might be the only one that is better than him.
Right. There's no serious argument to be made that Mike Trout isn't a Hall of Famer. I mean, if you're pointing to his playoff experience, you're just kind of grasping at and you're probably just doing it to be contrarian.
But I'm using that as like the way that people put down Harper, though, too.
Yes, and that's another example too, where I think you need to look at the sport for the way that it operates. You know, to your point, where it's not like the NBA, definitely, and even the NFL to some degree, where 1 or 2 guys can change teams. We've seen it in recent years with Tom Brady going to Tampa Bay, where that makes a much bigger difference.
Right. I feel like in the NFL, like, if you're a quarterback, depending on if you have a ring or not, will depend on if you get into a Hall of Fame.
Definitely.
But, like, and then the NBA, it's like the easiest Hall of Fame to get into, my opinion. Like, if you just play for a really long time and, you know, are really good, I think you're going to get in. But baseball, it's just there's so many semantics to it. Like, I've lost a lot of, like, respect for, like, how they do this for the Baseball Hall of Fame. To me, it's a joke. It really is. Sorry, Ryan.
I kind of missed the whole, like, half of that conversation. Let's see. Is Clemens a Hall of Famer?
I think Clemens is a Hall of Famer. He just isn't going to get in because, you know, it's like the same thing with Bonds.
Yeah.
By the way, I made it all the way to the 8th inning without a bathroom break.
Congratulations, Stucky.
How about that?
Are we 0 bathroom breaks across the board here?
No, I went to the bathroom already.
Oh. It's that blue generic sports drink that you're
The
that
hangover.
non-specific.
This
The
season
hangover
feels so
fixer
long
elixir.
that Cody and I used to do shots of that stuff after a Cubs win.
Yeah.
Back in the day, the Cubby Kool-Aid shots.
Cubby
Oh, yeah.
Kool-Aid.
Pour one out. Last time we did one was on my birthday.
Is it
about
late
that.
enough in the game to get the solo cups and get some adult beverages, or
No.
Sure, whatever you
I
want.
don't know. I mean, it's a little early.
1:15.
in the day, perhaps. I'm not like
it's
I'm
only
not like naked guy
1:15.
over there.
I'm ready for my
on the
3
patio.
o'clock nap.
Is this third
This
sig
is,
break?
I think it's his 4th. He's out there again.
He's just out there ripping
He
heaters,
is a
brother.
chain smoker.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know.
And
Oh,
is he-
okay.
Yep, another
I was gonna
heater.
say, I don't know if he is
Is he
smoking, but I
talking
saw
to
him.
someone?
It looks like it.
He always is like gesticulating out there, but there's no one else there.
No, and he's always talking to himself.
He's animated
Goes has heaters
about
like, this is a good heater.
it. Yeah,
Got to get on that CHGO chat.
that's right. You could get those guys to 30,000 followers.
It's like those damn guys are talking
Cody
about me
took
again.
no runs first inning.
You know, he probably watches the show and he goes out there's like these freaking guys are talking about me again, man.
Yeah, we better be careful.
Oh, man. There's a lot of hate for Harper in this chat. I don't get it, man. He's one of the greatest players we've ever seen. I get, like, the attitude and everything, but who cares? If you're good, freaking show it. That's what we
Rachel-
all talk about, right? Like, we want to see players show emotion and to show personality. Bryce
Rachel
Harper
mentions-
literally does that.
Yeah. Rachel mentions
the
Morel's
great
big
Nick
grin
Swisher.
there. That kid is having so much fun. Yeah, like Christopher Morel, I've never seen him like angry. Like he's always has a smile on his
These are
face, man.
bad shirts.
The
they
only
have
time
on.
I feel like I've
shirts are
ever seen him
terrible.
angry
Those are
was whenever he
awful
slid into
shirts.
home last night and like looked like he was hurt for a second.
Oh, yeah,
Biker shirt's real bad.
Yeah.
The cycling shirt or whatever that is. No collar.
Corey Knable, Brewers legend. Remember this guy was the closer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Da-na-na-na-na. Say ya. Can we get an insurance run? Actually, can we get 3 insurance runs? We're trying to hit an over here.
Yeah, Luke's bet there is looking good at this point.
Don't say that.
I'm just trying to
No,
jinx it.
continue to
I'm
say
actively
it.
trying to jinx
Come
it.
on.
Yes.
I gotta do something.
Jared's trying to jinx it. He got 9.5 too.
Yeah.
We need the over.
I
We need
need-
runs.
If I win,
need a few more
I'm not
runs
even going to
today.
say it.
We're looking for
'Cause
points here.
Then I
Stucky.
would be 3 for 3 on my bets.
Pretty soon
if
I'm
they
going to have
get
to
the
leave the
over.
chat and start doing some rundown for the post-game show. Well, I really only need to get the reads in there.
83
Dig
people
up
watching.
the old ad reads.
This
Look
is
at this.
awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Sayers had a real quiet game. Mm-hmm. And a quiet Sunday.
Charlie Ruby says, I don't hate Harper. I just think he's overrated. Y'all said Harper before Mookie. Mookie is the only outfielder that has consistently been on Trout's level year in and year out. That's fair. Mookie Betts, I think, is on a Hall of Fame trajectory, too. If anything, I mean, I've never looked at his numbers. I do know that in terms of WAR, he's been one of the best over, like, the last 10 years probably, for sure.
Here, this is.
That's not to say that I don't think that he doesn't belong in the Hall. but
Right.
I just think, like, no one hates Mookie Betts. I don't think anyone actually hates Mookie
he's
Betts.
really good.
People don't like Bryce Harper, and people don't like Bryce Harper for the dumbest reasons in my eyes.
Yeah.
He didn't sign with the Cubs.
No,
Remember,
not
remember
even
the clown
that.
question? The clown question thing?
With
Like, that's a clown.
Castellanos?
No, Harper.
Oh,
was like, that's a
with
clown
Harper?
question, bro. And I got memed to like
Yeah,
oblivion.
right. Yeah, the clown question.
No, I mean, I will say, Harper's hype, I think, got him the Rookie of the Year award. If I remember correctly, wasn't it Todd Frazier? I think was just like an older rookie at the time and had a better season, I thought.
Really?
But then rookie.
It's been so long since his rookie year that I don't
this is
remember.
Harper's 11th season in the big leagues.
Came up at 19.
I think
he
I
had a lot
remember.
of hype. He was one of
Yeah.
the few rookies that, like,
He was like
Bryce Harper was one of the first that whenever people started showing like high school and college highlights of guys on SportsCenter.
Yeah. He was the
got
LeBron
hyped
of
up.
baseball.
Look at this
Like,
shift.
he got the hype that LeBron got when he was coming out of high school.
Right.
Oh, there's.
Hap hits.
It's not
It's
good for
against
the
the
over.
shift and still gets out.
I am. Yeah, right. I
too
am
bad.
not winning. Who you got today? Actually, who is winning right now? Is it Cody?
I think it is Cody with the Nelson Velasquez
He's
pick.
pulling away, man. Me and Luke just like take a
had
couple games in a row.
I was feeling good about it with Morel early on, but
Yeah.
just hasn't worked out.
I'm just looking at the game notes, looking at little fun stats. So coming into today, Patrick Wisdom had reached safely in each of his last 17 road games, dating back to June 12th. The first Cub to turn that trick since Ian Happ reached 17 times from August 31st of last season through April 15th this year. The last Cub to have a longer stretch was Matt Duffy, 21 straight last year. That doesn't mean anything to me, but I thought it was just fun to share. But he's at 18 now, Patrick Wisdom.
Patrick Wisdom.
It's one of those stats is like when you look at like ESPN stats and info kind of thing, and they have like crazy like specific stats, like no one really thinks about until like ESPN stats looks it up. Mm-hmm. It was one of those kind of things.
You know what stat you should look up?
What
Who
is-
leads the league in double plays?
It was the Cubs for a long time.
I don't think they do anymore, though. I do know that the Cubs lead the league in ground ball rate, at least last I checked, which was like last week. But I would love to know who leads baseball in, in double plays. Because there's always like, have the Cubs broken the record for double plays yet? There's always a comment, and Fam Guy just did that. So I'm just curious, like where they're at in double plays. That said, they had a shit ton of double plays, and it's annoying.
Yeah, I can always look it up. Oh, my computer's slow. Oh, I gotta plug it in. That's fine. I'll look it up when I get back.
Da-na-na-na.
72 watching now. Live.
Oh, 70. For an early game like today,
It's pretty good.
it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
This
By the-
fan base, they care, man.
Did
Love
you
it.
see the Bears? They were talking about it a little bit on the chat. The Bears uniform that's been out on
They're
Twitter, the orange
hideous.
helmet,
Hideous.
terrible.
That's like
Stop.
You-
The Bears
you've
helmet
taken-
should never change, by
It's
the way. I don't like the
iconic.
throwback. I want the regular helmet.
Right.
Do whatever you want with the uniform.
it's the Bears. To me, the Bears helmet, that logo is iconic. It's one of those things that you don't mess with.
No,
you
stupid.
don't change it. But this orange uniform, orange helmet is. I hope they lose both games that they wear those uniforms because they deserve it.
They don't. I don't.
Those things are
I don't.
disgusting.
I think I'm right about this. I believe the record's not very good in those stupid orange jerseys.
Yeah, I'm not
You're
a
not
fan.
an orange jersey fan?
No, and I don't believe they have a very good record with that jersey either.
When I saw
I
somebody
kinda
else
like the
on
orange jerseys.
but these helmets, they
Yeah, I'm
look
not a
like
fan
the
of these
Cleveland
helmets
Browns in
either.
those uniforms.
Bears need to do an all navy pants,
Just solid
navy top.
Yeah,
Their normal top, but with the navy pants and the navy helmet. They need to go all navy.
yeah. I'm not a fan of the orange at all. I hope it goes away after this year.
All right, what do we got here?
Chris Martin. Yeah, the video they released of them like painting the helmet. Ugh. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it looks like they're gonna wear them with the orange unis, just based off this video.
Bears?
Yeah.
I don't love the orange helmets.
No, I hate them. They're terrible.
I don't think they're. I guess too much orange.
Make them wear them whenever they play like the Packers. That way, I don't have to get up and that'll give me more reason to bet the Packers that day.
If you want to do a real throwback game in the NFL, I want to see the players have to wear the giant shoulder pads again.
The big 80s, 1980s
the Walter
style.
Payton shoulder
Oh, yeah.
pads like out here, the Earl Campbell neck brace.
Oh, yeah.
You want to give me throwback, that's all I want throwback.
I mean, we probably can't go way throwback and have them wear the leather helmets anymore.
Not with concussions.
Not
we
going to
can't.
go well, but
Speaking of uniforms, I had this question. Do you guys like wearing? Like, if you were to play baseball, would you rather have the pants down like how Martin has them right now, or up to the knees with the socks showing like Stubbs has them?
I'm very much a
I don't know what
high
they're called.
socks.
High sock.
Love the high socks
Yeah,
look.
I'm definitely a high socks guy.
Love
Yeah.
high socks.
Or
High socks describes vibes.
if I'm not high socks, then I want Sean Dunston, Ryan Sandberg stirrups.
Stirrups
Like
are cool.
you know,
Like the long
that's a
stirrups.
yeah,
long-
long
Yeah,
stirrups. Look.
Yes.
All right,
What's
it's
the
4-3 now.
game?
Man, you should have live bet the Phillies there.
Couple more
Sucky.
runs hits the under.
7. I got
Couple
one more run. I
hits
got
the
one more
over.
run
We
to
need-
stay
we
safe.
Need two
One
more runs. Like I'm.
Get Chris Martin out of the game.
Yeah, that's not good for trade value though. That guy pitched on Friday for the Phillies and gave up 5 runs.
Oh, here it is, Cody. Coming into today, the Cubs had the second most double plays grounded into at 85.
Who leads?
The Nationals with 95.
Nationals. Okay.
That was coming into today. I don't know where they're at now.
We need 2 runs. Perhaps from the Cubs. Back to reminiscing about when we didn't have to hope for trade value for well-performing Cubs. They're doing the wave here at Philly. I mean, it's 4-3, guys.
Late in a one-run game, you're doing the wave.
Yeah,
That's
you're doing the wave. Like,
not a good sign.
I mean-
I'm not anti-wave, but time and place.
I'm pretty anti-wave.
Oh, Matt Vierling, his brother played at Mizzou.
By the way, is it getting warmer in here or is it me?
It does feel a little bit
it's all
warmer
the
in here.
A
donuts.
little warmer, but
I don't-
not sweat.
Yeah.
not
warm
yet.
Not sauna yet.
Time to take that shirt off and go to the patio.
No.
I like that they have his stats
Oh,
on the
man.
back there.
I I've had the song "Fantasy" by Mariah Carey stuck in my head for like the last 3 days. I don't know why. So if you hear me like just starting to hum that, that's no reason.
I say just belt it out.
No,
Just,
Sing it for us.
I don't have the voice of Mariah Carey. I wouldn't do that song justice if I tried to sing it.
Her Christmas song where she just destroys.
Oh, All I Want for Christmas. Is
Yeah,
You.
but where she's just completely without the backup singing, and it's one of my favorite videos ever. She's
Wait.
so outrageously bad.
I don't.
You've never seen
I've
Mariah
seen it.
Carey?
Uh-oh.
Never seen this video.
I've never seen
What's
this
her
either.
Christmas song? Oh, Google it.
All I want for Christmas is
Yeah,
you.
she loses. She's supposed to be singing it with like backup and stuff, and she just tries to sing it live outside.
I've never seen it.
It's maybe the worst singing you'll ever hear.
Really?
So
It's
she's,
like up with Carl Lewis trying to sing the national anthem.
Oh man.
wow.
It's amazing. You can see her just the panic in her face.
So she's not as good live as we are.
No.
As we are. There you go.
Rachel says it's bad. Bless her.
Ooh. Oh, that's if you break out the bless her, that's
I'm telling you,
Ooh.
it's you'll think differently of Mariah Carey as a singer when you.
Yeah, right.
bless her. That's
Bless her.
that's not good.
Tough.
All right. For gambling reasons, I would not be mad if Kyle Schwarber hit a double here, or a homer just for the over.
If he hits a homer right here, then the over would have to hit
Yeah.
for any team to win.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. I just can't believe he didn't do anything off Drew Smyly today. Drew Smyly just had an all-time performance for him for his standards today.
Drew Smyly it was really good today. We're going to talk about that on the postgame show.
Yeah.
But again, like the knuckle curve was
CHGO greater than side Mariah Carey.
Basically. Yeah.
Thank you, David.
David, you're right.
see what is Twitter looking like right now? Oh, Rachel just tagged me in the video on Twitter. All right, I'll watch it later. But yeah, no, there's no reason why that song like popped into my head and I can't get it out. And then I remembered that you ever seen Free Guy, one of Ryan Reynolds' newer movies.
Yeah.
That was the song that he like when she would the
That's
girl was
right.
singing it
Yeah.
when he like fell in love with her. And then it's also in the beginning of Rush Hour, and Soo Young, I think it's Soo Young, yeah, the ambassador's daughter. She's singing it in the car right before she gets kidnapped. It's in Rush Hour. I'm like, oh crap, I know this song from a couple of different places, but I don't even know why it got stuck in my head. Like I didn't hear it anywhere, and like it's like that song "Fantasy" by Mariah Carey.
yeah.
It's just
You could do worse, I
it's
guess.
just been in there.
That's a borderline pitch.
It is.
That could have gone either way.
That's right there.
I think it did nip the corner
got
of
the
the
corner
plate
of the
there.
plate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in a one-run game, if I'm Kyle Schwarber, maybe I don't take that pitch.
Yeah. Oh, he's going in the dugout.
Probably to go
Clubhouse.
beat something.
Oh yeah, something's getting
Watch him.
getting broken.
Watch him take off. There he goes. Well, okay, this TV got
And
further behind than it was at the beginning of the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
That one.
Fam guy 218 says, So what Ryan's saying is we should associate Mariah Carey with kidnapping a Chinese ambassador's daughter?
If you're watching Rush Hour, sure. It's
There's
just a great
also
movie.
there's a suggestion that you listen to "Fantasy" by Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Never heard of it, but I guess I gotta check it out.
You got it on
Earth,
the way
Wind, and
home.
Fire
On the
is a
way home
great,
today.
September, great day. Like every time September 1st comes, play
Oh
it.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or just at the end of September.
And that's a lot better than on October 1st when people make the stupid Green Day joke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wake me up when September ends.
We got to stop doing that. We got to stop.
Or
Wake
whenever
up.
anyone
Yeah.
uses the Justin Timberlake gif every time May's coming.
I can't.
which one?
I still kind of enjoy that one. I'm okay with that
It's
one.
gonna be May.
It's gonna be May.
He says me, but he says it like
Oh
May.
yeah.
Yeah. From
And then so
NSYNC.
people will tweet out like just a picture of Justin Timberlake on May 1st.
Yeah. No, I don't mind it. I know some people probably get tired of it. Though.
That one I'm
it's
okay
very
with.
similar.
I think the Green Day one is obnoxious. I don't have any, I can't justify that to anybody, but it's just a feeling.
Oh, man. Oh, Stephen Brault getting loose, man. He's been okay since he got the call.
Still hasn't sung a national anthem, though. That needs to happen soon. Yeah. I just lost. I don't know. Have you ever seen the video of him singing the national anthem? Stephen Brault? It's actually really good. When he was in Pittsburgh. Did it twice, I think. He did a whole
Well, he was
he recorded a whole album in the pandemic or something like that.
right, and he was a big podcaster a while back. He and some of his teammates in Pittsburgh had their own show for a while. I don't think they do it anymore, but yeah, for a while there when he was with the Pirates, they had their own show. Surprising number of baseball players who have done or do podcasting themselves. Once upon a time, Ben Zobrist was on a podcast. Of course, Ian Happ now with the Cubs and the Compound, which is a good show.
Max Payne.
Chicago's a good media market, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anyone can have a podcast these days. Wink, wink. Us.
Yeah, us.
Stephen Brault trade value. I don't see him getting traded. I mean,
neither.
maybe. No, I don't know. I mean, he's what,
I think-
3 outings in? He's pitched 3
Yeah,
times.
right.
I think
season?
sometimes people forget too, what do you think that you're getting in return?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very similar with the Wade Miley thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what if he would have pitched as well as he had been and pitched
The whole season.
I wonder what the Cubs really could have got for him.
Yeah,
He's only
like-
pitched 4 times, but he was good in.
He was
At
a
least most of
clear,
that.
to me, they are bringing this guy in for the first half of the season so they can showcase him, trade him.
That's what it
But
always
then
seemed
just the
like to
bad
me.
luck of, he's been hurt.
That's what it always seemed like to me.
Mm-hmm.
We're almost there, guys. I do like that in the back, the StatCast stats.
Yeah.
Derek Hall, 2022 averages. We were talking about Derek Hall a few weeks back. What were we talking about him for?
I'm not sure.
Was it one of our drafts or something? I don't know. We were talking about something, and I think someone in the chat brought up Derek Hall. I'm like, oh, rookies maybe?
Yeah.
Something about rookies?
Carlos says I'm betting on under 9.5. I'm not here for that energy. Not here for it.
Well, under 9.5 and over 8.5 could both hit.
Good. That's where I got it as a 9.5.
Oh, you got it at 9.5?
Yeah.
Never
So
mind.
we need 4 runs. I keep saying that we need 3. Now I need 3.
Yeah.
Earlier I was saying we need 3. I had 9.5.
Come on.
I need a drink. I'm gonna go search the fridge.
If you have it in you to pour a second one of whatever.
Thank you. Put a lot of hard work into that.
Or I could just put Steve.
That says not Steve.
Not Steve.
But you're still
That was so
anyway.
people couldn't tell that I'd left. Same personality. Dry. Oh, Martin.
Got him?
Woo!
Got him.
3 to go, baby.
Look at how literally diagonal he was on that. Just wait. He was doing how Michael Jackson does a thing where he leans all the way over like this and can bring himself back up. That's what he did, just backwards. Oh. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very diagonal on that one. Someone said isn't. Yeah, Stephen Brault is under control in 2023. He's arbitration eligible. next year, and then free agent after 23.
We've been live so long that Cody came around the corner in that shirt, and I was like, oh, man, somebody else is wearing the shirt.
What are the chances?
Rachel said, laptop on the floor, unhinged. Cody's a madman. Yeah, I like Brawl. I think him getting healthy too, like having him healthy. I wonder, like, because I think the Cubs kept Daniel Norris around a lot or longer than maybe they should have, just because they needed a lefty guy.
They needed somebody, yeah.
A lefty guy to cover some innings. So I wonder if Steven Brawl doesn't come up when he did, if anything leads to, like, if Daniel Norris sticks around even longer.
Yeah, because it kind of did feel like he was there out of necessity more than anything else.
Yeah, I keep saying it's like the lasting image of Daniel Norris is like him throwing the ball to center field.
Yeah,
like
just
that, which ended up being the game-winning run against the Mets. Like that is the lasting. There's basically the last image of Daniel Norris in the Cubs uniform. Yeah, I mean it was just a move that didn't work out. It was a move that the Cubs made, hoping a change of scenery was good for him or something, and it just didn't work out. Like that. Honestly, that happens a lot in baseball.
Yeah,
like you don't really think about it. For guys that are like that, like not expected, like when the guys are like all-stars and then you get them and then they like just like fall off, you notice that. But when it's just a guy, kind of not even a throwaway signing, but just like a one that doesn't move the needle and doesn't work out.
That's it, Cody.
Right.
All right, it happens.
Cody's doubling down on a win.
And he's hydrated.
Hey, Joey.
I can't do another one.
Is the post game on this same chat? Is it just continuing over?
I'm inquiring right now.
Okay.
We might just keep the stream rolling, and then we'll clip off where we start postgame and release that as its own podcast. But I mean, if you guys, I don't necessarily see a point in like starting a brand new stream and the whole chat.
Oh,
Jan Gomes almost took one to the face.
he doesn't want Yan Gomes to hit that third home run.
No.
Not at all.
Look at that woman in the
The
background.
lady behind it.
Cody. Hello, everyone. RW team. Or
Welcome back,
RWB
Cody.
team.
Oh,
Hello.
right at him.
I'm going to lose all of my bets.
Yeah, we're at that point in the live stream where no one's talking.
Yeah.
We're almost at the end right here. Okay,
81
I
watching.
mean, we can get excited for the last 3 outs. The
Let's
Cubs
talk-
might actually win this
let's
game.
talk Ortega real quick, because
He's up to, well, his at-bat was short-lived.
yeah, which is a good thing for us. I think, where do you think his trade value is now since the end of June when he was
Not as good.
doing really well?
I still think it's up there. Because, again, you get years of control. It's not like it's going to cost you a ton.
And he's still
And the defense is still there.
and he's
I mean,
still
you're not
good
getting
against
Juan.
righty.
You're not trading for Juan Soto. You're trading for
For
Rafael Ortega.
I just I think his value was like really, really high at the end of June. July's been a struggle
Again,
for him.
The Pirates just traded Michael Perez to the Mets for cash considerations. I looked up that guy's stats. Guy's got a WRC plus of 47. I mean, you could trade someone if you really want to, guys.
Well,
At
yeah,
least-
I'm not
At least
saying
he has
they
a
can't.
WRC plus over that's above league average. At least last I checked.
They can, absolutely. I'm just like, I think the value of what you would have gotten for him has gone down a little bit. I mean, you tweet it all the time, trade value down.
Yeah.
You tweet it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still not convinced he does get traded because of, like, the years of control. What does he have, like 2 more years of control? Something like that? Another year?
I think it's a year or 2.
Check.
Who's going to be the biggest name traded?
Wilson
In all of
Contreras.
baseball?
Will it be Soto?
it might be.
I mean, it
Actually, no,
depends on if
I
it's
say
Soto.
Wilson
So I'm
Contreras
saying, like,
doesn't get traded.
obviously it's Soto if Soto gets traded.
Yeah.
Right. Without him, though, it might be Contreras.
Possible.
Otani?
Ortega's
There's another one
arbitration
that's possible,
eligible through 2026.
I don't know. I'm still not convinced. I mean, both with the Soto thing and now the Shohei Ohtani, I'm not sure I think either of those guys are going to end up getting moved.
Oh, man. Velasquez was plus 550 to hit a homer.
Got another
Sound
base
like me
hit,
over
though.
there, Luke.
I'm not
Hey, who
saying
you got?
I'm not saying anything about my wagers.
Luke doesn't check Slack.
Slack right here. I've got
He's
that app.
slacking.
I have that app.
Who had Morel? You had Morel?
I had Morel.
This could be big for you right here.
This could be. If he can give us an insurance run or 2, be a great spot for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, run.
Oh.
Here we go.
So I think
Right now it's
we'll get
looking.
to it. I think Cody locked it up, but well, hey,
Yeah.
we'll see. Game's not over. It's like Ian Happ, like,
You know what we haven't talked about at all?
what?
Nick Castellanos in the reporter last night. You want to
Oh,
see
yeah.
that video?
Yeah.
I did see that.
What was the question that they asked?
If he heard
he
the
heard the
fans
boos.
booing.
Oh.
And they always say, like, no, I lost my hearing or something like that.
Oh.
And it was, like,
There are,
got a little intense in there, didn't it?
yeah, and I think sometimes, and I'm sure, Ryan, you've seen it too, in there where you do get people who it seems as though they're asking a question because they're trying to get a certain type of response.
Yeah.
You know that he heard it. So it's not really a question of did you hear the booing? It's I want to get your reaction to it. So I'm going to – and so, you know, it kind of frustrates me a little bit when I hear people ask questions like that, and I get it sometimes when the players react
Yeah.
the way that they do. I mean, we talked earlier about the Bryce Harper, that's a clown question,
question,
bro.
yeah.
And then we have Castellanos last night. Right? Yeah, I mean, because I think these guys know too when they're being asked something where it's like,
You're just trying to get me
you
to say.
want me
yeah.
to say X, Y, or Z. So I think it's on the reporter to do a better job of asking the question, change the wording of the question, frame it in a different way. Because I'm not a fan of the I'm clearly trying to get my quote that I can
Yeah.
throw on Twitter or a little video clip that I can post, and it helps me as the reporter because I get a bunch of retweets and engagement on social media for it, and it makes me look good. It's not good for you. It doesn't,
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, coming from you, I was interested in you guys' perspective. You guys are the reporters. You guys are the objective ones. I'm just the fan here who gets mad about people who think Yadier Molina is good at baseball. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I think just being in this job now for 4 or 5 months, I've learned a lot from what we see on this side, even from my view, on how players see things and how you know that kind of thing rolls. So I don't blame Castellanos for saying anything he said. You know?
Not at all.
Yeah. So.
And if anything, you know, over the course of a whole season or several seasons, when you watch this kind of thing happen, it's honestly surprising to me that you don't see players react that way more. They are far more patient with that kind of thing than I think they get credit for.
Yeah. Because
The good guys are.
yeah.
Yes.
Especially
Good
after a
guys are.
loss.
There's
Absolutely.
guys that will just. It's like any job. You got bad eggs
Yeah.
in any job, any profession. And are there players that still see a woman go into a clubhouse and are going to give her grief no matter what question she asks? Absolutely. Ryan, for your case, there's I guarantee there's going to be a day where they're going to look at another clubhouse and be like, "That's a young guy. I'm going to try and show him up just for no reason." It just it's going to happen, but you
Maybe.
just deal with it.
Yeah.
And
You know, like it happens.
I've had
to
players,
everybody.
I've had players do things where they're clearly trying to mess with me a little
Yeah.
bit.
Oh, yeah.
You know, nothing that's ever been like outright rude or demeaning or anything like that.
Yeah.
But definitely some stuff where I'm like, okay, come on, man. But you're right. Like the good guys are not going to do that.
And
And
if they do it, they will apologize the next day. Like, sorry, I
Yeah.
I was just in a bad mood.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's kind of like,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's after a loss too. Like
Right. Yeah,
players
yeah.
are frustrated after a loss. Like they're no one's happy, and then sometimes you just kind of
You
lose
get
that.
this- yeah.
Where you're just like
Yeah.
just didn't want to deal with it or something. I could see that being what happened to Castellanos. It's like
Yeah.
I've even seen guys have different attitudes, different seasons. Mm-hmm. You know, if they're having a bad season, the same
Yeah.
question might rub them a different
Yeah.
way than if you would have asked it the season before and they were having a good season. That
Definitely.
sometimes, while I understand it, always bothered me a little bit. If they know the difference and it's just like, well, I'm okay if you get cranky, but let them also realize that you were just cranky about it. You
Just-
know?
yeah.
Just
Like you said, the ones who will then maybe the next day or the next time they see you say, hey,
yeah.
listen, and I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen with managers who have come to reporters and been like, hey, you know, sorry for whatever.
Right,
So,
right,
you know,
right.
when you're able to recognize it, because no one expects you not to ever like have a bad day, or when
Yeah.
you're called upon to answer questions or speak to your performance day after day like that.
Right.
well,
Well,
especially if you're struggling. Like
Yeah.
Right.
you
Right.
All the questions are like, why are you struggling or what?
And
blah,
another
blah.
another example of just like different setups is
This has been a long at bat.
any of the four of us could go into a clubhouse
Yeah.
and you might ask a question that might be legitimate, but if there are still players in baseball, and it's any sport, doesn't matter what they are, there are still players in a clubhouse that if they look at you and they say, he didn't play professional whatever, they're going to have an attitude.
Yeah.
But if another former player came and asked the same question, because usually a lot of times, a former athlete that is in the media and isn't used to asking questions in the clubhouse, been used to answering them, they will go in and they're more likely to ask that static line that just is looking
Yeah.
for a soundbite. They're more likely to ask that question than the reporter is a lot of times, and it'll get just a perfect response because it's another former
'Cause
player.
Yeah.
Right.
So
They-
it's
they
just
tr- there's a
it just
different-
depends on the player, the situation, and like I said, it's like any other sport. There's guys that are good with it. There are guys that are bad with it. And
But I think too, some of it is, and without knowing the relationship between the reporter who asked the question and Castellanos, sometimes there's, do these guys know you? Have they been around you a lot? Have you talked to them before much? Have they seen you in the clubhouse on a consistent basis? Because I think they size you up and in some cases treat you differently if they're like, oh, well, this is so-and-so. I've talked to that person 6 or 7 different times, and they've got some impression of you.
Right,
Or,
right.
you know, and so then they may take a question like that a little bit differently.
Dave Robertson, trade value.
I was gonna say Cody is
looking
where's
pretty
it at
good.
right now, man?
Like another example of like different reactions at different times, and sometimes you don't expect it from like. I think one of the nicest reactions I've ever had from a coach or athlete was, of all people, Greg Popovich. Like
I can see that.
early on,
Okay.
like I screwed up. I did a look live with Greg Popovich. It was like a 3-minute interview on the 6 o'clock news. So it was like live to tape, and then we're going to be aired like 2 minutes later. Just me and Popovich. And when I signed off and sent it back to the studio, I'd only been there like a week. I said my previous station that I'd worked at. And he kind of looked at me like, I'm like, oh. I said it wrong. He's like, let's just do it all over again.
Wow.
No,
Oh, really?
to just give me another like 3 minutes, knowing that like he screwed that up and he's new. You fast forward 3 years later, if I asked him a stupid question, he would jump down my throat because I should have known better if that was a question. It didn't happen very often, but sometimes you look at me like,
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
better question, and then I would respond to that like, okay, I get it, he's right. Like I mailed that one in.
Yeah.
I should have asked a better question. But sometimes it's not the guy's. Sometimes the reputation doesn't always fit. Like he could be. Don't get me wrong. He could be as tough as some of the guys you see, and he's really mellowed. Like honestly, I think the Craig Sager dying thing kind of mellowed him out with reporters a lot.
Okay.
Well, there was a time where you'd watch and be like, "Oh, this reporter's about,"
There you go.
somebody
yeah.
walk in that hadn't been there before and be like, "Ooh, this
Yeah.
isn't going to go well."
All right. We got David Robertson just
Yeah.
walked.
I know.
Bryson
We got a-
Stott.
Please.
Situation.
There we
I
got.
got a wager on the line here.
We got
What do you
potential
need?
situation here.
He's got the under.
You got
the
the
under.
Oh, okay.
8.5 under.
Didn't you live bet the Phillies too?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I tried to bet it, and then they changed the line as I was betting it, and then I
alright.
decided not to do it
Okay.
because the line dropped to like 200 something.
All right. 0-2 count.
Uh-oh.
Well, I didn't see what happened, so I'm gonna watch this
Uh-oh.
TV.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Is it still too late to live bet the Phillies?
Oh man,
Oh fuck.
that's a base hit. Ortega out in center.
Oh no. Come
Was
on.
Ortega in for Nelson right
I'm
now?
willing to take
Right.
all the losses on my bets at this point. Like
This is how Robertson does. This is how all
So,
relievers
but-
do it. They give you a heart
right.
attack.
There's one out, but you've got a beautiful situation for a double play ball.
Play, force
This
any
is-
base.
Yeah. Forcing any base. This is
Just roll one up.
not worried yet. Not worried yet.
Oh, Jack said Robertson trade value down.
Oh no.
Didi Gregorius. Oh, okay. This one's like 2 pitches ahead.
It's yeah.
Okay, I'm just
Way
gonna watch
ahead.
that one
It's
over there.
way ahead.
I'm done watching this TV. It's too far behind. And it's like gradually gotten even slower as the
Yeah.
game's gone on. Was not this far behind earlier in the game. All right, 0-2 count. What do you think Robertson's gonna throw, Jared?
You got to keep the ball down
Yeah.
because you're looking for your
Yeah.
double play ball. You want a ground ball right here, so I'm going down in the zone.
Yeah. Maybe a curveball down. Nope, that was fast.
Oh,
Right at him.
It's okay, and the runners
we got a
probably
guy
aren't
there.
going to move.
Stucky's gonna.
There you go.
I'm gonna lose
There we go.
every bet.
Don't say it. Don't say it, Cody.
It was the first thing I tweeted this morning. Hey, we're gonna be live for the entire Cubs game today. Come tune in and watch me lose all my bets.
There you go.
It's unquestionably warmer in here, by the way, than
Yeah.
it was when we started.
It's yeah.
For sure. I don't know why, but
Oh yeah, Minnie Minoso did make the Hall of Fame.
It is
didn't he?
off?
Minnie Minoso.
He did. Yeah.
That's cool.
David Ortiz.
Ortiz.
Even with the thing on?
What's his name? Buck O'Neil.
Nobody said anything.
Yeah, Buck O'Neil, and then there's
I didn't hear anybody say anything.
somebody else.
Oh, you could hear it. That's so. I mean, that's the difference.
Where are we at?
that's
That
the
AC was. I was
Right
like,
outside on that one. Oh, Garrett Stubbs.
difference. Yep.
He hit the homer.
oh yeah,
earlier.
with the thing there. But what if you put it directly over it? Because we had it on an angle. Oh, you did.
Did we get a Joey sighting on the stream? Another Joey sighting?
And then you're going to switch this for us, right?
All right. See, we got with Robertson.
So when the game is over, if you're on the chat, just give us like a minute or two to flip some things around, and then we'll start up the post-game show. We'll keep talking, but I'd like to actually start the post-game show.
That's a good curveball right there.
Take a second.
I'd give him another one just like it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Curve?
Curve in the dirt.
Curve in the dirt. This is a 1-2 count if you miss on it.
I just saw that replay of it. Yeah, that's good.
This, if the Phillies do indeed lose here, that is not the way to head towards the trade deadline.
No.
For a team that's trying, like,
Yeah.
You get swept at home by the Cubs.
get swept at home
there
by a tanking team.
Gassed him up high.
Yeah.
I like
Cubs,
Yeah,
there you
sweet.
go.
Cubs win.
Show
Ball up and away.
David
Me
Robertson,
the
trade value.
money.
There it is.
I'm going to tweet out the classic Kevin Malone video. Cubs, 4. Phillies, 3. Cubs have won 4 in a row, guys.
Oh, yeah.
4
Yeah.
straight. They're
Really?
on their way. 19 more to go.
19
and they
more to
are
go.
right-
19 more to 500.
They're right back in it.
It's just nice to win one.
It's just nice to win one, baby.
I love that.
Kevin Malone, Cody Delmendo.
He seems so happy in that moment, too. Like,
Yeah.
I love that moment for Kevin Malone.
Yeah, right?
Like, he's talking, he just like, gets choked up. He's like, it's just nice
It's
to
just
win
nice
one.
to win one. Sums up, like, my life. It's just nice to win one, baby.
All right. Are we still live?
Guys, we'll be up
That's-
like with the post-game show in a second, right?
Yeah.
What's
it's
the Cubs record now?
Oh, man. It's, I got it right here. 38 and 57. Yep.
All right.
All right.
18 more to go.
18 more to go.
No, it'd be 19, wouldn't it?
19 more to go.
19 more to go, yeah. They're 19 below.
All right.
As Brendan would say, just need a 19-game winning streak to get
Just
back to
saying.
500.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what, they just got to win tomorrow? No, they don't play. Yeah, win tomorrow. They got to win, beat the Pirates Monday and Tuesday, and then just win the next 17 games. Like,
Guys ready?
simple. I'm ready.
Do the real
Let's do
deal
this.
post
I'm ready
game?
to
Let's
go.
do it.
Let's do it. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs post-game show presented by PointsBet. Use that code CHGO when you sign up to get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. It is a Cubs sweep on a watch-along Sunday, our first ever for the CHGO Cubs. We've been on live on YouTube since the post-game show. And hopefully we do this again because it was kind of fun
Yeah,
to just
it
hang
was
out
fun.
through the
I liked
entire
it.
game.
Yeah.
We
We're
had-
1-0 since we live streamed during the entire game.
That's right.
Right. That's
And the
right.
Cubs haven't lost a game since the All-Star break.
Yep.
Cubs-
Undefeated in CHGO
Yeah.
After the All-Star.
Post all, as I say, the
post
Cubs have
All-Star
never
history.
lost a game after the All-Star break in the history of, or in the CHGO sports era.
And what was this? We'll always remember this as the live stream game, the watch-along party. We'll also remember it as the Jan Gomes game.
The
The ongoing.
Yeah. Jan Gomes game.
man. That was,
This is it.
he did have a great game.
There was the Sandberg game. Now we got the Jan Gomes
The
game.
on Gomes game.
Well,
And I think what needs to happen is we got to wear these shirts.
every time.
That's
Keep
right.
The shirts going.
We all did it.
Donuts every day. Keep
Jared?
the winning streak alive.
Cody Del Mendo was the first one to walk in with the shirt on. Then I walked in with the shirt on. Then Jared Willis walks in with the shirt on. We're all like, was Ryan going to wear the shirt? Sure enough, here comes Herrera. Last one through the door, and he's got it on too.
I was like,
and we didn't even plan it.
It was. I was thinking like we did the Spider-Man meme. They're like pointing at each other. We should have done that.
Yeah, we should have done that.
We should have done that.
Yeah.
Kevin Kaduk says we have to wear the matching T-shirts until the winning streak ends, or
enough.
we need to have donuts every game till the winning streak ends.
That's true.
Do Right Donuts came through.
Yeah.
Gave us a little boost there.
Oh yeah.
Pushed us through to the final. So really, I mean, you could say it was the Gomes game, but for me, this was the Smyly game. Like,
Yeah.
Drew Smyly, number one, is obviously someone they're trying to trade here
Yeah.
by August 2nd. And this is now a couple in a row that have been pretty good. And this game here, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 12 outs on his knuckle curves. They showed a graphic in the game. This might be enough to get a team to nibble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. You're not going to get a big fish, but you might get a keeper. You might get a keeper to nibble on the
Yeah.
hook.
I've seen like on Twitter already people saying like the Cubs shouldn't let Smyly pitch again. Like this,
I agree.
Like, this is like the one.
No,
that,
I agree. Trade him this week.
Yeah, this is the
Next
one
4
that you
days.
end
This is
it,
the time to do
a
it,
good
yeah.
quality start for Drew Smyly.
And
And
given that they're probably not going to be able to trade one or two of the guys that they clearly had sights on
Yeah.
moving at the deadline, now you have this is about as good of a start as you can hope for from Smyly going into. It's really like this is the last week or so before the deadline hits. This is definitely the time to do it. So I think I agree. Don't start him again. I pick up the phone and work on making some moves in the next couple of days.
Because at that point, you're kind of just risking him having a really bad start.
Right.
Right.
Like, this would be the good start to be like, hey guys, you see what Drew Smyly did? Like he looks good.
Yeah.
He's healthy. Like this is the one that
That's the word.
Yeah.
Worse yet, get hurt.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
He's healthy right now. I get on the phone this afternoon, and
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was a team trying to
guys
make the
all watched.
playoffs. Shut them down.
Yeah.
If you didn't join us for the entire live in-game betting thing we did on PointsBet today, you missed out. We'll be doing more of them in the future. Today's deal was if you placed a $50 bet with PointsBet, you get the CHGO glass, which is pretty cool. So we'll try more of them. It was fun. Again, the chat was active.
Yes, which is
And a good time hanging out with everybody. A lot of the regulars were on there. Even Rachel's joining from London. So,
Still
Cubs
here?
sweep. Who had Cubs sweeping the Phillies?
Not me.
Not
Not
even
me.
Not
Captain
I.
Positive down there.
Yeah.
Cody Del Mendo could muster up a sweep over the Phillies coming out of the All-Star break.
No, and that's
Is this the Cubs' first sweep of the year?
No, I
I don't
don't
think
think
s-
so.
I don't think so either.
No.
Did
Pretty
they
sure
sweep
it's
them?
not. No, who did they sweep after the losing streak?
I'll go
They
look.
sweep the Braves?
No, they
No,
won
that was
2 out of 3,
No,
though.
they took 2
No,
out of 3.
Honestly,
that
it feels
series.
like the first sweep of the year.
It might honestly because of what they took 2 or 3.
It
against
can't be the
Braves.
first sweep of the year. Is it that bad?
No, I think they've had
No,
at least
they've had a sweep,
at
right?
least one other one.
How bad is it that we have to try?
I know that
like,
this is
we're
even a
not sure
question.
because that's a
Right.
conversation is just embarrassing.
In the third week of July, we're like, have they swept anyone yet? Not good.
Is this the high point of the season?
Yeah.
Is this the high point?
I don't know.
Somebody
I will
confirm
say-
that for us. I don't
I'm
think
looking.
so.
I will say I did not expect a sweep, especially in Philadelphia. Obviously they don't have Harper and Realmuto's out. I think too.
No,
Did he
we
even
knew
play?
those out there.
Yeah, but they had
Was he?
Schwarber
Might
and
have not played
Castellanos.
today,
They
but-
had
He
the
didn't
double
play- he didn't
revenge
play
game.
today.
He played the
Yeah.
weekend, though.
Double
You still have-
Revengers
you
lined
still have
up.
some bats in that lineup. It's not nothing for Smyly today. I mean, that's still he's going up against a pretty formidable lineup, even without those guys. So I don't think we should take too much away from what Smyly did today.
Oh, and he did it with what he threw more sinkers today than he did, than he has all year pretty much, and he got up almost a half. He got 0.4 miles per hour higher on this, so a little uptick in velocity. He had that last week too, or whenever his last start was, it might have been Sunday or Saturday before the All-Star break. But you could see the velocity was up, and
Which is
whether he was more amped to pitch or something, or he just is feeling better. That's a good sign.
another
Then
good sign for health.
Yeah.
And total. What I don't know what his pitch total was today. Number of innings. Going
Yeah.
through 6 full innings. All things that point to he's feeling good. Things are looking good right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're another team looking to add him, That's all stuff you like to
Well,
see.
then he had the knuckle curve work, and 24 swings, 9 whiffs. That's 38%.
12
whiff
outs.
rate.
12 outs on the knuckle curve alone.
Yeah. I mean, he was pitching really well. I mean, we were talking about it. He had that perfect game run ended by that play that Morel, was it Morel? I think almost had it
in center.
Almost had it in center. And we were talking about how, like, if he ended up throwing a perfect game or a no-hitter or whatever, that was the play. He just,
Cody casually taking down the do-right donut.
Sorry.
that would have been the
Surprised there's
difference.
any left.
It's like he looked
After all
over, he
this time.
caught me watching, he was like,
Just putting it away.
I haven't had a lot to say
I'm
to
impressed.
start the
Those
show.
things have been sitting there for a long time. I'm amazed there's any left.
Yeah.
So
Cody hasn't anything to say because this is where we're supposed to let him rant. And
Well,
he's like, well, I don't know.
I was in the process of putting up our winning graphic up on the
Nice.
Twitter account. So, no, this is a fun one, man. Thanks to everyone in the chat today making this one fun. We reached anywhere between 60 to 80 people for a 11 a.m. game on Sunday for a team that's 20 under 500. Like
19 now.
19 now, like we said, 19 more to go. Maybe we'll be right back in the wild card chase. Don't let me talk myself into it.
We're not. David Snyder says it's just a push to get to 10 games under 500. And I'm telling you, that is not happening.
I'm totally
I don't even
kidding.
think they'll
just
get
let
there.
just let me enjoy it. Savor the flavor, guys.
yeah.
This is the March to 63.
Yeah, the March to 63. That's what we
and
really
it is
care
the
about.
first sweep. Kevin
Yeah,
Kadek
I
told
was
us it
saying.
is a first sweep, even though they've been swept 7 times. So don't tell me they haven't been part of sweeps this season.
Yeah, right.
This is number
Drew
8.
Smyly was great. Nelson Velasquez, have we talked about him yet? Because that bomb was fun.
Yeah.
Christopher Morel continues to mash since the break has ended. Yeah, man. Today was another one of those where it's like, all year we've been talking about Happ, Contreras, and like how good they are. These last 3 games, it's like we're seeing a lot of the young guys come out and like have some fun and do some things.
Velasquez had a series. He had another home run today,
Yeah.
which we'll get to, I guess, Cody.
Oh yeah, we will.
But he had a good weekend. I mean, and then that's like, I saw someone in the chat, like, Velasquez needs to play a lot more. I agree. I think Velasquez, it's kind of what we've been saying all year is like some of these guys need to be playing every day, even if you're letting them go and then you kind of just let them sink or swim. I think Velasquez is like, if he's playing every day and then struggles, like that just kind of comes with becoming a Major League Baseball player. Like let him go through struggles if they come, right? Like that's if you're trying to see if these guys can be capable contributors to competitive teams in the future, like letting them play often is going to be the quickest way to even see that if they can do that.
Let them rack up as many plate appearances as they can, because that's when you you get that sample size that's large enough. Like we were talking about during the game, about getting a sample size that's large enough for you to say, okay, they've gone through that phase where the league has adjusted to them, and now they need to adjust back in some way. And how do they look after that's happened? I'd like to be able to see Velasquez get enough plate appearances this year where you can end the season and look at what he's done and have some kind of an ability to measure it and say, okay, I think we know what we have here. Because we talked about Morel earlier, and he's over 250 plate appearances so far this season, hitting like 280 something. So I think I'm very comfortable saying I think Morel's legit. So now I want to see, let's get Velasquez in that lineup as much as we can so we can make the same case for him.
Let's take a look at the who you got results, since Velasquez is certainly part of that. Cody's feeling good. He's got the do-right donut. We'll get to his wagers
It's Sunday.
later, but he did get who you got today.
Get
Extending
one
his who you got lead, and part of
What's the
part of the thing you took Velasquez. I had Horner, who only reached base by
getting hit?
getting
on the
hit.
foot?
Part of the thing that I like that we maybe don't mention enough is Morel and Velasquez. You're talking 22 and 23.
Right.
Like a lot of guys aren't even in the majors by then. It's even if they have struggles at this point, and you could say, well, look at a bad week. He might just be this or he might be that. Wait a second. A lot of the guys that you're hoping to get to the majors won't even be there by that age. So they still have a lot of growing to do.
Yeah.
This is just super valuable experience that they're getting this season. Yes, it's in a losing season, and there aren't, but this is like every game's like a playoff game for those guys at this moment.
But it's also kind of like we've said about Nico oh, like this is the year, like, oh, he's breaking out. He has been in the majors for parts of the last 4 seasons, right? Yeah, 4 seasons.
Yeah.
But he also didn't spend a lot of time in the minors. Like a lot of his development as a baseball player, which should have been spent, or which should have been coming in like Tennessee and Iowa, like a lot of that was coming at the major league level because he was up, because he had to come up pretty quickly in 19 because of the Javi injury, and then
same with these two guys, right?
really
It's the
just
same
been up.
situation.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like a lot of these
Almost.
guys are just, a lot of their development is going to come at the big league level if Morel and Velasquez stick around for more than where they're at right now. Like a lot of the development they have that would be coming in the minors at this point in their careers is instead going to be coming at the major league level. So like to see guys struggle at all is not like, it's definitely not surprising if they do.
Yeah, right? and it's worth take the Horner comparison, and it's not exactly the same because injuries have played a role in his development for sure. But he got called up in September of 2019. It's now July 2022, and we're talking about Horner really breaking out and being the guy. So in the same kind of way, it might be 2024, that year that we've talked about as being maybe a first competitive season in a while. That's when you really have Morel and maybe Velasquez, but some of these guys like really starting to come into their own. As they're developing at this level, it might take until then for that to happen, but timing-wise, that's pretty perfect.
It's kind of interesting if you would have said in the preseason, who are the 3 Cubs position players that will have breakout seasons or really show you that they can be some part of the future. And if you would have said Morel, Velasquez, small sample size, and Horner, would have kind of chuckled because I wasn't sure any of them were going to necessarily be automatics. Horner, the most obvious, but you would have said who? Brennan Davis, Horner, and Madrigal? Would those been the 3 would have been?
I probably would have. And Madrigal especially. Going into the season, he was the guy who, for me, just personally, I was really thinking I want to see what this guy does playing second base nearly every day, maybe hitting toward the top of the lineup. And so definitely have not been right on that one. And then, Brennan Davis, this injury just took that opportunity away. But I think if Davis was healthy, we might also be talking about him. And so we'd have 3 young outfielders whose development we're following really closely.
Well, and then the fact that like Morel wasn't even really on the major league radar for a long time. Like the reason he got called up from Double-A, like he wasn't even at the Triple-A level yet, but they called him up because they had so many freaking holes on the field because of injuries and stuff that they just needed someone that could play and fill and plug some holes. And he was the guy that they deemed ready to make that jump. And they let him play every day. Ross was starting him in center or starting him wherever and batting him leadoff for like most of the first 3 weeks of the season. Like that was of his season. Like that was just, they let him play and he shined. He had a really, really good first few weeks at the big league level, and he's maintained it. He's not setting the world on fire anymore, but he's still been consistently good defensively. He consistently puts good at bats together. Even if he doesn't have 3 hits in a game, like he generally gets on base at least once every game. Like he's just letting him kind of figure things out at the big league level and letting him play every day has done wonders for him already. And so when we go back to a guy like Velasquez, like that should be him as well. I know the outfield is kind of what's the word? There's a lot of outfielders, a lot of playing talent need to go around in the outfield.
It's crowded.
Yeah, it's crowded. That's the word I'm looking for. It's crowded, but I also think that if Ian Happ gets traded or whatever, like there's going to be a spot there if that happens, but also the DH helps with that. Velasquez can just get at bats every day. That's going to do a lot for him just to develop at the big league level.
Well, Cody, that's what they were just Robbie was asking on the chat, what we talked about a little bit in pregame or might have been during the live in-game. I suggested if the Cubs go ahead and win their last 9 games before the trade deadline, is there any chance they would change their mind? Because I had said last year before the 10-game losing streak, I still didn't care. If they had won 10 more in a row, it would have been really awkward because they were still going to trade those guys at the end of last season. I believe that's the case again. Do you still believe that too? Like,
yes,
listen,
so they're going to
nine in a
sell.
row is not coming. It's not coming. But even if it did, they'd still be trading all
They're
these
going to
guys.
sell. Now, I would say I might think differently if they weren't so far back. Like if they were like 1,500 and then won 9 in a row, yeah, they'd be right there in the wild card chase. I would expect them to not necessarily go full all in to buy, but like maybe do something. Like they could be like what the Orioles situation is, where the Orioles could sell and buy at the same time. But
still
again,
they'd still trade Wilson.
yeah, they probably
Right.
would. But again, though, they I don't think they would sell like a lot of us think they're like that last show we just did. We talked about 8 or 9 different guys they can move.
So maybe they don't.
So maybe
go
they
out
don't
and-
sell
yeah.
all of them. Like maybe Ian Happ's is definitely still going to be here. I still think he's going to be here anyway. But I'm just saying, like, I think they would have reason to at least believe in a few of these other guys. But again, that is what it is. Like, we're 20 games under. They're not going to win 9 in a row. But yeah,
It took most of the afternoon, but Michael's joined the chat. Ricketts
There he
waved
is.
the white flag 2 years ago.
There he
oh
is.
yeah, I've seen it. And believe it or not,
He
though,
hates
he didn't
Ricketts.
start the negativity in the chat. Like I don't. It came out of nowhere.
Michael
I made
hates
the
Ricketts.
joke about how, it's don't let me talk myself back into them winning 19 in a row or whatever. And then Brandon Katz comes in. He's like, Ricketts is so cheap that Cubs sell out almost every game, no matter how bad they are, and they still didn't pay Brian. And since then, it's just been a waterfall of negativity. I mean, I just like the Cubs just swept the
as
Phillies,
if the
man.
Cubs
Savor
didn't
the
just-
flavor.
You know what it is?
Savor
Be
the
happy
flavor.
for the day. Come back tomorrow for the Tom
Yeah.
Ricketts talk.
It's the sugar high of the donuts is wearing off for everybody.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
probably
right?
what's really
Yeah,
going
everybody's
on.
crashing now.
Cody, speaking
I'm
of
gonna finish
negativity,
up
how
hard.
did your bets do today?
My blues
Because I will
fishing.
tell you that my bets on PointsBet today were spectacular.
Yeah.
I won $9.17. I'm now up to $53.26 in my account because I bet on the Phillies and the under. Well, I almost bet the Phillies. I bet the under once the game had started, which
Yeah.
I at 8.5, and then I was gonna bet the Phillies to come back and win, and they were changing the line at the time, so it rejected my bid.
You
Thank
lucked
goodness
out.
I
You
lucked out. So I'm a winner. How about
this
you?
This morning I tweeted from my personal account, Cody_CHGO. I said, "Hey, we're live streaming during the entire Cubs game today. Come tune in and watch me lose all my bets." What did you do? You came and watched us and watched me lose all my bets. That is what happened. I lost every bet. Like it's so bad that it's impressive almost in a way. But you know what? I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I'm going to do it all again. Hopefully throw a winner in there at some point.
Well,
At this point, Luke should be doing my spot for CHGO Bets Daily. I mean, look,
It's your spot. It's your spot. You are Mr. PointsBet, and David does agree. By the way, he says some of us have been with you for 4+ hours, gentlemen. The sugar high
Yes.
has worn off.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
donuts.
And I'm
and we
impressed-
appreciate the 4.5 hours.
right. I'm
Yeah.
impressed by the people who have been here
Yeah.
the whole time, which is
But
amazing. You guys are
Jared,
awesome.
you won some bets.
I
too,
won a
though.
little bit of money today.
You had no
I-
run first inning.
That's right.
Yeah.
Me
I
too.
got no run
too,
first
me too.
inning,
Nerfy.
which paid out $10.75.
I was hoping for a. Oh, I was going to say, where was my cha-ching? I was
no.
expecting for a little cash register action.
Okay.
Well, anyway.
And then I, of course, did not. I bet the over, so that's going to cost me $5. But I also
Sorry.
player to get a hit, Christopher Morel. So that's a payout of $6.34.
Nice.
So a good day for me on PointsBet.
Yeah, great day for you. Not a good day for me, but either way, PointsBet should.
There it
Thank
is.
you, Joe.
There it
they
is.
should, they should definitely.
And for the donuts.
they should just let me be like their ambassador.
How many good days do you have with PointsBet? I'm sure that
At
these
least
are all
half
good.
half the days, and I'd have more money if I stopped placing future bets. But that's what happens when there's nothing to bet on for a week. Thank you, All-Star break. Anyway, the whole reason we're here is because of PointsBet, honestly, and I love them that much, so much because of that. But also, again, they're a great supporter of CHGO, great supporter. And when you use that PointsBet app, you download it like Stucky did. Use code CHGO when you sign up. You get 2 risk-free bets, folks. That's 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. That's not it. $50 or more first-time deposit. Receive a free CHGO membership, which unlocks all of our web content. You even get a free shirt of your choice from the CHGO locker. Shirts like what all 4 of us are wearing. Perhaps you can switch it up and get a little
Dope
juicy.
merch.
Maybe choose something different, unlike us today. Yeah.
Or the pint glass.
Yeah, or the pint glass, right?
I still can't believe we all wore the same shirt.
Right.
That was
It's amazing. That's the real win of the day
Right.
right here.
That was like all like. Cause I remember the other day we all wore CHGO shirts, but they were all different.
Yeah.
And we just all somehow happened to pick this one to wear today.
Synced up.
Yeah.
Just think, it's really impressive, honestly.
All right, go ahead.
So that's $2,000 in free bets, a free CHGO membership, and a free T-shirt from the CHGO Locker, all for making a $50 or more first-time deposit at PointsBet. If you have any questions, you can email pointsbet@allchgo.com, and we'll help you out. You're home for live in-play betting. Just got even better. See an edge in the game you are watching. Is your favorite team primed for a comeback? Stuckey got weird and tried to bet against the Cubs, which is, it's not even weird. I do it all the time. But thankfully,
what?
PointsBet is so fast when it comes to their live odds that Stuckey couldn't place the bet.
Base hit went across.
Yes,
They got
based
another
off a
base
hit
runner.
that
I was like,
happened.
what?
So, you got to be real quick with it
Yep.
to get the best value. Got to be real fast.
Don't
So,
hesitate.
Don't just watch the game. Bet along with it live. Sit here and watch us talk about it live. More live betting, more live markets, faster live cash outs. Follow along with your bets the moment they hit and stay in the live action all game long. Download the PointsBet app right now and use promo code CHGO. So what are you waiting for? It's time to elevate your live betting game. Once the game starts, don't just bet, live your bet life with PointsBet. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER for crisis counseling, and referral services.
I'm going to tell you guys about Owen because you're, again, thinking, how does this guy survive? He had 2 donuts today. How did he get through it all? And here's the real reason. Owen is only what you need. Owen is a 100% plant-based protein shake that gives you nutrition that works as hard as you do. Their products are free of artificial ingredients, allergen-friendly, no gluten, no dairy, easily digestible. I first heard about it when I found out that Justin Fields, Bears quarterback, QB1, was on a plant-based diet. He loves Owen, and now Owen and CHGO have partnered up to give you an awesome offer. 20% off your first purchase at liveowen.com. That's LIVEOWYN.com with the code CHGO20. Join me, Justin Fields, and try Owen, only what you need. That's what I did before I left the house. That was the baseline this morning, early before we got here.
Then you can get the donuts after the Owen.
And then I have my athletic greens at night, and I feel,
you're set.
sometimes I reverse that.
Right.
But it's all good. Cubs win. It's a sweep. That's 4 straight wins for the Cubs. We were talking about, we've been here all, as David said on the chat, some of us have been here like 4.5 hours, just talking Cubs baseball, hanging out all afternoon, hanging out with PointsBet. It's been fun. Now the Cubs continue their road trip, correct? Pittsburgh?
They are back home for 2.
They're home for 2.
It's one of those
That's
real quick home stands because they're home Monday and Tuesday and then back on the road.
Right.
So just 2 at Wrigley and then out. So this could be, if you want to see Wilson Contreras for the last time.
I didn't want to say it. This could be your last chance.
It's, I won't say anything else because it's been a positive Cubs afternoon with the sweep and the win, but
We did all our wages though already on the who's going where, what team, what date.
Yep.
Who do you think is the first guy traded? Who's the first domino on the Cubs?
Rafael Ortega.
Think Ortega's the first guy?
Yeah,
I think
some weird
I
reason.
think it's going to be Robertson.
I was going to say I think it
Robertson.
might be Robertson.
Yeah, I was thinking
and I was
that's
wondering
fair.
if today's game was enough for somebody.
Right. They see this.
Got
works out
got
a little
himself
bit
in a
of
jam, but he get
yeah.
Or if
what
we
you want to
say,
see is
worked
work out
if
of
we
it.
say Smyly after this, and if we say
That's
they
true.
don't want him to pitch one again, before the trade
And
play
again,
trade.
you're not going to ask for a boatload in return.
No.
That's
I
an
don't
easy
think.
trade to
And
yeah.
that starting pitching at this time of the year is like a premium. Like that's what people like, or that's what the trade deadline. You see a lot of like the starting pitching is like the thing. for
And
the trade deadline.
somebody who can also function maybe as like a swingman type pitcher
I think so
as
too.
well.
I think he could do that too.
So I could see a team jumping him on him early because they want to lock him down for he can slide into the rotation when we need him, but he can also pitch some long relief, do a piggyback start, something along those lines. So yeah, maybe it's Smyly, but I have a feeling it's Smyly, Robertson. One of those will be the first guys to go, and it could happen
Right.
any minute now.
He might not leave
Right.
Philadelphia as a Cubs player anymore.
That's right. They'll put him on a different plane.
Max is saying on the chat, left field vibe is going to be good tomorrow night. And I was just looking at the forecast to see what it was like. Wrigley Field, it's going to be a real
shout out
nice
to
night.
Max.
76
Good
for a high on Monday and sunny, and 82 and sunny on Tuesday. So at night, you're looking at low 70s.
Hard to beat that.
Ooh.
Hard to beat that.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've had like,
No sweat in the
we've
outfield.
had a very like mild July this year. Like the temperatures haven't gotten too crazy high this month, which I'm like, usually by this time in July they're like at.
We've had some 90s. Sometimes
But not as many
Not-
as you would
not as
normally
bad.
get.
Yeah, not-
I don't think
it's-
have we even hit 100. I don't think we've hit 100.
I don't
no,
think
but we
have.
don't hit 100 that often here.
We do hit it like at
We
least
do,
once
yeah,
a year.
we hit it,
At least
yeah.
a couple times a year. We haven't. I don't think we're going to.
It's been all right.
I've enjoyed the weather.
But that, I mean, that's pretty much perfect night baseball weather.
yeah.
It's about as good as it gets.
Low 70s. Cody might have to leave me stranded here in the studio and go out to Wrigley Field.
Go out to a game.
Be sitting here by instead of having three people sitting here, I'll just be sitting by myself
By
with
yourself
an empty
with the-
box of donuts and
with
a
the sign.
cardboard cutout sign I made saying "Be right back." Yeah, Cubs win. Robertson was a story. Velasquez was a story. I got to give Yan Gomes credit. Like I knew he was going to be I thought Gomes and VR were going to be similar signings, to be honest with you. Guys that had been in the league, that had been around, but they weren't signings that got you excited about anything. They were just traditional major league players that you'd seen around before. Yan Gomes has been a nice signing. I don't think they're moving him, but I just wish it would have been that signing on a different team.
Yeah, because
A competitive team, because he'd be a great
Right.
backup catcher on a competitive team.
Yeah, it would have helped you more in that kind of a situation. And I think he's going to be good too. And I keep going back to this, but when the time comes when a certain Cubs catcher is no longer a Cubs catcher, and you're looking at Yan Gomes, PJ Higgins behind the plate a lot more, I think it helps a lot. And maybe if Miguel Amaya does come up this year at some point, I know with the Tommy John, he's just DHing. He's probably not going to spend any time behind the plate. But to get the chance to share the clubhouse a little bit with a veteran catcher like Yan Gomes is super valuable experience. And so there's even beyond, the next week or so, when the makeup of the roster changes a little bit, Yan Gomes is going to provide you value beyond what happens on the field.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where it's like you look at his stats and like his offensive numbers aren't there. He had a great day today at the plate, but obviously just the whole season he's not. He's been a below league average hitter. But the way all the pitchers from Kyle Hendricks has been in the league for I think nine seasons now or something like that, down to guys like Justin Steele and Keegan, like guys that are still newer in their careers. All of them rave about Yan Gomes. Yan Gomes being able to, his ability to catch, his ability to call a game, just all the stuff they rave about him. So I think despite the bat not being there consistently, he's consistently providing a good veteran catching presence behind the plate for these guys. So when guys like Justin and Keegan are developing, Yan Gomes as having that veteran catcher that knows how to work with a pitching staff and good pitching staffs too, that is very intangible value, but it's intangible value, but you kind of know it when you see it kind
You
of
see
thing.
the
Like,
results on the field.
it helps.
Yeah.
It helps. You
Yeah.
can't quantify. I don't know if you can quantify what Yan Gomes can do behind the. I don't know if there's all advanced stats now, so maybe they can maybe there is some stat.
Some measurement of that.
But he just the
C
value
War
he-
or something like that, catcher war.
C War.
just the value he provides as a
C-War
veteran
clubhouse
catcher.
war.
Yeah, something like that.
But for the young pitchers too, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't mention that, but that's absolutely true for young developing guys like Justin Steele, Keegan Thompson, Alzolay if he comes back later in the season, who still is a fairly young pitcher. He's got a lot more major league experience, but definitely still has some development to do. Having a catcher like Gomes on your roster in your clubhouse, there's a lot of value that adds. So yeah, I agree. I like the signing. I feel like it's worked out pretty much
How they wanted it
how
to.
you
I mean,
want
yeah,
it to. Yeah,
that's the thing. The ability that Wilson is not catching every single game and leading the majors by a lot in innings caught has helped him have one of the best seasons.
Increased his
of
trade
career.
value.
Yeah, that I think that's exactly what the Cubs wanted is Yan Gomes to come in, let Wilson have fresher legs more often, And you see the results. He's a National League starting catcher at the All-Star game. Like I think I agree with both of you. I think the signing has worked out how the Cubs envisioned it working out for him.
Sorry, I haven't said a lot.
Another donut?
Well, I've been reading the chat a lot, and everything you guys are saying, I'm pretty much agreeing with. So that's why I haven't had a lot to say. But I've been reading the chat a lot, and Jack and Brandon are
going back.
They're going back and forth,
discussion.
and they've brought up the question that I feel like is decent that we could talk about is, which team could win the World Series in the next 5 years, the Phillies or the Cubs? And Brandon's argument is, they have really obviously have named guys that you can think of, but their problem is their farm system sucks. And coming into this season, they're ranked number 26 at the preseason. I don't know what it is now, but at the preseason is 26. Obviously, the Cubs were mid-tier, but they're going to be a top 10 farm system by the end of the year. So, at this point, when you think about the future for the Cubs and the potential, in a way, I guess you could argue maybe that the Cubs have a better futuristic outlook than the Phillies, but
Current day, no, but maybe future.
I mean, not
currently,
no,
but
this season,
in the next 5 years,
Yeah.
if the Cubs farm system continues to it starts to shell out prospects like the Dodgers always do, because that's kind of that's the vibe we're getting from Jed and Carter Hawkins is that they want to consistently, have talent coming in and out of the system, right? Because that's the mistake they made when under Theo. That was, they couldn't develop more talent, right?
Yeah.
So, theoretically, in 5 years, I guess you could argue that maybe the Cubs could be in a better situation than the Phillies, but I also can't say that the Phillies won't win a World Series with Bryce Harper, Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola, Kyle Schwarber, and Nick Castellanos is going to get back to the form that we're used to seeing him in. They have guys there. They have been a very they were really hot for a while, after they fired Girardi. And, this just they just got swept by the Cubs at the start of the All-Star break. That's not good. That doesn't mean that they're done, though. We're mid-July, and they're going to be in that race for that last wild card spot for sure.
That's
as far as World Series, are they ready to? Or could they win the World Series this year? I don't think so. Could they win the World Series in the next 5 years? Yeah, but if they actually, fix their defense, that's for sure.
And they just might have to. They just might have to pay for it.
Yeah,
right. As far as developing it, the disagreement or the conversation between Brandon and Jack, I get it. I would. Yeah, it has been going on for a while. I would say it's sort of exactly what's going on in Major League Baseball. Teams are trying to decide exactly what they're talking about. Are we better off being in the middle of the pack right now with an outside chance of making one of those extra playoff spots we've got some star power but no farm system, or are we better just tearing it all down, hoping that a bunch of prospects hit and then paying the money out to go get some guys? Which is what the Cubs are trying to do.
Right.
It's like even with the Bulls, are you better off being in the middle of the NBA, or are you better off being at the top of the lottery? And honestly, it's sort of what's wrong with baseball. Right. You should be trying to do what the Phillies are doing. They're spending money. They've got 2-star pitchers. They've got 2 or 3-star hitters.
Yeah.
If Hoskins would do something, you've got some players there. They're really not that far away. And in baseball, unlike basketball, if you get into the postseason,
anything can happen.
Pretty much anything can happen. Would I think they'd do it? No, the odds be low because they don't have enough starting pitching. But they do have 2 good front line guys, which is way more important than having depth in that starting rotation once you get to the postseason. So that would make them a little more dangerous. I'm still not sure they have enough pitching.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I think that is the big question that's going on in the sport right now. And I think you have more teams that are leaning toward let's be willing to lose for a season or 2 or even more.
Tank.
Let's tank for a while. But I'm like you. I would rather see teams operate like
They're trying to win.
we're trying to win. And even if it means we're chasing a wild card spot for right now, we're at least trying to be competitive. Because it really bothers me when we have the teams that are just openly tanking and we're making no effort to be competitive at all, because it's unfair to your fan base, number one. Right. But it's also, it's in a way, it's sort of unfair to the rest of the league, because now you have, take the teams in the AL East, for instance, and it's super competitive because there's 4 good teams
Your
there.
fifth place team is like, what, are the Orioles 500 still?
The Orioles are
they're 500.
The last team in your division is a 500 team, but then you compare that to what the NL Central looks like, and these guys are like, we're in the same league. Like, you guys don't even, we're operating in totally different ways, and I really wish it wasn't that way. But
The half tank is the way that I would like to see it operate. Like,
yeah,
if you're the Cubs, it makes sense to get rid of 1 or 2 guys. I don't like trading guys that could be pieces of your future.
Well, and then it's like
if you sign them.
And it's like the Yankees in 16. Like, they were losing. They weren't like they went and they sold. They traded Andrew Miller and they traded Chapman at the deadline. And then next year they were they back in the World Series?
They
in
were
17,
right.
Right?
Yeah,
they
they
were.
were.
No,
Series,
they were
but
LCS.
They went to
They were right there.
championship series, and not only that, Chapman was back on the Yankees.
Yeah. Exactly.
So we'll flip him at the trade deadline, but
then
you're
we'll get him back.
right back.
Yeah.
Well,
and
why I
that's
said
the thing is,
it's
like,
perfect for Contreras if he'd be willing to do it.
It's like
or if they're willing
this
to do
Cubs thing right now is rebuilding. Like, whether they won't say it, or whether or not they'll say it, it's a rebuild. But teams, and then I agree with you guys. Is like, and when you spend money like the Phillies did, or like any team does, and it doesn't work out, that sucks. But at the same time, like, the whole point of playing a baseball game is to win. The whole point of playing the game is to win. Mm-hmm. So why teams would actively try to lose as much as they can? It's like a shame. It is. It's a shame. Like, and I think it devalues the sport a little bit, because it's like the whole point again is to win, and you are actively trying to do the opposite of that. Like, that's not my favorite way to do things.
And to say to fans that you should continue to feel at all invested in this product, even though we are very openly saying we're not trying to win, we're not trying to be competitive. And I'm thinking too, just in this division, in cities that have historic franchises. I mean, the Cincinnati Reds are the first professional baseball team in the United States. And now we've gotten to the point where now you have the owner there who's saying, well, maybe we should just move the team. It's preposterous.
Yeah.
Even the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's at one point in baseball's history, you would have thought of them as close to a dynasty.
Yeah.
But then now look where we are. So it's an insult to fans, and it bugs me when we sell this idea to fans that no, this is okay, this is a good thing. It's not.
I know every team has their reasons for doing this. I mean, again, I agree with what you're all saying. Do I think outside of the Oakland A's, just because they have just a long history of showing that they do this, but like a lot of teams out there, a lot of the problem that they go through these rebuilds like they do every 5 years is because they just don't want to pay their top. I mean, the A's traded Matt Olson. They traded Josh Donaldson in his prime. Like, they have a history of it. The Cubs, the reason that they're in this situation, and we've talked about it way too many times, is they just could not develop more talent on the farm. So in a way, I understand like why the Cubs are in the situation they are in, and I like support like what we're trying to do in terms of like rebuilding the farm and getting some dudes. But yeah, if you're gonna do that, you can't have the most expensive experience in baseball, or second most according to that graph that went viral on Twitter last week. You can't charge $12 to $14 beers. you can't do a lot of things that Cubs ownership is doing, in my opinion. And if you are, then yeah, we can all sit here and hold you guys accountable and yell about you and like, yeah, I don't blame people for doing that. But as far as like building a team and everything, I think especially in today's game, like you really got to have that farm system. So I get the argument between like which team has the better shot in the next 5 years? Yeah, I'd love to have Bryce Harper. I'd love to have Kyle Schwarber on our roster, and I'd love to have Nick Castellanos and everything. But it also comes down to, like, how you're building your roster, too. And, like, I will say, like, I don't really like the Phillies roster. I don't, like, and the fact that their farm system doesn't help either. Like, they're really banking on their free agent signings to hit. And if they don't, then who's going to be held accountable? Who's going to pay for those mistakes? You know what I mean? On one end, you can be like, well, their front office went for it. They tried, like, you get that. On the other end, like, well, you didn't win. They haven't even made the playoffs since they got Bryce Harper. You know what I mean? Like, they have really been a more disappointing team in terms of, you look at the roster, like, how has this team not, like, even made a deep playoff run yet? So, and maybe you can argue the fact that their farm system isn't very good at all. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, for me personally, I do like the idea of, you know, building that farm system, getting those young guys up there, find that core within your own organization, and then spending on those big contracts. But then the key after that is sustainability. Can you sustain that? And there's very few teams in baseball that have done it. The Astros, the Yankees, the Red Sox more often than not. Like the Dodgers,
you know
especially.
How
I didn't even say the Dodgers
draft
first.
Well.
Yes,
exactly.
That's the way you avoid a tear down.
Right.
You
Draft
avoid
and develop
you avoid not having to replenish your farm system by selling off guys that you don't need to sell, by drafting well.
So that
The
way you're
Cubs
not,
had a void of good draft picks
Yeah.
for too long of a period,
Right.
and it sunk the franchise.
because then you have to trade to get the guys that the other teams
Exactly.
drafted because they were drafting better.
and you
Exactly.
end up signing guys you shouldn't have signed.
Right.
The money starts going to bad contracts to try and fill the holes, which they did for an eternity of my life. Like most of my lifetime, it was just like, guy coming in, big contract, not worth it. Doesn't work out. Chicago sports fan, your home for the best Chicago sports coverage, is now partnering with the leader in sports merchandise and collectibles. CHGO has teamed up with FOCO to secure your access to the best collectibles and gear around. Whether it's Bears, Cubs, White Sox, Blackhawks, Bulls, FOCO's got something for you, your kid, a friend, or a loved one. Looking for some new gear, collectibles, or accessories? FOCO has officially licensed gear for men, women, kids, with everything from bobbleheads to swimsuits to Crocs. FOCO has you covered with the best Chicago merchandise of your favorite team. Head over to foco.com and click the link below in the YouTube description. For the all non-presale items, use the promo code CHGO for 10% off. Crocs, now that is a vibe we have not seen yet on the show. And I've never had a pair of Crocs, but everybody tells me that has a pair of Crocs, like they're the most comfortable things you'll ever put on
Crocs are
your
like
feet.
apparently in now.
They're back.
The thing is,
fanny packs are coming back.
The thing is, Crocs were never in when they first debuted. They are only now becoming like a thing.
Crocs,
They're big in Wisconsin.
Crocs mean you've
Huge.
given up on yourself. That's,
When I was in school,
no
like
Crocs.
no Crocs, like
No.
no Crocs. You probably would have got shamed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I've
rightfully
heard
so.
they're super comfy. I've never had them.
I've heard it.
They were in.
I don't remember Crocs
Says the
ever
guy who
being
had
in.
a pair of Crocs.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah, that's why he says it. That's why he says they were in at one point because he had them.
I saw my good friend Mike Dubs. He's been in the chat sometimes today.
The
He got the
Portillos?
Portillo's ones. Portillo's like sent him some or whatever. I don't know.
Portillo's
how.
Crocs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Portillo's Crocs.
Put on,
Look at now here. This is a tip for somebody investing. Rachel says they're stupid expensive right now because they're fashionable. See, Europe does everything ahead of us. So if you don't think Crocs are popular now, if they're popular in London, look out. In 2 years, these 4 idiots are all going to be sitting up here. All four of us wearing Cubby Crocs or something. CHGO Crocs might be our giveaway.
I will chop my feet off.
Yeah, I will.
Before I put on
If
a pair of
I'm
Crocs.
wearing Crocs in 2
CHGO
years,
Crocs.
put this on the record. If I am wearing Crocs in 2 years on this podcast, I will have gone crazy. Crazy.
If you see me in
as
a pair of
someone who
Crocs-
wears fire on their feet every day, if you catch me in Crocs, please.
Cody,
get me
fire
some
on
help.
his feet.
If
till
I
men
ever
don't.
wear Crocs on this show, if I ever wear Crocs on the show, I hope Kevin and Jake or our bosses are watching. If I wear Crocs on the show, fire me.
They will pull
not-
you into the office, right?
Yeah,
Right after,
throw
listen,
me out of the office
Heck,
if you see
you've done
me.
a
Heck
great
wears the
job.
Moses sandals.
The Birkenstocks?
Hey,
Nah,
Birkenstocks.
I'd go Birkenstocks.
Moses sandals.
I'd go Birks over Crocs.
I saw Pecky parted the Red Sea in those things.
Peck, where's the
I'll
Moses
say this.
sandals?
I mean, Matt Peck
so
is his
funny.
own. He's his
Yeah,
own
he's
vibe.
his own vibe, right?
He
His
does
own vibe.
things that
He's Summer
a
Peck
mere
right
mortal
now.
man can't get away with. But I'm with you guys. If you find Crocs on my feet, it's probably that's like a distress call. I'm trying to signal you that I've been kidnapped or something is wrong. I'm under
Send
duress
help.
in
It's
some
an
way.
SOS
Send
of
help.
some
That's
kind.
an SOS. If you see Crocs,
Things
on
are
my
not
feet.
okay.
Yeah, something
What,
is wrong.
what if who could I think? What if James Trianto starts showing up at Wrigley Field in Crocs, and then the next day Christian Hernandez shows up and he's wearing Crocs, and all of a sudden you're out there in the left field bleachers, Cody, and Bleacher Jeff's wearing Crocs, and all of a sudden everybody around you is wearing Crocs, and Obvious Shirts starts selling Crocs, and you're like, oh,
Obvious
here
Crocs?
comes Corey. Corey's got Crocs on. You might change your mind.
No,
Not a chance.
never, ever, ever, ever.
Not a chance.
Anyways,
They also try to sell those high platform shoes. You ever seen on any
Clogs?
No. Like just any shoe. They're like high platform now. Like
oh, like sneakers with the real. I don't like
It's
that
mainly
look.
like I've seen mainly females do this. Like my girlfriend's got a few pairs, and I have let her know that I think they are hideous. All right, like
That's a
if
bold
they're
man
doing
right
that in
there.
Europe, then that started in Europe 2 years ago, and now it's made its way to the U.S. Then I promise you again that.
Then
I
you-
will have a serious problem if I am wearing Crocs in 2 years.
You know Europe has fallen.
Yes.
If that's yeah.
Oh, by the way, Naked Man's back out.
Hey, naked man.
Luke, that's your. Did we get 30,000 yet? Does Luke have to go back on the
we
balcony?
got to check.
Check right now.
Again, he's talking to somebody. He's talking to himself.
Oh,
We're 27 people away.
I don't wanna make eye contact. I think he's a little-
29,973.
well, yeah. You're gonna escape from today without having to do it.
David Elliott says Bleacher Jeff and Danny Rocket wearing Crocs. See, that's what I'm saying. They've already started the trend. Corey going to Mario Batali, rocking the orange Crocs in a few years.
No.
So the 2 with the Pirates. Then they go out and play the Giants, right?
4. Yep.
4 with the Giants.
So they got 2. They got tomorrow and Tuesday home Pirates. 4 in San Francisco over the weekend, and then that Monday's off, and that leads into the Cardinal series trade deadline.
I'll give
Start
you
the
this.
series.
So they swept the Phillies, a team hoping to make the postseason. What are the odds they can sweep the Pirates in 2 games? They
They're
won't.
due.
It's a split at best. That's
wouldn't be
that's
surprised
how
if they
they
got
roll.
swept.
Yeah.
They play up to their competition sometimes. They really do.
Yeah.
They seem to
Yeah.
play better against the good teams, except for when they got smoked by the Dodgers and Yankees.
They got Samson tomorrow against
Right.
JT Brubaker. Keegan
Who's the next
Thompson on
game?
Tuesday
Keegan.
against Bryce Wilson.
So
I will guarantee
think,
one win against the Pirates this week.
I don't think
One,
it'll be.
yeah.
It's
One.
that Tuesday game. I
Yeah.
like them to
But
win.
you
that
won't
one.
you won't
Yeah.
guarantee 2.
No. But they have won 4 in a row. So, savor the flavor, folks. Back to kind of like what we were talking about with Jack and Brandon.
For the Crocs.
Before
Dude,
the Crocs,
this has been
yeah.
going on,
Like,
like,
I
a while.
I get where Jack's coming from in a certain stance of like this team isn't that like as far away as like what a lot of the national media is perceived, or just if you're a casual Cubs fan, you probably think this is 5 years away. Like, of course, a lot of things have to go right on the farm, but I like what they did in the draft, and we talked about it during pregame, I think it was, where last night on the farm alone, it was a great night for Cubs prospects on the farm last night. I'm not saying all those guys are going to turn into the greatest players in Cubs history, but you gotta hope there's some that are going to be here and that are going to be part of the next great team. You figure out who those guys are, mix them in with Christopher Morel and perhaps maybe Nelson Velasquez, and then you got Nico Horner, you got Seiya Suzuki, Marcus Stroman. Like, the team doesn't, like, the futuristic outlook doesn't look that bad.
No,
like,
I don't think so at all.
You figure that out, make some small but smart moves in this offseason, maybe add a big-time free agent at shortstop or second base, whatever. You play Nico Horner second or shortstop, it doesn't matter to me. And you go into next year and you're like, this isn't as bad as I perhaps thought. And that's even me thinking that if they trade Contreras. Now, if they trade Happ, then I might change my mind. But again, like there is talent here. That's the difference between the beginning of the last rebuild in 2012 and now. There is actual talent here outside of Starling Castro and Anthony Rizzo. So, like, there are things to be excited about. And to me, like, I do, if you have that farm system and you can bring some of those guys up, create some sort of culture that way, and then keep busting that talent out from your farm into the major league roster as years go on, then yeah, like, the Cubs should have plenty of chances to be in the playoffs, in contention for a World Series down the line if they do all of that right. Of course, it's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight. But what I'm saying is, if I had to choose, would I rather the Cubs do what they're doing now or just spend money like the Phillies are when they have a system like they do? No, I would choose what the Cubs are doing.
Well, I think it's the smarter path if you're trying to get good again.
I just yawned really bad.
You did?
Like, I had a pretty deep one.
Well, you've been awake for like 5 hours now. Like,
I'm sorry for just like rant. I don't even call that a rant. It's more of just like an explanation of like how I feel about the situation.
And part of
I wasn't yawning at you, by the way.
Okay.
I was just yawning in general.
Sean Gallagher in the chat. I'm not angry at you. Some people might be in the chat. Like, he's saying, honestly, guys, I want the trade pieces to play well, but I want us to lose every game from here on out. I want to be top 3 in the draft lottery. No point in winning games right now. It's about development.
I get that.
Listen, I know some people don't believe you ever root against your team, and that's not the spirit of the game, but I'm not going to tell you that's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Cub
because
how you want a Cub, man.
That's what the franchise is. That's pretty much what the franchise is saying. It's about the development, and we don't care if we win games. So why wouldn't you expect some fans to feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, fans might feel that way, but in no world do players ever feel that way.
No, not players. I'm saying, like, higher up the list.
Right.
They're obviously okay with not winning games because they are trying to get to the better draft pick. They are not concerned about how many games they win. They would like to win games because they would like to see some of these individual guys play well enough that leads to a few wins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if they really cared about winning, they'd be adding. They're cared about winning in the future.
Right. Yeah.
They're adding
That's what they care about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. This has been fun. You guys, should we do this again? The whole live in-game thing?
I liked it.
It was fun.
I think we should do this like on August 2nd, like 3 hours before the deadline.
That's fine.
Whoa, that could get ugly.
I think it's kind of cool.
You think it's ugly with Naked Man showing up 5 times on the show? Like, wait.
Right.
I think it was kind of cool, like, just like having the chat like open and people watching us watch a baseball game.
Yeah.
Like literally, like that's us sitting on the couch. We just moved it in front of the camera. Like when we're sitting on the couch watching a game here, like it was
fun.
That's pretty much how those go.
Yeah.
Remember that time when I reset like 5 passwords and I bet live on PointsBet? That was awesome, huh? That was impressive. There were a lot of impressive things. Smyly, impressive. Velasquez, impressive. Jan Gomes, impressive. I reset multiple passwords and placed wagers and won on PointsBet. And the Cubs won. Now we'll see if they continue. 4 in a row. Thank the slow
Going for 5 tomorrow,
thanks.
baby.
And I had
more.
donuts.
This was the Luke Stuckmeyer game.
No, this was not.
The jig, your little jig in front of the camera.
The little,
That's where
you want to see
it's a
Luke
big day.
Stuckmeyer shake his booty. Go to our Twitter.
That's
account.
where that will forever be the moment when Luke Thickmeyer was born. Like that. that is where the name. If in a year someone
Luke
calls you that, we're
Thickmeyer.
like, oh yeah, I do remember that.
I
one
believe
day.
his name is Stu Thickmeyer.
Stuckmeyer.
Steve Thickmeyer. There you go.
Thanks for dropping by the CHGO Cubs post-game show presented by PointsBet. All of the in-game stuff, the pre-game show. Some of you with us for 4.5 hours. It's a long time. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the likes, all the support. And we will see you back here, Cubs Pirates, on Monday. Corey and Brendan will also have a series recap podcast for you, I believe, coming out first thing in the morning. Mm-hmm. So look for that. AllCHGO.com. We'll have these two guys. Jared and Ryan will all be writing great articles throughout the season. Make sure you sign up there. Till then, take care, fly the W, and thank you.
See ya.